Good afternoon, folks. Um, this will probably be my last upload regarding Journey to the West, at least in terms of the Jenner translation. I'm not sure if I'll do the other one. We'll see. Um, Unfortunately, the 1 to 100 dream, the dream of uploading that video is been kind of dashed. Um, YouTube has an upload limit of 250 gigs or 12 hours total. Uh, Other channels exist that have uploaded longer videos in the past, and they have been allowed to like stay up. But as YouTube has uploaded the or updated the rules, um, they've taken away that privilege to post longer videos. So likely won't be able to post the whole thing, unfortunately, which is just really a travesty. So, what I'm going to do as sort of a consolation is post this last 91 through 100 video, make a playlist of the 10 compilation videos, and call it a day. I'll look elsewhere to see if there's like video hosting services or sites that will let me post a 90-hour long video for free, but I doubt it. Unfortunately, I should have looked into this before I said that this was my end goal. I should have done a little more research, but that's okay. If anyone comes up with anything, feel free to reach out and we'll take a look at it. I did have somebody in my comments saying that it was like subscriber based. I don't know if there's any merit to that claim. I'll reach out to like a YouTube help or like service desk or something, see if I can find anything out. But as of right now, I think it's just not going to happen, which sucks so hard. Even Patreon has the like 12-hour limit, which I think is crazy. But yeah, that's where we're at. Um, Sorry. Anyway, we'll get into 91 through 100, uh, and that'll be that. Uh, but before we get into those chapters, just real quick, I got a shill because there is merch. Check it out, merch, things to buy. You've made it to the end of Journey to the West, so naturally, you'll want to buy something to commemorate that time. We've got a chaff guzzling moron shirt starring Pig on the front. You know, love to see him. Don't mind the blank back that is showing there, but we got Pig. We got Pig. We also have this one, which somebody has already bought. Thank you to the one guy who bought a shirt already. Great Sage Equaling Heaven. It's just uh, not not like extraordinarily realistic monkey, but like a relatively realistic monkey given a middle finger. You know, classic Wukong antics. And then we got this guy just hanging out. He's actually gripping on to the fabric of the shirt if you look closely. So I think that's pretty cool. And then on the back you've got Senior Disciple. Um, you'll notice that for the Great Sage Equaling Heaven shirts, I have one with the QR code and one without. That's just in case you want to advertise for me, show your support or whatever. Um, YouTubers typically put like a stamp that shows that you're supporting their page on their merch. And I think it looks corny sometimes, so I wanted to leave that out on like a couple of pieces, just or the majority of the pieces rather, just so you don't feel like you're wearing YouTuber merch. You feel like you're wearing, just a regular piece of clothing. I'm definitely going to pick up one of these hats just because I love I love the way he looks. I haven't ordered one yet, so I don't know exactly the quality of the embroidering that'll be on that, but yeah, that's all I got. If you look up at the address bar up here, it's sondley.printful.me. https://sondley.printful.me. But yeah, that's really all I got. I'm sad to see it go, but I believe I will be picking up a new book soon. Um, I'm actively moving right now, so not sure when the next video is coming out. Because right after I move, I also have Dragon Con, so it might be like a 2-week span without a video. So sorry for anyone just fervently waiting for me. But I'll be doing D&D tomorrow. Every Thursday, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm doing D&D on Death of Society's Twitch channel. Little edgy, I know. But yeah, that's all I got. Enjoy the rest of Journey to the West. Hope to see you soon. Thanks. Chapter 91. Admiring the moon festival lanterns in Jinping, the Tang priest confesses in Dark Essence Cave. Where should one strive to practice dhyana? Swiftly to extirpate the misdeeds of the thought horse and the mind ape. When they are firmly tethered, they give off radiance. But whoever halts falls to the 3 paths of suffering. If one allows the divine elixir to leak away, the jade pure nature will wither as one slackens. Anger, joy, and worry must all be swept away. When the wonderful mystery is gained, it seems like nothing. The story tells how the Tang priest and his 3 disciples left the city of Yuhua and had a very easy journey in what really was a land of paradise. When they had been traveling for 5 or 6 days, another city appeared. "Where is this?" the Tang priest asked Brother Monkey. "It's a city," Monkey replied. "But there are no flags on the poles above the city wall, and I don't know this area, so I'll ask when we get closer." When they reached the eastern suburb, they found it noisy with bars and tea houses, and bustling with a rice market and oil shops. Some idlers who were wandering in the streets with nothing better to do crowded round for a better look when they saw Pig's long snout, Friar Sand's black face, and Monkey's red eyes, but they dared not come any closer to question the travelers. The Tang priest was sweating with the worry that they would provoke trouble as they crossed several more streets and had still not yet reached the city wall. Then they saw a monastery gate over which were the words, "Clouds of Compassion Monastery." "What about going in here to give the horse a rest and take a meal?" the Tang priest suggested, to which Monkey replied, "Splendid, splendid!" The 4 of them went inside, and this is what they saw. Splendid, towering buildings, gleaming bases for statues. The Buddha hall rise above the clouds. The monks' cells lie in the moonlit silence. Red mists circle the stupas. Splendid, towering buildings. Gleaming bases for statues. The Buddha hall rise above the clouds. The monks' cells lie in the moonlit silence. Red mists circle the stupas. In the shade of jade-green trees, the scripture wheel is cool. This is a true pure land, another Naga palace, where purple mists surround the Mahavira hall. The cloisters are never empty of people enjoying the sights, and visitors climb the pagoda that is always open. Incense burns in the stand at every moment, and lamps shine on the altar through the night. A golden bell rings rhythmically in the abbot's lodgings, as monks worship the Buddha by reciting sutras. As the four of them looked around, a monk came along the cloister and said to the Tang priest with polite gestures of greeting, "Where have you come from, teacher?" "From the Tang court in China," the Tang priest replied, at which the monk went down on his knees to kowtow, only to be quickly helped up by the Tang priest, who asked, "Why do you perform this great courtesy, Reverend Abbot?" "All the lovers of goodness here who read the sutras and recite the name of the Buddha hope to achieve rebirth in your land of China, so that when I saw you coming in your magnificent mitre and robes, I was certain that your present splendor must be the result of your successful cultivation in earlier lives. That's why it is right to kowtow to you." "It alarmed me," said the Tang priest with a smile. "It alarmed me. I am only an itinerant monk and know no splendor at all. To be able to live at your leisure and ease as you do, Abbot, is real bliss." The monk then led the Tang priest to worship the Buddha statues in the main hall. It was only now that Sanzang called for his disciples. After seeing their master start talking to the monk, Monkey and the other two had been standing in a group with their faces averted, holding the horse's bridle and looking after the luggage, so that the monk had not noticed them. But when they turned round on hearing the Tang priest's call, the sight of them so frightened the monk that he called out, "My lord, why are your distinguished disciples so hideously ugly?" "Ugly they may be," the Tang priest replied, "but they do have some magical powers. I have been very grateful for their protection all the way along the journey." As they were speaking, more monks came out to greet them. The monk who had been the first to welcome the visitors explained to the others, "This teacher has come from Great Tang in China, and these three gentlemen are his distinguished disciples." "Teacher," said the others with mixed pleasure and apprehension, "why have you come here from Great China?" "I have been commanded by the Tang Emperor to worship the Buddha and seek the scriptures in the Western Heaven," Sanzang replied. "As I was passing this way, I have come to your monastery to ask where we are and take a vegetarian meal before setting out again." The monks were all delighted, and they invited the visitors into the abbot's lodgings, where there were some more monks who were performing ceremonies on behalf of benefactors. The monk who had met them first went on to explain to the others. "Come and have a look at what people from China are like. Some are handsome and some are ugly. The beauty of the handsome ones could never be caught in a painting or drawing, and the ugly ones look really weird." Both the monks and the benefactors all came to greet them, after which everyone sat down. When the tea had been drunk, the Tang priest inquired, "What is this fine country called?" "This is Jinping, one of the outer prefectures of India," the monks replied. "How far is it from this prefecture to Vulture Peak?" the Tang priest asked. "It is about 700 miles from here to the capital," the monks replied, "and we have walked that distance. As we haven't gone further west to Vulture Peak, we don't know how far that is and would not like to make a wild guess." The Tang priest thanked them. A little later, a vegetarian meal was provided, after which the Tang priest wanted to be on his way, only to be pressed to stay by the monks and the benefactors, who said, "Teacher, you must stay for a couple days or so. Enjoy the full moon festival before you go on your way." "On my journey, I have only been aware of mountains and rivers and the danger of running into ogres or monsters," the Tang priest replied, "and I have lost my sense of time. I don't know when full moon is." "It's because your heart is so set on worshipping the Buddha and on enlightenment that you have not thought about it, teacher," the monks replied. "Today is the 13th of the first month, and the lanterns will be tried out tonight. The day after tomorrow is the 15th, when the festival begins, and it goes on till the lanterns are put away on the 18th or 19th. We enjoy celebrations here, and our prefect, who cares for the people, has lanterns set out everywhere and music played all night. We also have a bridge of golden lamps. It's an ancient tradition that still flourishes. If you will stay for a few days, my lords, our monastery can certainly afford to entertain you." The Tang priest had no choice but to stay. As the bell and drum in the Buddha halls resounded to the skies, the faithful came in from the streets, bringing lanterns to present to the Buddha. The Tang priest and the rest of them came out of the abbot's lodgings to look at the lanterns, after which everyone turned in. The next day, when they had eaten the vegetarian breakfast the monks of the monastery brought them, they strolled in the garden at the back. It really was a lovely place. It is the first month of the year, the beginning of the spring. The wooded garden is quiet and elegant, the beauty of the scene subdued. Throughout the 4 seasons, flowers and trees contend. Turquoise peaks rise behind each other. Fragrant flowers are growing before the steps, and scent comes from the plum tree's branches. Where there is red, it joins the tender peach blossom. Where there is green, it mingles with the willow's fresh green. Forget about the splendor of the Gold Valley Garden. Say nothing of the Wang River landscapes painted by Wang Wei. In the flowing stream, the wild ducks bob and rise, among bamboos by the thousand. Poets ponder their choice of words. Tree and herbaceous peonies, myrtle, fleeting smile flowers, that waken when their time is due. Camellias, red plum blossom, winter jasmine, and daphne, all early to open out their beauty. The snow piled by the hidden cliff seems frozen solid still. The clouds that drift by the distant trees already bring early traces of spring. The deer sees its reflection beside the pool. Cranes come to hear the lute beneath the pines. A few halls and pavilions to east and west, where travelers may stay. Buildings and pagodas to north and south, where monks may meditate in peace. Among the flowers are one or two houses to nourish one's nature, where double eaves rise above each other. Amid the hills and streams are 3 or 4 cells in which to reline magic, peaceful and light. This is indeed a natural spot for a recluse. Why look elsewhere for the earthly paradise? After a day enjoying the garden, they inspected the lanterns in the Buddha Hall before going to look at the Lantern Festival. This is what they saw. A splendid city of agate, a fairyland of glass, palaces of crystal and mica, like layer upon layer of brocade. Open-work carving behind open-work carving. The dazzling bridge of stars moved heaven and earth, while trees of fire made waves of red. Flutes and drums played in the streets. A moon like a ring of jade hung over 1,000 gates. Fragrant breezes blew through 10,000 homes. There were giant turtle peaks soaring on high, fishes and dragons emerging from the sea, phoenixes sporting in the sky. As all admired the moon and the lanterns, the atmosphere was full of harmony. Among the crowds dressed in fine silks, all enjoyed the songs and panpipes. Carriages rumbled along. There was no end of beautiful faces, dashing gallants, and marvelous sights. When Sanzang and the others had looked at the lanterns in the monastery, they wandered around the streets of the eastern suburb, not going back to bed till the second watch in the middle of the night. The next day, Sanzang said to the monks, "I made a vow to sweep pagodas, and on the occasion of tonight's moon festival, I would like to ask the Reverend Abbot to open the doors of the pagoda to allow me to fulfill this vow." The monks opened the doors, and when Friar Sand fetched his cassock and brought it to him on the ground floor, he put it over his shoulders and prayed to the Buddha. Then he swept the ground floor with a broom, took the cassock off, and gave it back to Friar Sand. He swept the second story next, and so on story by story till he reached the top. In every story there was a Buddha, and in each one he opened all the windows, swept the floor, and enjoyed the splendid views. By the time he had finished sweeping and come down again, it was late and all the lamps had been lit. It was now the night of the full moon. Venerable teacher, the monks said, last night you only saw the lamps in our humble monastery and the outskirts of the city. As tonight is the main festival, why don't we go into the city to see the golden lamps there? The Tang priest was glad to follow this suggestion, and he went with his 3 disciples and the monks of the monastery into the city to see the lanterns. Indeed, on the festive 15th night, the harmony of spring begins with the first full moon. Decorated lanterns hang in the busy markets, as all sing the songs of a world at peace. Over the lantern light in streets and markets, the moon's round mirror rises in the sky. Like a silver dish driven by the charioteer Ping Yi, the lanterns were like a brocade carpet woven by fairies. The lanterns were reflected by the moon, doubling its brilliance. The moon shone on the lanterns, making them resplendent. There was no end of iron chain star bridges, lantern flowers, and trees of fire. Snowflake lanterns, plum blossom lanterns, like fragments of ice in spring. Embroidered screen lanterns, painted screen lanterns, made up from every color. Walnut lanterns, lotus lanterns, hung high on lantern towers. Blue lion lanterns, white elephant lanterns, fixed on lofty frames. Shrimp lanterns, terrapin lanterns, placed in front of awnings. Goat lanterns, hare lanterns, bringing the eaves to life. Eagle lanterns, phoenix lanterns, lined up next to each other. Tiger lanterns, horse lanterns, being carried along together. Red-crowned crane lanterns, white deer lanterns, carrying the star of longevity. Goldfish lanterns, whale lanterns, on which rode the poet Li Bai. Giant turtle mountain lanterns, where gods and immortals gathered. Revolving horse lanterns, on which warriors joined combat. The towers of lanterns on thousands of houses made a world of clouds and smoke for several miles. On one side, shining reins and flying jade saddles. On the other, rumbling carriages leave fragrance behind. On the red balcony, leaning against the railings, behind the curtains, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, pairs of beauties were eager for the fun. By the bridge over green waters, noisy, many-colored, drunken, laughing couples enjoyed the brilliant sights. All of the city's flutes and drums were playing. Panpipes and songs went on all night. There is also this poem as evidence. Amid the fine brocades, of lotus were the songs. This blessed land at peace was full of many throngs. The lanterns and the moon upon this festive night foretold rich harvests after rain and wind just right. This was a night when the curfew was relaxed, so that there were huge crowds and a great commotion. People were dancing, walking on stilts, wearing masks and riding elephants, pushing and crowding to east and to west as they looked all around. When they reached the bridge of golden lamps, the Tang priest and the monks pushed forward for a look and saw that it consisted of 3 golden lamps, each the size of a water vat and shaped like a two-storied pavilion, with a light shining out through intricate gold and silver filigree openwork. Glazed ceramic tiles inside the lamps reflected their light. They were so bright they outshone the moon, and their oil was very fragrant. "What sort of oil do those lamps burn?" the Tang priest asked the monks. "And why does it smell so remarkably good?" "You wouldn't know that, teacher," the monks replied. "There is a country near this prefecture called Minshan. In the whole country there are 240 wards, and when we have our annual assignment of jobs to be done for the state, 240 households have to provide oil. All the other jobs assigned by the prefecture or county are reasonable enough, but these oil households have a very hard time. Every household has to take it on for a year, and it costs them over 200 ounces of silver. The oil isn't ordinary oil, but perfumed, refined butter oil. 1 ounce costs 2 ounces of silver, and a pound costs 32 ounces. Each of the lamps holds 500 pounds of oil, making 1,500 pounds for the three of them, costing 48,000 ounces of silver. With other miscellaneous expenses, it comes to over 50,000 ounces, and that only lasts 3 nights. "How can so much oil be used up in only 3 nights?" Monkey asked. "In each lamp there are 49 big wicks about the size of an egg, made of rushes wrapped in silk floss," the monks explained. "When they have burned for 1 night, the Lord Buddhas appear. The oil all vanishes, and the lamp goes out." "I suppose the Lord Buddhas take all the oil," said Pig with a grin as he stood at one side. "That's right," the monks replied. "That's what everyone in the city has always said ever since ancient times. If the oil runs dry, they say that the Buddhas have taken the oil, and the crops will certainly be bountiful. But if it doesn't dry up on one occasion, there will be famine, drought, and the wrong weather at the wrong time in that year. That's why everyone makes this offering." As they were talking, there was the howling of a wind up in the air, sending everyone who was admiring the lanterns fleeing in terror. The monks could not hold their ground either. "Let's go back, venerable teacher," they said. "The wind's here. It's the Lord Buddhas bringing blessings. They're here to see the lanterns." "How can you tell that?" the Tang priest asked. "It's the same every year," the monks replied. "The wind blows up before the third watch. Everybody gets out of the way as they know that it is the Lord Buddhas bringing down blessings." "I am one who thinks of, invokes, and worships Buddhas," the Tang priest said. "If the Buddhas are honoring us with their presence on this festive occasion, it would be wonderful to be able to worship them." He rejected the monks' repeated urgings to go back, and a little later the forms of 3 Buddhas appeared in the wind and approached the lamps. The Tang priest was so excited that he ran to the top of the lamp bridge and threw himself down worship. Brother Monkey rushed forward in alarm to drag him to his feet and say, "They're no good, master. I'm sure they're evil." Before the words were even out of his mouth, the lamps all went out as with a great whoosh the Tang priest was swept up by the wind. It was terrible. Who knew what evil monsters from what cave and what mountain had been posing as Buddhas to watch the golden lamps? Pig and Friar Sand were thrown into such panic that they rushed all about, searching and calling for their master. "Brothers," called Monkey, "no use shouting here. The master's bliss has turned to disaster. He's been carried off by evil spirits." "How can you tell that, my lord?" the appalled monks asked. "You're just a bunch of mortals," Monkey replied with a grin. "So you haven't realized what's been happening all these years. The evil spirits have fooled you into thinking they're true Buddhas coming down to accept the offerings of lamps. The Buddhas that appeared when the wind blew just now were 3 evil spirits. My master didn't realize who they were, so he went up on the top of the bridge to worship them. They covered up all the lights and carried him off together with the oil in the lamps. As I was a bit too late, the 3 of them got away by wind." "Brother," said Friar Sand, "whatever are we going to do?" "Not a moment to lose," said Monkey. "You 2 go back to the monastery with the monks and look after the horse and the luggage. I'm going after them while this wind's still blowing." The splendid great sage then shot up by his somersault cloud into mid-air, picked up the stench of the wind, and headed northeast in pursuit, carrying on till all of a sudden the wind dropped at dawn. A great mountain could be seen, a most steep, towering, and splendid mountain. Many a foothill and ravine, twisting and bending streams. Creepers hang from the beetling precipice. Pine and cypress rise from the lonely rock. Cranes cry in the morning mists. Wild geese call among the clouds at dawn. Jutting peaks like a row of halberds. Jagged crags of interlocking rocks. The summits rise to 80,000 feet, and sheer-walled ridges make 1,000 angles. Wild flowers and noble trees all flourish with the spring. Cuckoo and oriole respond to the scenery with song. Majestic beauty, towering grandeur, steep, grotesque crags hard to climb. One will stay there long in silence. All that can be heard are tigers and leopards bathing. River deer and white deer wander around. Jade-colored hares and gray wolves come and go. The stream in the deep ravine will flow for 1,000,000 miles. Twisting torrents splash loud against the rocks. While the great sage was on the top of a scar looking for his way, he saw 4 people coming from the western slopes, driving 3 goats and all shouting, "New Year!" Monkey's fiery eyes with their golden pupils flashed as he took a closer look to see that they were the 4 duty gods of the year, the month, the day, and the hour in disguise. The great sage then pulled out his iron cudgel, shook it till it was as thick as a rice bowl and about 12 feet long, and sprang down from the cliff with a shout of, "Where are you skulking off to like that, trying to hide your faces?" When the four duty gods realized that he had rumbled them, they at once turned back into their normal selves, kowtowed beside the path, and said, "Forgive us, great sage! Forgive us!"
Just because I haven't had any jobs for you recently, you thought I was getting lax, and so you've all become very casual, Monkey said. You didn't even greet me. It's outrageous. Why aren't you giving my master your secret protection? Where are you going?
Because your master somewhat forgot his dhyana nature and was so eager to enjoy himself in the clouds of Compassion Monastery in Jingping Prefecture, the duty god said. He met with evil at the height of splendor. His joy turned to disaster, and he was captured by the evil spirits. The defenders of the faith are looking after him at the moment. We realized that you would be coming after him this very night, great sage, and we came here to report to you in case you did not know the mountains and the forests here.
If you were here to report, said Brother Monkey, why did you disguise your identities? Why were you driving 3 goats, and what were you shouting and yelling for?
The 3 goats were for luck at the beginning of the year. They are to drive away the evil that's obstructing your master. Monkey had been absolutely determined to beat them, but on hearing this explanation, he let them off and put his cudgel away, as his fury turned to delight.
Are there evil spirits on this mountain?
He asked. Yes, they replied. Yes. This mountain is called Green Dragon Mountain, and there's a cave in it called the Dark Essence Cave, where 3 evil spirits live. The oldest is called King Cold Avoider. The second is called King Heat Avoider, and the third is called King Dust Avoider. They've lived here for 1,000 years, and have been fond of refined butter oil since they were children. Ever since they became spirits some years ago, they've been pretending to be Buddhas to trick the officials and people of Jinping into setting out those golden lamps full of the refined butter oil that they take in their Buddha guises in the middle of every first month. When they saw your master this time, they realized that he was a holy monk and carried him off to the cave too. Any day now they'll slice off his flesh to fry in the refined butter. You must use your skills to save him as soon as possible. On hearing this, Monkey dismissed the 4 duty gods with a shout and went round the mountain looking for the cave. Within a mile or 2 he saw a rock face by a gill, at the foot of which was a stone building with a pair of stone doors that stood ajar. Beside the doors was a stone tablet on which was inscribed, "Green Dragon Mountain, Dark Essence Cave." Not daring to go in uninvited, Monkey stopped and called,
"Give me my master back at once, monster!"
With a great noise, the doors burst wide open, and out rushed a crowd of bull-headed demons who glared as they asked, "Who are you, yelling like that?"
"I'm the senior disciple of the holy monk Tan Sung Zang, who's come from the great Tang in the east to fetch the scriptures," Monkey replied. "He was looking at the lanterns in Jinping along our way when your chief demons carried him off here. Give him back at once if you want me to spare your lives. If you don't, I'll turn our den upside down and turn all you demons into just pus and blood."
As soon as the junior demons heard this, they rushed inside to report,
Disaster, your majesties! Disaster!
The three old evil spirits had taken Sun Zong into the depths of the cave, and with no further ado were telling their underlings to strip him and wash him with water from the torrent. They were just about to have him sliced and diced into tiny pieces to fry in the refined butter when they heard the report of disaster from outside. The oldest Demon King asked with some alarm what had happened.
There's a hairy-faced monk who looks like a thunder god outside, the junior devils replied. He's shouting that your majesties carried his master here and wants him given back straight away if our lives are to be spared. Otherwise, he'll turn our den upside down and turn us all into pus and blood.
This news shocked the Demon Kings, who all said, "We've only just caught the wretch, and haven't even asked him his name and his background. Little ones, dress him again and bring him here to be questioned. We must find out who he is and where he's from." A crowd of devils untied the Tang priest, put his clothes back on, and pushed him to before the thrones, where he fell to his knees, trembling with fear, and pleaded, "Spare my life, your majesties, spare my life."
"Where are you from, monk?"
the three evil spirits said, all talking at once.
"And why did you rush into the way of our clouds instead of avoiding the Buddha images?"
"I have been sent by the great Tang Emperor in the East to worship the Lord Buddha and fetch the scriptures from the great Thunder Monastery in India," Sun Zong replied with kowtows. "When I went into the clouds of Compassion Monastery for a vegetarian meal, the monks there pressed me to stay to see the lanterns at the Moon Festival. Seeing your majesties appearing as Buddhas from the bridge of golden lamps, I kowtowed to you because my mortal eyes took you for real Buddhas. That's why I got in the way of your clouds, your majesties."
"How long was the journey from your country in the East to here?" the evil spirits asked. "How many people have you got with you? What are they called? Tell us the truth straight away and we'll spare your life."
"My secular name was Chen Xuanzang," the Tang priest replied, "and I was a monk in the Jinshan Monastery from boyhood. Later, I was given official rank as a monk in the Hongfu Monastery in Chang'an. When the minister Wei Sheng beheaded the Dragon King of the River Jing in his dream, and the Tang Emperor came back to life after his travels in the underworld, a great land and water mass was held for the rebirth of souls. The Tang Emperor chose me to officiate at this ceremony and expound the great principles. The Bodhisattva Guanyin appeared during the Mass and informed me that in the Thunder Monastery in the Western Heaven there are 3 stores of true scriptures that can carry the dead up to heaven. I was sent to fetch them and given the title of San Zong, or 3 stores. As I use Tang as my surname, people call me Tang Sanzong. I have 3 disciples. The first one is called Sun Wukong the Novice, and he is the great sage equaling heaven who has been converted to the truth." This news came as a shock to the evil spirits, who asked,
"Did this great sage equaling heaven make great havoc in heaven 500 years ago?"
Yes, the Tang priest said. "The second one is called Zhu Wuneng, or Zhu Beiji. He is Marshal Tianpeng come down to earth. The third is Sha Wu Jing, or Friar Sand, the curtain-lifting general in mortal reincarnation.
It's as well we haven't eaten him yet,
the evil spirits all exclaimed in horror.
Little ones, lock the Tang priest in iron chains at the back. When we've caught his 3 disciples, we'll eat them together.
They then mustered a force of armed yak, water buffalo, and ox spirits to go outside carrying bugles, waving banners, and beating drums. Once the 3 evil spirits were fully clad in their armor, they went out and shouted,
"Who's that who dares come here shouting like that?"
Monkey slipped round behind the scar to have a good look, and this is what the evil spirits were like. Multicolored faces, round eyes, towering horns, 4 sharp pointed ears, neat and shining bright. Bodies patterned like a painting, covered with brocades that shine like fireflies. The first one wore a hat of fox's fur, and hot steam rose from the long hairs of his face. The second wore a flaming cloak of lightest gauze, and had 4 gleaming jade-like hooves. The third had a mighty roar like thunder. His sharp and pointed fangs were just like silver needles. Each was brave and fierce, as they carried their 3 weapons. One used a battle axe, one was an expert in the cutlass, and the third had a knotted flail resting on his shoulders. The other evil spirits, tall and short, fat and thin, senior and junior, were all cattle-headed monsters carrying spears or clubs. There were 3 big banners clearly inscribed with the words King Cold Avoider, King Heat Avoider, and King Dust Avoider. After looking at all this for a while, Monkey lost his patience and went up to them with a shout of,
"Can you recognize Monkey? Thieving damned ogres! Are you the Sun Wukong who made havoc in heaven?"
the evil spirits shouted back.
"It really is a case of, I heard your name before I saw your face. The sight of that would bring the gods disgrace. So all you are is a macaque."
"I'll get you, you lamp oil thieves!"
Monkey retorted in high dudgeon.
"Don't talk such rubbish, you smooth-tongued monsters! Give my master back at once!"
With that he advanced and swung his iron cudgel, to be parried by the old demons who raised their weapons to meet the blow. A splendid fight ensued in the mountain hollow. Battle-axe, cutlass, and flail met by the Monkey King's lone cudgel. Cold Avoider, Heat Avoider, and Dust Avoider had heard of the great sage equaling heaven. When the cudgel rose, it scared demons and gods. Axe and cutlass hacked and flew. A primal Dharma image of true emptiness, holding off 3 demons masquerading as Buddhas. Their noses all greasy with this year's stolen oil. They tried to snatch the monk sent by the emperor. One, for his master's sake, feared not the lengthy road. The others, in their greed, had lamps offered every year. All that could be heard was clash of axe and cutlass, and the noisy clatter of the cudgel. With clashes and lunges, 3 fought against 1, as each showed his skill with blocks and parries. They fought from dawn till almost nightfall, and a victor had yet to emerge in the struggle. By the time Monkey's cudgel had gone 150 rounds with the three demons, it was nearly evening and the outcome was still in doubt. Then Dust Avoider sprang forward from the ranks with a swing of his flail and waved a flag, whereupon the crowd of cattle-headed demons swarmed round Monkey, encircling him and swinging wildly at him with their weapons. Seeing that things were going badly, Monkey set off his somersault cloud and fled in a whoosh. The demons did not go after him, but called their devils back so that everyone could have an evening meal. They told the junior devils to take a bowl of food to Sanzang as well. He was not to be dealt with until Monkey had been caught. As the master was a lifelong vegetarian and was besides feeling miserable, he sobbed and let none of the food touch his lips. The story tells how Monkey rode his cloud back to the clouds of Compassion Monastery and called, "Brothers!" On hearing this, Pig and Friar Sand, who were waiting for him and discussing what to do, came out together to greet him with the words, "Brother, why are you only back now after being away all day? What's happened to the master?"
"I followed the smell of the wind right through the night till we got to a mountain and it disappeared," Monkey replied with a smile. "Luckily, the 4 duty gods told me that the mountain's called Green Dragon Mountain, and that there's a dark essence cave on it where the 3 evil spirits live. King Cold Avoider, King Heat Avoider, and King Dust Avoider. They've been stealing the oil here for years on end by disguising themselves as Buddhas to trick the officials of Jinping Prefecture. When they came across us this year, they wickedly carried off our master with them. I told the duty gods and the rest of them to give the master some secret protection while I shouted insults at them from outside their doors. When the 3 demons came out, they all looked like bull-headed demons. The first of them fought with a battle axe, the second with a cutlass, and the third with a flail. They had a whole gang of cattle-headed monsters with them, waving banners and beating drums. The fight went on all day and was still in the balance when one of the kings waved a flag to bring all the junior devils forward. As it was late and I was worried that I couldn't beat them, I came back by somersault cloud."
"I reckon it must be the demon king of Fingdu who's making trouble for you," said Pig.
"What makes you guess that?"
Friar Sand asked. "I can tell because our big brother said they were all cattle-headed monsters," replied Pig with a laugh.
No, said Monkey. "I saw them, and they were all rhinoceros spirits."
"If they're rhinos, we've just got to catch them and saw their horns off," said Pig. "They'll be worth quite a bit of silver." As they were talking, the monks all asked Monkey if he had eaten any supper.
"I'll have something if it's no trouble," Brother Monkey replied. "But I can do without just as well."
"Surely you're hungry after fighting all day, my lord," the monks said.
"You can't get hungry in a mere day," Monkey laughed. "I once went without food for 500 years.
The monks did not know whether he was telling the truth or joking, and a little later food was brought in that Monkey ate, after which he said,
"Tidy up and go to sleep. We'll go and fight them again tomorrow, and
capture the demon kings so as to rescue the master."
"What nonsense, brother," said Friar Sand, who was standing to one side. "As the saying goes, delay brings wisdom. It'll be terrible if that monster stays awake tonight and murders the master. We'd better go there right now and make such a road that he can't do anything. It may go badly if we lose a single moment." When Pig heard this, he braced himself and said, "Friar Sand's right. Let's go and put down those demons. The moon's bright enough." Accepting their advice, Monkey left his instructions with the monks of the monastery.
"Look after the luggage and the horse. When we've captured the evil spirits, we'll bring them back here to prove to the prefect that they're impostors. Then he can end the oil levy and relieve the common people of this hardship. That'll be a good thing, won't it?"
The monks all accepted their orders, while the three of them left the city by auspicious cloud. Indeed, idleness and unrestraint threw the Dhyana into confusion. Danger and catastrophe led the way-heart into delusion. If you don't know who was to win this encounter, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 92. 3 monks wage a great fight on Green Dragon Mountain. 4 stars seize the rhinoceros monsters. The story tells how after the great sage Monkey took his 2 brother disciples by gale and cloud to the northeast, they were soon bringing their cloud down at the entrance to the Dark Essence Cave on Green Dragon Mountain. Pig was just about to smash the doors in when Monkey said,
"Wait a moment. I'll go in and find out whether the master's still alive before we have it out with him."
"But the doors are shut very tightly," said Friar Sand. "How will you get in?"
"I've got my methods,"
Monkey replied. The splendid great sage then put his cudgel away, made a spell with his fingers while saying the magic words, called
"Change,"
and turned into a firefly. He was really nimble. Just look at him. Wings that shine like shooting stars. The ancients say fireflies grow from rotting plants. His powers of transformation are truly great, and he loves to wander all around. When he flies to the stone doors to look within, a draught blows through the crack beside him. A single jump and he is in the dark courtyard, watching the movements of the evil spirits. As he flew in, he saw some cattle sprawled around on the ground, fast asleep and snoring like thunder. In the main hall, nothing was moving, and all the doors were closed. Not knowing where the 3 evil spirits were sleeping, he went through the hall and shone with his light into the back, where he heard sobs. The Tang priest was chained to a pillar under the eaves at the back and weeping. Monkey kept out of sight as he listened to what he was crying about, and this is what he heard. "Since I left Chang'an in China some 10 years back and more, I have had to suffer much crossing all those rivers and mountains. I came out to the west at a very happy season, arriving in the city for the Festival of Lanterns. I failed to understand that the Buddhas were impostors, all because my fate seems to doom me to distress. My disciples gave pursuit and will use their mighty powers. I pray they will be able to achieve a great success. Delighted to hear this, Monkey spread his wings and flew closer to his master, who wiped away his tears and observed, "Goodness, the West really is different. This is only the first month of the year, when dormant insects are just beginning to wake up. Fancy seeing a firefly now."
"Master,"
said Brother Monkey, unable to keep quiet any longer,
"I'm here."
"I was just wondering how there could be a firefly at this time of year, and it's you," the Tang priest replied with delight.
"Master,"
said Monkey, turning back into himself,
"the journey's been held up so long and so much effort has been wasted because you can't tell true from false. All the way along I've told you demons are no good, but you will kowtow to them. When those devils covered up the lamps to steal the refined butter oil, they carried you off too. I told Pig and Friar Sand to go back to the monastery and keep an eye on things while I followed the smell of the wind here. I didn't know what the place was called, but luckily the 4 duty gods told me that this is Dark Essence Cave on Green Dragon Mountain. I fought the monsters all day long till I went back at evening, told my brother disciples the full story, and came back here with them instead of going to bed. As I thought it was too late at night to fight and didn't know where you were, I transformed myself to come in and find out what's going on."
"Are Pig and Friar Sand outside?" the happy Tang priest asked.
"Yes,"
Monkey replied.
"I've just had a look around and seen that the evil spirits are all asleep. I'll unlock you, smash the doors down, and get you out."
The Tang priest nodded his head in gratitude. Using his unlocking magic, Monkey made the lock open at a touch. He was just leading his master to the front of the cave when the Demon Kings could be heard shouting from their bedrooms.
"Shut the doors tight, little ones, and be careful of fire. Why can't we hear the watchmen calling the watches? Where are the clappers and bells?"
After a day's hard fighting, the junior demons were all asleep, exhausted, and they only woke up when they heard the shout. To the sound of clappers and bells, several of them came out from the back holding weapons and beating gongs, and they just happened to bump into Monkey and his master.
"Where do you think you're going, my fine monks, now you've broken the locks?"
The junior devils all shouted together, and with no further argument, Monkey pulled out his cudgel, shook it to make it as thick as a rice bowl, and struck, killing 2 of them at a blow. The rest of them dropped their weapons, went to the central hall, beat on the doors, and shouted,
"Disaster, your majesties! Disaster! The hairy-faced monk's got inside and he's killing people!"
The moment the 3 demons heard this, they tumbled out of their beds and ordered,
"Catch them! Catch them!"
This gave the Tang priest such a fright that his hands and legs turned weak. Monkey abandoned him and stormed his way forward, swinging his cudgel. The junior devils could not stop him, as, pushing 2 or 3 aside here and knocking 2 or 3 over there, he smashed several pairs of doors open and rushed straight out, shouting,
"Where are you, brothers?"
Pig and Friar Sand greeted him, rake and staff raised for action, with the question, "What's up, brother?" Monkey told them all about how he had transformed himself to rescue the master, been found by the spirits when they woke up, and been forced to abandon him and fight his way out. Now that they had recaptured the Tang priest, the demon kings had him locked up in chains again and questioned him in the glare of lamplight as they brandished cutlass and axe.
"How did you open the lock, damn you?"
they asked.
"And how did that ape get inside? Confess this moment and we'll spare your life, or else we'll cut you in half."
This so terrified the Tang priest that he fell to his knees, shivering and shaking, and said, "Your Majesties, my disciple Sun Wukong can do 72 kinds of transformations. Just now he turned into a firefly and flew in to rescue me. We never realized that your Majesties would wake up or that we would bump into their junior Majesties. My wicked disciple wounded a couple of them, and when they all started shouting and going for us with weapons and torches, he abandoned me and escaped."
"If we'd woken up earlier, he'd never have got away,"
the 3 demon kings said with loud guffaws. They then told their underlings to fasten the doors firmly at front and back and stop shouting. "As they've shut the doors and stopped shouting, I think they must be going to murder the master," said Friar Sand. "We must act."
"You're right,"
said Pig.
"Let's smash the doors."
The idiot showed off his magical powers by smashing the stone doors to smithereens with a blow from his rake, then shouted at the top of his voice,
"Thieving, oil-stealing monsters! Send my master out right now!"
This gave the junior devils inside the doors such a fright that they tumbled and ran inside to report,
"Disaster, your Majesties! Disaster! The monks have smashed the front doors."
"They're outrageous, damn them!"
the 3 demon kings said in a great fury. And when they had sent for their armor and fastened it on, they took their weapons and led their underlings into battle. It was now about the 3rd watch of the night, and the moon in the middle of the sky made all as bright as day. As they led their forces out, they wasted no more words and started fighting. Monkey held off the battle axe, Pig blocked the cutlass, and Friar Sand took on the flail. 3 monks with cudgel, staff, and rake. 3 evil monsters, both brave and angry. The battle axe, the cutlass, and the flail made howling winds and set the sand flying. In their first clashes, they breathed out baleful mists. Then, as they flew around, they scattered colored clouds. The nailed rake went through its routines and round the body. The iron cudgel was even more splendidly heroic, and the demon-quelling staff was something rarely seen on earth. But the unrepentant ogres would not yield a foot of ground. The bright-bladed axe had a sharp-pointed butt, the whirling flail made a pattern of flowers, and the flashing cutlass swung like a painted door. But the monks were their match. One side was fighting with fury for their master's life. The other hid at their faces so as not to release the Tang priest. The axe hacked and the cudgel blocked in the struggle for mastery. The rake swung and the cutlass struck as they fought. The knotted flail and the demon-quelling staff coming and going in a splendid display. When the 3 monks and the 3 monsters had been fighting for a long time without either side coming out on top, King Coldavoider shouted,
"Come on, little ones!"
The monsters all charged at Pig, quickly tripping him up and bringing him to the ground. Several water buffalo spirits dragged and pulled him inside the cave, where they tied him up. When Friar Sand saw that Pig had disappeared and heard the mooing of all the cattle, he then raised his staff, feinted at King Dustavoider, and tried to flee, only to be rushed by another crowd of spirits who pulled at him, sending him staggering. However hard he struggled, he could not get up, and he too was carried off to be tied up. Realizing that he was in an impossible situation, Monkey escaped by Somersault Cloud. When Pig and Friar Sand were dragged to him, the Tang priest said with tears welling up in his eyes at the sight of them, "Poor things, you two have been caught too. Where's Wukong?" "When he saw we'd been caught, he ran away," Friar Sand replied. "Wherever he has gone, he will certainly have gone to fetch help," said the Tang priest. "But who knows when we will be delivered?" Master and disciples felt thoroughly miserable. The story tells how Brother Monkey rode his somersault cloud back to the clouds of Compassion Monastery, where the monks met him with the question, "Have you been able to rescue Lord Tang?"
"It's difficult,"
said Monkey.
"Very difficult. Those 3 evil spirits have tremendous magical powers, and when we 3 had fought them for a long time, they called out their underlings to capture Pig and Friar Sand. I was lucky to get away."
"My lord," said the monks with horror, "if someone who can ride mists and clouds as you couldn't catch them, your master is bound to be killed."
"No problem," Monkey replied. "No problem. My master's under the secret protection of the Protectors, the Guardians, the Dings, and the Jias. He has, besides, eaten grass-returning cinnabar. I'm sure his life will be safe. The only trouble is that those demons really know their stuff. You people look after the horse and the luggage while I go up to heaven to get some troops."
"Can you go up to heaven, my lord?" asked the terrified monks.
"I used to live up there,"
replied Monkey with a smile.
"Because I wrecked the peach banquet when I was great sage equaling heaven, our Buddha subdued me, so that now I've no option but to redeem my crimes by guarding the Tang priest while he fetches the scriptures. All along the journey, I've been helping the good and fighting against the evil. What you don't realize is that the master is fated to have these troubles."
When the monks heard this, they kowtowed in worship, while Monkey went outside and disappeared with a whistle. The splendid great sage was soon outside the western gate of heaven, where the metal planet, Heavenly King Viradaka, and the 4 spirit officers, Yin, Zhu, Tao, and Zhu, were talking to each other. As soon as they saw Monkey coming, they hastily bowed to him and said, "Where are you going, great sage?"
"After we reached Minchan County in Jinping Prefecture on the eastern borders of India," Monkey replied, "my master, the Tang priest who I'm escorting, was being entertained by the monks of the Clouds of Compassion Monastery for the full moon festival." When we went to the bridge of golden lamps, there were 3 golden lamps full of over 50,000 ounces of silver's worth of scented refined butter oil that the Buddhas came down to take every year. While we were admiring the lamps, 3 Buddha images did come down to earth, and my master was gullible enough to go on the bridge to worship them. I told him they were a bad lot, but by then the lamps had been covered up and the master carried off with the oil by a wind. When I'd followed the wind till dawn, I reached a mountain where the 4 duty gods fortunately told me that it was called Green Dragon Mountain, with a dark essence cave in it where the 3 monsters lived. King Cold Avoider, King Heat Avoider, and King Dust Avoider. I hurried to their doors to demand the master, and fought them for a while without success, so I got in by transforming myself to find the master locked up, but unharmed. I released him and was just taking him out when they woke up and I had to flee again. Later, I fought hard against them with Pig and Friar Sand, but the 2 of them were both captured and tied up. That's why I've come up to inform the Jade Emperor, find out about the monster's background, and ask him to give orders to have them suppressed.
At this, the metal planet burst out laughing and said, "If you've been fighting the monsters, why can't you tell where they're from?"
I can see that, Monkey replied. They're a bunch of rhino spirits, but they have such enormous magical powers that I can't beat them and I'm desperate.
They are 3 rhinoceros spirits, the metal planet explained. Because their form is seen in heaven, they cultivated their awareness for many years and became true spirits able to fly on clouds and walk in mists. Those monsters are fanatical about cleanliness and don't like the look of their own bodies, and are always going into the water to bathe. They have lots of different names. There are she-rhinos, he-rhinos, gelded rhinos, spotted rhinos, humau rhinos, duoluo rhinos, and heaven-connected brindled rhinos. They all have a single nostril, 3 types of hair, and 2 horns. They roam the rivers and seas and can travel through water. It looks as though Cold Avoider, Heat Avoider, and Dust Avoider have nobility in their horns, which is why they call themselves kings. If you want to catch them, they will submit to the 4 beast stars belonging to the element wood.
Which 4 wood stars? Monkey asked. Could I trouble you, venerable sir, to spell it out for me?
Those stars are spread out in space outside the Dipper and Bull Palace, the planet replied with a smile. If you submit a memorial to the Jade Emperor, he will give you detailed instructions. Raising his clasped hands as he expressed his thanks, Monkey went straight in through the heavenly gates. He was soon outside the Hall of Universal Brightness, where he saw the heavenly teachers Gi, Qiu, Zheng, and Zhu, who asked, "Where are you going?"
We've just reached Jinping Prefecture, Monkey replied, where my master relaxed his Dhyana nature by coming to enjoy the Moon Festival lanterns and was carried off by evil monsters. As I can't subdue them myself, I've come to ask the Jade Emperor to save him.
The 4 heavenly teachers then took Monkey to the Hall of Miraculous Mist to submit this memorial, and when all the ceremonials had been performed, he explained his business. The Jade Emperor then asked which units of heavenly soldiers he wanted to help him.
When I arrived at the western gate of heaven just now, Monkey replied, the metal planet told me they were rhinoceros spirits that could only be subdued by the 4 beast stars belonging to the element wood.
The Jade Emperor then told Heavenly Teacher Zu to go to the Dipper and Bull Palace with Monkey to fetch the 4 beast stars and take them down to the lower world to make the capture. By the time they arrived outside the Dipper and Bull Palace, the 28 constellations were there to greet them. We are here by imperial command to order 4 beast stars belonging to the element wood to go down to the lower world with the great sage Sun, the heavenly teacher explained. The wooden lesser dragon of the constellation Horn, the wooden unicorn of the Dipper, the wooden wolf of the Strider, and the wooden hyena of the Well all stepped forward from the side to ask, "Where are you sending us to subdue demons, great sage?"
So you're the ones, said Brother Monkey with a smile. That old man Metal Planet kept your name secret, and I didn't realize what he was driving at. If he'd told me before that it was you 4 wooden animals from the 28 constellations, I'd have come here to invite you myself. There'd have been no need to trouble His Majesty for an edict.
What a thing to say, great sage, the 4 wooden animals replied. We'd never have dared to leave on our own authority in the absence of an imperial decree. Where are they? Let's go right away.
They are rhinoceros spirits in the Dark Essence Cave in Green Dragon Mountain to the northeast of Jinping Prefecture.
If they're really rhinoceros spirits, said the wooden unicorn of the Dipper, the wooden wolf of the Strider, and the wooden lesser dragon of the Horn, you'll only need wooden hyena from the Well constellation. He can eat tigers on mountains and capture rhinos in the sea.
But these aren't ordinary rhinos who gaze at the moon, replied Monkey. They have cultivated their conduct and found the way and are 1,000 years old. All 4 of you gentlemen must come, no excuses. If one of you can't capture them single-handed, it'll be wasted effort.
You people are talking nonsense, the heavenly teacher added. The imperial command is that all 4 of you go, so go you must. Fly there at once while I report back. The heavenly teacher then took his leave of Monkey and went. Delay no more, great sage, the 4 wooden ones said. You challenge them to battle and lure them out so we can come from behind and get them. Monkey then went up to the cave and shouted abusively,
Oil-thieving ogres! Give my master back!
The doors, which Pig had smashed open, had been barricaded with a few planks by a number of junior devils, and when they heard his insults, they rushed inside to report,
Your Majesties, the monk's son is outside insulting us again.
We beat him and he ran away, said Dust Avoider. So why's he back again today? I think he must have got some reinforcements from somewhere. We're not scared of any reinforcements he could get, said Cold Avoider and Heat Avoider scornfully. Let's get into our armor at once. Little ones, surround him carefully and don't let him get away. Not caring about their lives, the evil spirits came out of the cave holding spears and swords, with banners waving and drums beating.
Back again, are you, macaque?
They shouted at Brother Monkey.
not afraid of another beating."
Nothing infuriated Monkey so much as the word macaque, and he was grinding his teeth in rage as he lifted his cudgel to hit them. The 3 demon kings brought their junior devils up to surround him, at which the 4 wooden beasts who were waiting to one side swung their weapons with shouts of,
"Don't move, animals!"
The 3 demon kings were of course most alarmed at the sight of the 4 stars, and they all said,
"This is terrible, terrible! He's found the people who could beat us. Run for your lives, little ones!"
With that there was much roaring, lowing, panting, and sighing as the junior devils all resumed their original appearances as yak, water buffalo, and ox spirits running all over the mountain. The 3 demon kings also turned back into their true selves, put their hands down to become 4-hoofed creatures like iron cannons, and galloped off to the northeast, to be followed hard by the great sage leading the wooden hyena of the well and the wooden lesser dragon of the horn. While they were not going to relax for a moment, the wooden unicorn of the Dipper and the wooden wolf of the Strider were mopping up all the cattle spirits among the hollows, summits, ravines, and valleys of the eastern mountain. Some were killed and others taken alive. They then went into the Dark Essence Cave to free the Tang Priest, Pig, and Friar Sand. Recognizing the 2 stars, Friar Sand bowed to them in thanks and asked,
"What brought you 2 gentlemen here to rescue us?" "We came to rescue you because the great sage Monkey submitted a request to the Jade Emperor that we be sent,"
the 2 stars replied. "Why has my disciple Wukong not come in?" the Tang priest asked with tears in his eyes.
"The 3 old demons are rhinoceroses,"
the stars explained.
"And when they saw us, they fled for their lives to the northeast. The great sage's son has gone after them with the wooden hyena of the well and the wooden lesser dragon of the horn. We 2 wiped out the oxen, then came here to rescue you, holy monk."
The Tang priest once again kowtowed in thanks, then kowtowed to heaven.
"Master," said Pig, "overdone courtesy is hypocrisy. Stop kowtowing all the time. The 4 star officers came at the Jade Emperor's command, and as a favor to Big Brother. The ordinary demons have all been wiped out, but we still don't know how the senior demons are to be put down. Let's clear all the valuables out of the cave, wreck the place so as to dig out their roots, then go back to the monastery to wait for Monkey."
"Marshal Tianpeng, your suggestion is right," said the wooden wolf of the Strider. "You and the curtain-lifting general escort your master back to the monastery to sleep, while we head northwest to fight the enemy."
Yes, yes,"
said Pig.
"With you 2 to help, you're bound to wipe them all out. Then you'll be able to report back on your mission."
The 2 star officers immediately joined the chase. After Pig and Friar Sand had found a bushel of valuables in the cave, there was much coral, agate, pearls, amber, precious shells, jade, and gold. They carried them outside and invited the master to sit on top of a crag while they started a fire that burned the whole cave to ashes. Only then did they take the master back to the Clouds of Compassion Monastery in Jinping Prefecture. Indeed. The classic says, disaster comes at the height of success. Indeed, one can meet with evil in happiness. For love of the lanterns, the Dhyana nature was disturbed. The heart set on the way was weakened by a beautiful sight. The great elixir has always had to be permanently guarded. Once it is lost, one can always come to grief. Shut it up tight, bind it fast, never idle. A moment's lack of care can lead one astray. We will not tell of how the three of them went back to the monastery, their lives saved, but of how the wooden unicorn of the Dipper and the wooden wolf of the Strider were riding their clouds northeast in pursuit of the demons when they lost sight of them in mid-air. On reaching the western ocean, they saw the great sage monkey down by the sea a long way away, shouting.
"Where have the monsters gone, great sage?"
they asked, bringing their clouds down.
"Why didn't you two come after them and help put them down?"
Monkey replied.
"How can you have the nerve to ask that question?"
"When we saw that you and the stars from the well and the horn had routed the demons and were going after them, great sage,"
the wooden unicorn of the Dipper replied.
"We were sure you'd capture them, so we too wiped out the rest of the devils, rescued your master and fellow disciples from the cave, searched the mountain, burned the cave out, and entrusted your master to your two fellow disciples to take back to the Clouds of Compassion Monastery in the city. We only came after you this way when you had been gone for such a long time."
"In that case, you did very well,"
said Brother Monkey, his wrath now turned to pleasure.
"Thank you for going to so much trouble. The only thing is that when we chased the three ogres this far, they plunged into the sea. The two stars from the well and the horn followed close behind them while I stayed on the shore to cut off their escape. Now you're here, you can block them on the shore while I go there."
The splendid great sage then swung his cudgel and made a spell with his fingers as he cleared a way through the waters, plunging deep into the waves, where the three monsters were locked in a life-and-death struggle with the wooden hyena of the well and the wooden lesser dragon of the horn.
"Monkey's here!"
he shouted, springing forward. The evil spirits could barely hold off the two star officers, so when they heard Monkey's great yell at this moment of crisis, they turned and fled for their lives into the middle of the sea. Their horns were very good at parting the waters, and they cleared their way through the sea with a whooshing noise, the two star officers and the great sage monkey chasing after them. A yaksha who was patrolling the western ocean with a shelled warrior saw from a distance the way the rhinoceroses were parting the waters, recognized Monkey and the two stars, and rushed back to the Crystal Palace to report to the Dragon King in alarm. "Your Majesty, the great sage equaling heaven and the two stars from the sky are chasing three rhinoceroses this way." When the old Dragon King Ao Shun heard this, he said to his heir, Prince Moong,
"Muster our forces at once. I'm sure it must be the three rhinoceros spirits, Cold Avoider, Heat Avoider, and Dust Avoider who've provoked Sun the Novice. As they're in the sea now, we'd better lend a hand."
Having been given his orders, Ao Muong hastened to muster his troops. A moment later, a fully armed force of tortoises, soft-shelled turtles, alligators, bream, mackerel, mandarin fish, carp and prawn, and crab soldiers charged out of the palace, shouting their battle cries together to stop the rhinoceros spirits. Unable to go any further forward, the rhinoceroses made a hasty retreat, only to find their escape blocked by the stars from the well and the horn, as well as the great sage. In their panic, they failed to stay in a group, but scattered as they fled for their lives. Dust Avoider was soon surrounded by the old Dragon King's men. A delighted monkey called out,
"Stop! Stop! Take him alive! Don't kill him!"
When Moong heard this order, he rushed forward, knocked Dust Avoider to the ground, put an iron hook through his snout, and tied all his hooves together. The old Dragon King then divided his forces into two to help the Star Officers capture the other two monsters. As the young Dragon Prince led his men forward, the wooden hyena of the well reverted to his real form to hold Cold Avoider down and start eating him in big and little bites.
"Well, Star," Moong shouted, "don't kill him. The great sage monkey wants him alive, not dead."
Moong shouted several times, but by then the hyena had already gnawed right through the monster's throat. Moong ordered his prawn and crab soldiers to carry the dead rhinoceros back to the Palace of Crystal, then joined the wooden hyena of the well in the pursuit. Heat Avoider, who was being driven back towards them by the wooden lesser dragon of the horn, ran straight into the star from the well, at which Moong ordered his tortoises, soft-shelled turtles, and alligators to spread out in the winnowing fan formation to encircle the monster.
"Spare me! Spare me!"
the monster pleaded. The wooden hyena of the well sprang forward, grabbed the monster by the ear, seized his sword, and shouted,
"I won't kill you. I won't kill you. I'll take you to the great sage monkey for him to deal with you."
The troops then went back to the Crystal Palace, where they reported, "We've got them both." Monkey saw that one was lying headless and gory on the ground, while the other was being forced to kneel by the wooden hyena of the well, twisting his ear.
"That head wasn't cut off with a weapon,"
Monkey said on going up for a closer look.
"If I hadn't shouted so hard, the Star Officer of the well would have eaten the whole of him up," replied Moong with a smile.
"Very well, then,"
said Monkey.
"In that case, you'd better get a saw to cut off his horns and have his hide removed for us to take. We'll leave the flesh for your worthy father, the Dragon King, and yourself to enjoy."
A chain was then run through Dust Avoider's nose for the wooden lesser dragon of the horn to lead him by, and the same was done to Heat Avoider for the wooden hyena of the well.
"Take them to the prefect of Jinping,"
said Monkey.
"Investigate them, question them all about the years they masqueraded as Buddhas to harm the people, then off with their heads."
They all then did as Monkey told them, taking their leave of the Dragon King and his son, and emerging from the Western Ocean, leading the rhinoceroses with them. When they met the other two stars from the Strider and Dipper, they went by cloud straight back to Jinping Prefecture. Here Monkey called out as he stood in mid-air on a beam of auspicious light.
Mr. Prefect, subordinate officials, soldiers, and civilians of Jinping, listen to what I say. We are holy monks sent by the great Tang in the east to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven. In this prefecture and its counties, you have had to make offerings in golden lamps every year to these rhinoceros monsters pretending to be Buddhas coming down to earth. When we came here and were admiring the lamps at the Moon Festival, these monsters carried the oil and our master off together. I asked for some gods from heaven to capture them. We've cleaned out their cave and wiped out the monsters. They won't be able to give you any more trouble. You needn't waste the people's money making offerings and golden lamps here any more.
When Pig and Friar Sand, who were just escorting the master back into the clouds of Compassion Monastery, heard Monkey talking from up in the sky, they abandoned their master, dropped the luggage, and shot up into the air by Cloud to ask Monkey about how the demons had been beaten.
One of them was chewed to death by the star from the well, Monkey replied, and we've got his sawn-off horns and his hide with us. The other two we've brought back alive.
Throw the pair of them down into the city, said Pig, for the officials and everyone to see. Then they'll know we're gods and sages. I'll trouble you 4 star officers to put your clouds away, land, and come into the prefectural court with us to execute the monsters. The facts are clear and the penalty's the right one. There's nothing else to be said.
Marshal Tianpeng is right, and he knows the laws too, the 4 stars said.
I have learned a bit during my years as a monk,
Pig replied. The gods then pushed the rhinoceroses, which fell wreathed in colored clouds, into the prefectural court, to the astonishment of the prefectural officials and everyone else inside and outside the walled city, who all set up incense tables outside of their houses and bowed their heads to worship the gods from heaven. A little later, the monks of the Clouds of Compassion Monastery carried the venerable elder into the court in a sedan chair. When Sanzang met Monkey, he kept thanking him, adding, "I am very grateful for the trouble I have put the star officers to in rescuing us. I had been very anxious when I did not see you, worthy disciple, but now you have returned in triumph. I wonder where you had to chase the monsters to before you caught them."
After I left you the day before yesterday, Monkey replied, I went up to heaven to make some inquiries. The metal planet knew that the monsters were rhinoceroses, so he told me to ask for the 4 beast stars that belong to the element wood. So I submitted a memorial to the Jade Emperor, and he sent them straight to the mouth of the cave, where they gave battle. When the demon kings fled, the stars from the Dipper and the Strider rescued you, Master. I chased the demons with the well and the horn straight to the Western Ocean, where the Dragon King sent his son out with their troops to help us. That's how the monsters were captured and brought here for questioning.
The venerable elder was full of endless praise and thanks. The prefectural and county officials and their subordinates all lit precious candles and whole containers of incense sticks as they kowtowed in respect. A little later, Pig lost his temper, pulled out his monastic knife, and beheaded first Dust Avoider, then Heat Avoider, each with a single stroke. He then removed their 4 horns with a saw. The great sage monkey then had another suggestion to make.
You 4 star officers must take these 4 rhinoceros horns to the upper world to offer to the Jade Emperor as trophies when you report back on your mission.
As for the 2 horns he had brought back from the sea, he said,
We'll leave one here to guard the storehouses of the prefectural palace and as evidence that from now on, no more lamp oil will ever be levied. We'll take the other to offer to the Lord Buddha on Vulture Peak.
The 4 stars were delighted, and after bowing to take their leave of the great sage, they rose by colored cloud to report back to the Jade Emperor. The prefectural and county officials kept the master and his disciples for a great vegetarian banquet, to which all the rural officials were also invited. Notices were issued to tell the military and civil population that golden lamps were not to be lit the next year, and that the duty of serving as an oil-purchasing household was abolished forever. Butchers, meanwhile, were instructed to remove the rhinoceros skins to be steeped in saltpeter and smoked dry for making into armor, while the flesh was to be distributed to the officials. At the same time, money and grain that had been raised by unjust fines on innocent people were spent to buy a plot of privately owned empty land. On this, a temple to the 4 stars who had put the demons down, as well as a shrine to the Tang priest and his 3 disciples, were to be built. Stone tablets with inscriptions were to be set up for each of them to record their deeds forever as a mark of gratitude. Master and disciples relaxed and enjoyed the offerings. They had hardly a moment to themselves, as they had so many invitations from the 240 lamp oil households. Pig was delighted to have so much to eat, and he always kept in his sleeve some of the treasures he had collected in the cave to give to all his hosts to thank them for their banquets. When they had stayed there for a month and were unable to get away, the Tang priest ordered Monkey. Wukong, give all the remaining valuables to the monks in the Clouds of Compassion Monastery. Let's leave before dawn, without letting the rich families here know. If we are so eager to enjoy ourselves here that we delay in fetching the scriptures, we may offend the Lord Buddha and cause some catastrophe. That would be terrible. Monkey then disposed of all the objects. When they got up early the next morning at the 5th watch, Pig was woken up to get the horse ready. The idiot had eaten and drunk so well that he was still half asleep as he said,
Why get the horse ready so early?
The master says we've got to be going,
Monkey shouted.
That reverend gentleman doesn't do things right,
the idiot said, rubbing his eyes.
We've had invitations from all 240 of the big families, but only had 30 or so good vegetarian meals so far. How can he be making me go hungry again?
When the venerable elder heard this, he retorted abusively. Dreg-guzzling idiot! Stop talking such nonsense! Get up at once! If you go on arguing back like that, I'll tell Wukong to smash your teeth in with his gold-banded cudgel. At the mention of a beating, the idiot gesticulated frantically as he said,
The master's changed. Usually he favors me and likes me and protects me because I'm so stupid. When you want to hit me, brother, he usually persuades you not to. So why's he dead set on telling you to hit me today?
The master's angry with you for being so greedy, Monkey replied, and holding us up on our journey. If you don't want me to hit you, pack the luggage and get the horse ready.
As the idiot really was scared of being hit, he jumped out of bed, got dressed, and shouted to Friar Sand.
Get up right now. He's going to start hitting.
Friar Sand then jumped up too, and they both got everything packed. "Keep quiet," said the Tang priest, waving his hands about, "and don't disturb the monks." He quickly mounted, after which they opened the gate of the monastery and found their way out. Indeed, this departure was letting the phoenix escape from the birdcage of jade, secretly opening locks so the dragon goes free. If you don't know what the households who still wanted to thank them did at daybreak, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 93. In the almsgiver's garden, antiquity and causes are discussed. In the court of India, the king meets the monks. When thoughts arise, there surely will be desire. Longing is certain to lead one to disaster. Why should intelligence distinguish the three ranks of nobility? When conduct is complete, it naturally returns to the primal sea. Whether you become an immortal or a Buddha, all must be arranged from within. In absolute purity, with all dust removed, all will be achieved, and one will rise to heaven. The story tells how when Sun Zong and his disciples were nowhere to be seen at dawn, the monks in the clouds of Compassion Monastery all said, "We couldn't keep them, we couldn't say goodbye to them, and we weren't able to ask them for anything. We've let those living bodhisattvas slip clean away." As they were talking, some of the great families from the southern outskirts of the city came in with invitations, at which the monks clapped their hands in regret and said, "We were caught off our guard last night. They all rode off by cloud." Everyone then kowtowed to heaven in gratitude. The news was spread to all the officials in the city, who told the great families to prepare the 5 kinds of sacrificial animal, flowers, and fruit to offer to the shrines in thanksgiving. The story tells how the Tang priest and his 3 disciples fed on the wind and slept in the open, traveling uneventfully for the best part of a month. One day they suddenly saw a high mountain. "Disciples," said the Tang priest in fear, "the ridge in front of us is very steep. You must be very careful."
As our journey has brought us so close to the land of the Buddha, there will definitely be nothing evil here, said Monkey. "Don't worry, Master."
"Disciple," the Tang priest replied, "although we are not far from the Buddha's land, the monks told us in the monastery the other, and they didn't know how much further after that."
Have you forgotten the Heart Sutra that the Rook's Nest Hermit taught you again, Master?
Asked Monkey. "The Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra is constantly with me, like my habit in my baking bowl," Sanzang replied.
There has not been a day ever since the Rook's Nest Hermit taught it to me that I have not recited it. I have never forgotten it for a moment. I can even recite it backwards. How could I possibly forget it?
You can only recite it, master, said Monkey. You never asked the hermit to explain it.
Ape, retorted Sanzong. How can you say I don't understand it? Do you understand it then?
Yes, Monkey replied. I do.
After that, neither Sanzong nor Monkey made another sound. This had Pig falling about with laughter, while Friar Sand was hurting himself, he was so amused.
Nonsense, said Pig. We all started out in life as monsters. We're not Dhyana monks who've heard the sutras being explained, or Buddhist priests who've been taught the Dharma. He's pretending, just putting on an act. How can you say you understand? Oh, well then, why aren't you saying anything? We're listening. Please, explain.
Second brother, said Friar Sand. Leave him be. Big brother's only talking big like that to keep the master going. What he knows about is how to use a cudgel. What does he know about explaining sutras? Stop talking such nonsense, Wuneng and Wujing, said Sanzong. Wukong understands the wordless language. That is true explanation. As master and disciples talked, they did indeed cover a long distance, leaving the ridge behind them. They saw a big monastery beside the road. Wukong, said Sanzong, there's a monastery ahead. Just look at it. It's neither too big nor too small, but has green glazed tiles. Neither too new nor too old, and with a red wall. Leaning canopies of azure pines can just be seen. Who knows how many 1,000 years old they are? Listen to the murmur of the waters in the channel, cut from the mountain untold dynasties ago. Above the gates is written, Spread Gold Dhyana Monastery. The tablet is inscribed, Ancient Relic. Monkey saw that it was called the Spread Gold Dhyana Monastery, and Pig said so too. Spread gold, Sanzong wondered as he sat on his horse. Spread gold. Can we be in the country of Sravasti?
This is very remarkable, master, said Pig. In all the years I've been with you, you've never known the way before, but you seem to know it now.
No, Sanzong replied. I have often read in the scriptures about the Buddha being in the Jetavana garden in the city of Sravasti. The venerable almsgiver Sudatta tried to buy it from the prince as a place to ask the Buddha to preach in. The prince refused to sell the garden and said he would only part with it if it were covered with gold. When the venerable almsgiver heard this, he had gold bricks made with which he covered the whole garden to buy it. Then he invited the Buddha to preach on the Dharma. I am sure that the name Spread Gold Monastery must refer to that story.
We're in luck, said Pig with a smile. If that story's true, we can find ourselves one of those bricks as a present to give people.
Everybody laughed, after which Sanzong dismounted.
As they went in through the monastery gates, they saw people carrying loads with shoulder poles or on their backs, pushing carts or sitting in loaded carts. Others were sleeping or talking. The sight of the master, who was so handsome, and his 3 hideous disciples rather frightened them, so they drew back to make way. Worried that his disciples would provoke trouble, Sanzang kept saying, "Behave yourselves! Behave yourselves!" They were all very restrained. As they went round to the Vajra Hall, a Dhyana monk of most unworldly appearance came out to meet them. A face like a shining full moon, a body like a Bodhi tree. The wind blew through the sleeve round his staff, as his sandals trod the stony path. When Sanzang extended a monastic greeting to him, the monk returned his courtesy and asked, "Where are you from, teacher?" "I am Qin Xuanzang," Sanzang replied, "sent to the western heaven at the command of the great Tang Emperor in the east to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. As my journey brings me here, I am paying you this hasty visit to request a night's shelter before continuing on my way tomorrow." "This monastery of ours is one that receives people from all quarters," the monk replied. "Everyone is welcome to visit, and we would be especially happy to provide for so holy a monk from the East as your reverend self." Sanzang thanked him and called to his 3 disciples to come with him as they crossed the cloister and refectory and went to the abbot's lodgings. When they had exchanged courtesies, they sat down as befits host and guests. Monkey and the other 2 sat down as well, their hands at their sides. The story tells how, on learning that monks from Great Tang in the east who were going to fetch the scriptures had arrived, all in the monastery, young and old alike, whether permanent inmates, itinerant monks, elders, or novices, came to see them. After tea had been drunk, a vegetarian meal was brought in. While Sanzang was still saying the grace before the meal, Pig, in his impatience, had already grabbed and wolfed down steamed buns, vegetarian dishes, and soup noodles. In the crowded abbot's lodgings, those who knew better were admiring Sanzang's majestic bearing, while those who enjoyed fun watched Pig eat. When Friar Sand cast his eyes around and saw what was happening, he gave Pig a discreet pinch and muttered, "Behave yourself." At this, Pig started a desperate howl of,
"All this behave yourself, behave yourself. I'm starving."
"You don't understand, brother," Friar Sand replied with a smile. "When it comes to the belly, all the well-behaved people in the world are exactly the same as we 2. Only then did Pig stop eating. After Sanzang had said the grace for the end of the meal, the attendants cleared the tables, and Sanzang expressed his thanks. When the monks asked about why they had come from the east, Sanzang's conversation turned to ancient sites, and he asked them about the name Spread Gold Monastery. "This used to be the monastery of the venerable almsgiver in the country of Sravasti," the monks answered. "It was also known as the Jetavana, and its name was changed to its present one after the venerable almsgiver covered the ground with gold bricks. In those days, the venerable almsgiver used to live in the country of Sravasti, and our monastery was his Jedavana, which is why it is named the Almsgiver's Spread Gold Monastery. The site of the Jedavana is at the back of the monastery. Whenever there has been a torrential rainstorm in recent years, small pieces of gold and silver have been washed out, and some people are lucky enough to pick them up.
So the story is a true one,
said Sanzang, going on to ask,
why did I see so many traveling merchants with horses, mules, carts, and carrying poles resting here when I came through the gates of your monastery?
This mountain is called Mount Hundredfoot, the monks replied. We used to live in peace and prosperity here, but with cyclic progression of the natural forces, a number of centipede spirits have, for some inexplicable reason, appeared. They attack people on the roads, and though nobody gets killed, people don't dare to travel. At the foot of the mountain there's a cock-crow pass that people only dare to cross after cock-crow. As all these strangers arrived late, they are worried that it would not be safe and are putting up here tonight. They'll set out at cock-crow. As master and disciples were talking, a vegetarian meal was brought in that they ate. Sanzang and Monkey were strolling in the light of the rising half-moon when a lay brother came to announce, "Our ancient master would like to meet the gentleman from China." Sanzang at once turned to see an ancient monk holding a bamboo cane, who came forward to greet him and ask,
"The teacher come from China?"
"You do me too great an honor,"
Sanzang replied, returning his greeting. The old monk was full of admiration for him, asking how old he was.
"I have wasted 45 years,"
Sanzang replied.
"May I ask how old you are?"
"Just 160-year cycle older than you, teacher,"
the other answered.
"Then you're 105 this year," Brother Monkey said. "How old do you think I am?"
"Teacher,"
the old monk replied,
"your appearance seems so ancient, and your spirit so pure that I could not tell in a hurry, especially by moonlight with my poor eyes."
After talking for a while, they walked to the back cloister for a look around.
"Where is the site of the almsgiver's garden that you mentioned just now?"
Sanzang asked.
"Outside the back gate,"
the other replied. On the order being given for the back gate to be opened immediately, all that could be seen was the ruined base of a stone wall. Putting his hands together, Sanzang sighed and said,
"I think of the benefactor Sudara, who gave his treasures to help the needy. The fame of Jedavana long endures. Where is he now with the enlightened Arhat?"
After a leisurely stroll, enjoying the moonlight, they sat down for a while on the terrace, where they heard the sound of sobbing. As Sanzang listened with a still heart, he could hear that the weeper was grieving because her parents did not know of her suffering. This moved him to sorrow, and he found himself in tears as he turned to the monks and asked, "Who is it being so sad, and where?" On hearing this question, the ancient monk sent all the others away to prepare tea, and when nobody else was around, he kowtowed to the Tang priest and brother monkey. "Venerable abbot," said Sanzang, helping him to his feet again, "why do you pay me this courtesy?"
"As I am over 100,
the ancient monk replied.
"I do know a little of the ways of the world, and in between periods of meditation and stillness, I have seen some things. I know a certain amount about you, my lord, and your disciples, and you are not like other people. The only teachers here who would be able to analyze this most painful business are you."
"Tell me what it's all about,"
said Monkey.
"A year ago today,"
the ancient monk replied,
"I was concentrating my mind on the nature of the moon when I suddenly heard a gust of wind and the sound of someone grieving. I got out of bed, went into the Jedivana, and saw a beautiful girl there. 'Whose daughter are you?' I asked her. 'Why are you here?' 'I am a princess, the daughter of the king of India,' the girl replied. 'The wind blew me here when I was looking at the flowers by moonlight. I locked her up in an empty room that I bricked up like a prison cell, just leaving a gap in the door big enough to pass a bowl through. That day I told the other monks that she was an evil spirit I had captured, but as we monks are compassionate, I couldn't kill her, and every day she is given 2 meals of simple food and drink to keep her alive. The girl is clever enough to understand what I mean, and to prevent herself from being sullied by the other monks, she has pretended to be deranged and slept in her own piss and shit. During the day she talks nonsense or just sits there in silence, but in the still of the night she cries because she misses her parents. I've been into the city several times to make inquiries about the princesses, but not a single one is missing. So I have put her under stronger locks, and I am even more determined not to let her go. Now that you have come here, teacher, I beg you to go to the capital and use your Dharma powers to find out the truth. You will thus be able to both rescue the good and display your magical powers."
When Sanzang and Monkey heard this, they noted it very carefully. As they were talking, 2 junior monks came in to invite them to take tea and go to bed, so they went back inside. Back in the abbot's lodgings, Pig and Friar Sand were grumbling. "We'll have to be on our way at cockcrow tomorrow, so why aren't you in bed yet?"
"What's that you're saying, idiot?"
Monkey asked.
"Go to bed,"
Pig replied.
"Why are you admiring the blooming scenery this late?"
At this, the ancient monk left them, and the Tang priest went to bed. Sweet dreams of flowers in the moonlit silence. Warm breezes coming through the window gauze. As water drips in the clepsydra, to fill 3 sections, the Milky Way shines on the splendors of the palace. They had not slept long that night when they heard the cocks crowing. The traders in front of the monastery all got up noisily and prepared their breakfast by lamplight. The venerable elder woke up Pig and Friar Sand to bridle the horse and pack up, while Monkey called for lamps to be lit. The monks of the monastery, who were up already, set out tea, soup, and snacks, and waited on them. Pig ate a plate of steamed buns with delight, then took the luggage and the horse outside, while Sanzong and Brother Monkey took their leave of all the monks.
"Please don't forget about that very tragic business,"
said the ancient monk.
"I'll give it all my attention,"
Monkey replied.
"All my attention. Once I'm in the city, I'll be able to find out the truth from what I hear and see."
The traders noisily set off together. By the last watch of the night, they were through Cock-Crow Pass, and by 10 in the morning, the walls of the city were in sight. It was indeed a powerful city, as strong as an iron cauldron, the heavenly capital of a divine region. The city was a crouching tiger or a coiled dragon on high ground, colorful with its phoenix towers and unicorn halls. The waters of the royal moat encircled it like a belt. In his mountainside paradise were many a monument. The morning sun lit up banners by the highway. The spring carried the sound of pipes and drums across the bridges. The wise king was dressed in robes and crown. The crops were abundant and the splendor manifest. That day they reached the streets of the Eastern Market, where the traders all put up at inns. As Sanzang and his disciples were walking in the city, they came to a government hostel and went inside. The hostel manager went to report to the hostel superintendent that there were 4 strange-looking monks outside who had arrived with a white horse. On being told about the horse, the superintendent realized that they must be on an official mission, so he went out to welcome them. "I have been sent by the Tang court in the east to the Great Thunder Monastery on Vulture Peak to see the Buddha and seek the scriptures," Sanzang replied with a bow. "I have a passport to present at court for inspection. I would be grateful if I could spend the night in Your Excellency's distinguished hostel. I will be on my way when my business has been done." "This hostel has been established to entertain envoys and travelers," the superintendent replied, returning his bow. "So it is only right that we should entertain you. Please, come in, come in." A delighted Sanzang invited his disciples to come in to meet the superintendent, who was quietly appalled by their hideous faces. He did not know whether they were men or demons, so he trembled as he saw to tea and a vegetarian meal for them. Noticing his fright, Sanzang said, "Don't be afraid, Your Excellency. My 3 disciples look hideous, but they are good at heart. As the saying goes, the faces are ugly, but the men are kind. There's nothing to be afraid about them." The hostile superintendent's worries were eased when he heard this. Where is your Tang court, teacher of the nation? In the land of China, in the continent of Jambu. Sanzang replied. When did you leave home? Was the next question. In the 13th year of Xingguan, 14 years ago, Sanzang replied. I had to cross thousands of rivers and mountains. It was very hard to arrive here. You are a holy monk, the hostile superintendent said. How old is your exalted dynasty? Sanzang asked. This is the great land of India, the superintendent replied, and the dynasty has endured for over 500 years since our high ancestor. Our reigning sovereign, who is a lover of landscapes and flowers, is known as the Happy Emperor. His reign period is called Xingyan and is now in its 28th year. I would like to have an audience with His Majesty today to have the passport inspected and returned, said Sanzang. When does he hold court? Splendid, the superintendent said. Absolutely splendid. Today is the 20th birthday of Her Royal Highness, the King's daughter. A decorated tower has been built at the crossroads, where the princess is going to throw down an embroidered ball to let heaven decide who her husband is to be. Today is a very lively one, and I believe that His Majesty will not yet have finished his morning audience. This would be a good time to go if you wish to have your passport inspected and returned. Sanzang was just about to set happily off when the meal was brought in, so he ate it with the superintendent, Monkey, and the other two. By now it was past midday, said Sanzang. I had better be going.
I'll escort you, master, said Brother Monkey.
Me too,
said Pig.
No, don't, brother, put in Friar Sand. Your face is nothing much to look at, so there's no point in your going to look impressive outside the palace gates. Best let our big brother go.
Wu Jing is right, Sanzang commented. The idiot is coarse and stupid. Wukong is more clever and subtle. The idiot thrust his snout out and said,
Apart from you, master, there's not much to choose between our three faces.
Sanzang then put on his cassock. Monkey took the passport case and accompanied him. In the streets, everyone, gentleman, peasant, artisan, trader, scholar, pen-pusher, dim-wit, or common man, was exclaiming, Let's go and see the embroidered ball being thrown. Sanzang stood beside the road and said to Monkey, People, clothes, buildings, language, and speech here are all the same as in our great Tang. I remember that my late mother married after throwing an embroidered ball to make the match she was destined for, and they have that custom here too.
What about us going to take a look, too?
Asked Monkey. No, Sanzang replied. We are not wearing the right clothes for this occasion. We might arouse suspicion.
Master, said Monkey, you've forgotten what the ancient monk in the Spread Gold Monastery told us. We could find out whether she is genuine or not while we're taking a good look at the decorated tower.
With all this bustle and activity, the king is bound to be going to hear the princess's good news. He won't bother with court business. Let's go."
On hearing this, Sanzang did indeed go with Monkey. All kinds of people were there to watch the throwing of the embroidered ball. Oh dear! Little did they know that by going they were like a fisherman casting his hook and line and catching himself trouble. The story now explains that 2 years earlier the king of India had taken his queen, consorts, and daughter into the royal garden to enjoy a moonlit night because he so loved landscapes and flowers. This had provoked an evil spirit who had carried the princess off and turned herself into the girl's double. When she learned that the Tang priest was coming at this time, day, month, and year, the evil spirit had used the wealth of the kingdom to build the decorated tower in the hope of winning him as her mate and absorbing his true masculine primal essence to make herself a superior immortal of the great monad. At the third mark of the noonday hour, when Sanzang and Monkey had joined in the crowd and were approaching the tower, the princess lit up some incense and prayed to heaven and earth. She was surrounded by 5 or 6 dozen exquisitely made-up beauties who were attending her and holding her embroidered ball for her. The tower had many windows on all sides. As the princess looked around, she saw the Tang priest approaching, so she took the embroidered ball and threw it with her own hands at the Tang priest's head. It knocked his Vairocana mitre askew, giving him such a start that he immediately reached with both hands to steady the ball, which rolled down his sleeve. At once there were great shouts from everyone on the tower of, "She's hit a monk! She's hit a monk!" Oh, dear. All the traveling merchants at the crossroads pushed and shouted as they rushed to grab the embroidered ball, to be met by Monkey with a shout and bared teeth as he bent forward, then grew to the majestic height of 30 feet. The hideous face he made gave them all such a fright that they collapsed and crawled about, not daring to come closer. A moment later they had all scattered, and Monkey resumed his true form. The maids, palace beauties, and senior and junior eunuchs who had been in the tower all came up to the Tang priest, kowtowed to him, and said, "Your Highness, we beg you to come to the palace to be congratulated." Sanzang was quick to return their greetings and help them all back to their feet. He then turned back to grumble at Monkey. "Ape, you've been trying to make a fool of me again."
"It was your head the embroidered ball landed on," Monkey replied with a laugh, "and your sleeve it rolled into. Nothing to do with me, so what are you moaning at me for?"
"What are we going to do?" Sanzang asked.
"Stop worrying, master," Monkey said. "While you go to the palace to see the king, I'll go back to the hostel to tell Pig and Friar Sand to wait. If the princess doesn't want you, that'll be that. You submit the passport and we can be on our way. If the princess insists on marriage, you must say to the king, 'Please send for my disciples so that I can take my leave of them.' When we 3 are summoned to court, I'll be able to tell whether the princess is real or an impostor. This is the trick called subduing a demon through marriage."
The Tang priest had nothing to say as Monkey turned away and went back to the hostel. The venerable elder was hustled by the palace beauties and the rest of them to the foot of the tower, from where the princess came down to support him with her jade hand as they both entered the royal carriage. The retinue formed a procession to return to the palace gates. The eunuch gate officer at once reported to the king,
"Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness the Princess is outside the meridional gate, holding a monk's arm and waiting to be summoned. I expect she hit him with her embroidered ball."
The king was most displeased to hear this, and wanting to have the monk driven away, but as he did not know what the princess had in mind, he restrained his feelings and summoned them in. The princess and the Tang priest came in to stand beneath the throne hall. Indeed, man and future wife both hailed the king aloud. Good and ill together with deep respect kowtowed. When this ceremonial had been performed, they were called into the throne hall, where the king began by asking,
"Where are you from, monk? Did our daughter hit you with her ball?"
The Tang priest prostrated himself to reply, "I have been sent by the great emperor of Great Tang in the continent of Shambu to the western heaven to worship the Buddha and seek the scriptures in the Great Thunder Monastery. As I carry a passport for this long journey, I was coming to present it for inspection at your Majesty's dawn audience, when I passed a decorated tower at a crossroads, never imagining that Her Royal Highness the Princess would throw an embroidered ball that would hit me on the head. As I am a monk and belong to a different faith, I could not possibly marry your exquisite daughter, so I beg you to spare me the death penalty and return the passport. Then I can be on my way and soon reach Vulture Peak, see the Buddha, ask for the scriptures, and return to my own country, where your Majesty's divine mercy will be forever recorded."
"So you are a holy monk from the East,"
the king replied.
"Indeed, a thread can draw together a fated match across 1,000 miles. Our princess has reached the age of 19 and is still unmarried, and as the hour, day, month, and year are all now auspicious, a decorated tower was set up for her to choose a good husband by throwing a ball from it. You just happened to be hit by it, and although this does not please us, we would like to know the princess's views."
"Your Majesty, my father,"
the princess replied, kowtowing,
"as the saying goes, marry a cockerel and follow a cockerel. Marry a dog and follow a dog. I swore a vow beforehand, made the ball, and told heaven, earth, and the gods that heaven would choose as my husband the man my ball hit. As the ball hit the holy monk today, this must have been fated ever since an earlier incarnation, which is why we met today. I would never dare to change my mind. I ask you to take him as your son-in-law."
Only then was the king happy, and he commanded the chief royal astrologer to choose a day. While organizing the trousseau, the king issued proclamations to the world. When Sunzong heard this, so far from thanking the king for his kindness, he pleaded, "Forgive me, forgive me." "Your
most unreasonable, monk, the king replied. We offer you a nation's wealth to be our son-in-law. Why won't you stay here and enjoy yourself? All you can think about is fetching the scriptures. If you go on refusing, we will have the palace guards take you out and behead you. The venerable elder was so frightened by this that his soul left his body as he kowtowed, trembling, and submitted. I am grateful for your majesty's heavenly grace, but there are 4 of us monks traveling west. I have 3 disciples outside. If I am now to be taken as your son-in-law, I beg you to summon them inside, as I have not yet taken my leave of them. Then you can return the passport and let them go at once, so that they will not fail in the purpose of their journey to the west. The king approved this request, asking, Where are your disciples? In the government hostel for foreigners, Sanzang replied, and the officers were at once sent to fetch the holy monk's disciples to receive the passport and be on their way, leaving the holy monk there to be the princess's husband. The venerable elder could only rise to his feet and stand in attendance. For the great elixir not to leak away, the triple completeness is needed. Blame an evil fate if the ascetic way is hard. The way is in sage traditions. Cultivation depends on the self. Goodness is accumulated by people, but blessings come from heaven. Do not give play to the 6 sense organs and their many desires. Open up the single nature, original and primary. When there are no attachments or thoughts, purity comes of itself. Strive for liberation and achieve transcendence. We will say no more of how officers were sent to the hostel to fetch Sanzang's 3 disciples. Instead, the story tells how Monkey, after taking his leave of Sanzang at the foot of the decorated tower, went happily back to the hostel, laughing aloud as he walked. Why are you laughing so cheerfully, brother?
Pig and Friar Sand asked as they greeted him. And why's the master disappeared?
The master has found happiness,
Monkey replied.
What happiness?
Pig asked.
He hasn't reached the end of the journey, he hasn't seen the Buddha, and he hasn't fetched the scriptures.
The master and I only got as far as the foot of a decorated tower at the crossroads,
Brother Monkey replied.
Just then the king's daughter hit the master with an embroidered ball, so he was hustled by palace beauties, pretty girls, and eunuchs to the front of the tower, where he climbed into a carriage to go to the palace with the princess. He's been invited to become the king's son-in-law. Isn't that something to be cheerful about?
When Pig heard this, he stamped, beat his chest, and said,
If I'd known beforehand, I'd have gone too. It was all Friar Sand's fault for making trouble. I'd have run straight to the foot of the decorated tower. The embroidered ball would have hit me first time, and the princess would have taken me for her husband. That would have been marvelous, terrific. I'm handsome and good-looking. I'd have been just the man. We'd all have been in luck and have had a good time. It'd have been real fun.
Friar Sand went up to Pig, rubbed his face, and said, Shameless! You're shameless! That's a handsome mug, I must say. You're like the man who bought an old donkey for 3/10 of an ounce of silver and boasted that he'd be able to ride it. If she'd hit you first time, she wouldn't have wanted to wait till tonight before burning spells to get rid of you. Do you think she'd have let trouble like you into the palace?
You're being very disagreeable, you blackie,
Pig replied.
Ugly I may be, but I've got class. As the old saying goes, when skin and flesh are coarse, the bones may yet be strong. Everyone is good at something.
Stop talking nonsense, idiot,
Monkey retorted.
and pack the baggage. I expect the master will get anxious and send for us, so we must be ready to go protect him at court.
You're wrong again, brother,
said Pig.
If the master's become the king's son-in-law and gone to take his pleasure with the king's daughter, he won't be climbing any more mountains, or tramping along the road, or running into demons and monsters. So what'll he want you to protect him from? He's old enough to know what happens under the bed covers. He won't need you to hold him up.
Monkey grabbed Pig by the ear, swung his fist, and said abusively,
You're as dirty-minded as ever, you cretin! How dare you talk such nonsense?
While they were in the middle of their quarrel, the hostile superintendent came to report. His Majesty has sent an official here with a request for you 3 holy monks to present yourselves.
What's he really asking us to go for?
The senior holy monk had the good fortune to be hit by the princess's golden ball and be taken as her husband, the superintendent replied, which is why the official has come with invitations for you.
Where is the official?
Monkey asked.
Send him in.
The official then bowed in greeting to Monkey, after which he did not dare look straight at Monkey as he muttered to himself, Is it a ghost, a monster, a thunder god, a yaksha?
Why are you mumbling instead of saying whatever you have to say, official?
Monkey asked. Trembling with terror, the official raised the royal edict with both hands as his words came tumbling out in confusion. Her Royal Highness, invitation, meet her new relations. Her Royal Highness, meet her relations, invitation.
We've got no torture equipment here, and we're not going to beat you,
Pig said.
So don't be frightened and take your time telling us.
Do you think he's scared you're going to beat him?
Monkey said.
What he's scared of is your ugly mug. Get the carrying pole load packed up at once. We're taking the horse and going to court to see the master and talk things over.
Indeed. Once you meet on a narrow path is hard to find. Determination can turn love to hatred. If you do not know what was said when they met the king, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 94. The 4 monks dined to music in the palace gardens. One demon loves in vain and longs for bliss. The story tells how Brother Monkey and the other 2 disciples went with the official who had brought the invitation to outside the meridional gate of the palace, where the eunuch gate officer immediately reported their arrival and brought back a summons for them to enter. The 3 of them stood in a row, not bowing. Are you 3 gentlemen the illustrious disciples of the holy monk? What are your names? Where do you live? Why did you become monks? What scriptures are you going to fetch? Monkey then came closer, intending to enter the throne hall.
Don't move,
one of the king's bodyguards shouted.
If you have anything to say, say it standing down there.
We monks like to step forward whenever we're given an opening,
Monkey said with a smile, at which Pig and Friar Sand too approached the king. Worried that their rough manners would alarm the king, Sanzang stepped forward and called out, Disciples, His Majesty has asked you why you have come here. You must submit your reply. Seeing his master standing in attendance beside the king, Monkey could not restrain himself from calling aloud.
Your Majesty is treating yourself with respect, but others with contempt. If you are taking my master as your son-in-law, why do you make him stand in attendance on you? The normal custom is for a king to call his son-in-law your excellency, and an excellency really ought to be sitting down.
This gave the king so bad a fright that he turned pale and wished he could leave the throne hall. But as this would have looked very bad, he had to summon up his courage and tell his attendants to fetch an embroidered stool, on which he invited the Tang priest to sit. Only then did Brother Monkey submit the following spoken memorial.
My ancestral home is the water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruit in the land of Aulai in the eastern continent of superior body. My father was heaven, my mother earth, and I was born when a rock split open. I took as my master a Taoist adept, and mastered the Great Way. Then I returned to my land of immortals, where I gathered all of us to live in our cave heaven. In the ocean's depths I subdued the dragons, then climbed the mountains to capture wild beasts. I removed us from the registers of death, put us on the rolls of the living, and was appointed great sage equaling heaven. I enjoyed the heavenly palaces and roamed around the splendid buildings. I met the immortals of heaven in daily carousels, lived in the holy regions, happy every day. But because I disrupted the peach banquet and raised a rebellion in the palaces of heaven, I was captured by Lord Buddha and imprisoned under the Five Elements Mountain. When hungry, I was fed on pellets of iron. When thirsty, I drank molten copper. For 500 years, I tasted no food or tea. Fortunately, my master came from the east to worship in the west. Guan Yin told him to deliver me from heavenly disaster. I was rescued from my torment to be converted to the Yogacaran sect. My old name was Wukong. Now I am known as the novice.
When the king realized how important Monkey was, he quickly came down from his dragon throne and walked over to steady the venerable elder with his hand and say, Son-in-law, it was divine providence that brought us one such as yourself to be our kinsman through marriage. Sanzang thanked the king profoundly for his graciousness and urged him to return to the throne. Which gentleman has the distinction of being the second disciple? The king asked. Pig thrust his snout out to make himself look more impressive as he replied,
In previous lives, Old Pig used to be given to pleasure and indolence. I lived in confusion, my nature disordered and my heart deluded. I did not know how high the sky was or how deep the earth. I could not tell the ocean's width or the mountain's distance. Then, in the middle of my idleness, I suddenly met a true immortal. In half a sentence, he undid the net of evil. With 2 or 3 remarks, he smashed the gate to disaster. Then I became aware, took him as my master on the spot, diligently studied the arts of the double eight, respectfully refined the triple threes sequence. When training was complete, I was able to fly and ascend to the heavenly palace. The Jade Emperor, in his benevolence, appointed me as Marshal Tianpeng to command the marines of the River of Heaven and wander at ease within the palace gates. Then, when I was drunk at the peach banquet, I misbehaved with the goddess of the moon, was stripped of my commission, and exiled to the mortal world. Because I came into the wrong womb, I was born with the likeness of a pig. Living at the Mount of Blessing, I committed unbounded evil. When I met the Bodhisattva Guan Yin, she showed me the way of goodness. I came over to the Buddhist faith to escort the Tang priest on his journey to the Western Heaven, seeking the marvelous scriptures. My Dharma name is Wu Neng, and people call me Beiji.
When the king heard this, he trembled with fear, not daring to look at him. This made the idiot more spirited than ever, shaking his head, pursing his lips, thrusting his ears up, and roaring with laughter. Sanzang, worried that Pig was giving the king a fright, shouted, "Control yourself, Beiji!" Only then did Pig put his hands together and pretend to behave himself.
And why was the third distinguished disciple converted?
The king then asked. Putting his hands together, Friar Sand said, "I was originally a mortal man who turned to the way out of fear of the wheel of reincarnation. I wandered like a cloud to the corners of the seas, roamed to the very ends of the sky. I always wore the robe and held the begging bowl, and ever concentrated my mind within the body. Because of my sincerity, I fell in with the mortals, raised the baby boy to mate him with the lovely girl. When the 3,000 tasks were achieved, all was combined in the 4 images. I rose above the boundary of the sky, bowed to the dark vault of heaven, and was appointed curtain-lifting general. I was in attendance on the Phoenix and Dragon carriage, and general was my rank. Because at the peach banquet I accidentally smashed a crystal bowl, I was exiled to the Flowing Sands River. My face was altered, and I became an evil killer. Fortunately, the Bodhisattva traveled to the east to persuade me to turn to the faith and await the Buddha's son from Tang, who would go to seek scriptures in the Western Heaven. I became his follower and made a fresh start, refining once more my great awareness. I took the surname Sand from the river. My Buddhist name is Wu Jing, and my title, Friar. The king was both most alarmed and most delighted to hear this. Delighted because his daughter had found herself a living Buddha, and alarmed by 3 veritable evil gods. Just as the king was being torn between alarm and delight, the chief astrologer submitted this memorial.
The wedding has been set for the 12th day of this month, the day of Water Rat, a lucky time at which all will be auspicious for nuptials.
What day is it today?
The king asked.
Today is the 8th, the day of Earth Monkey,
the astrologer replied.
The day on which gibbons offer fruit, and the right day on which to advance worthies and accept their suggestions.
This greatly pleased the king, who sent his officials in attendance to have the halls and pavilions in the royal garden swept clear. Here he invited his future son-in-law with his 3 distinguished disciples to stay while they waited for the nuptial feast at which the princess would marry him. The underlings all carried out their instructions. The king ended the audience, and the officials withdrew. The story now tells how when Sanzang and his disciples reached the imperial garden, night was falling. A vegetarian meal was laid on.
We really deserve a meal today,
said Pig with delight. The people in charge brought in plain rice and pasta by the carrying pole load. Pig kept eating a bowlful, then taking a refill over and over again. He only stopped eating when his stomach was completely full. A little later, the lamps were lit and the bedding laid out, after which everyone went to bed. As soon as the venerable elder saw that there was nobody around, he started to shout angrily at Monkey, berating him.
You macaque, Wukong! You keep ruining me! I said we were just going to present the passport and told you not to go near the decorated tower. Why did you keep demanding to take me there to have a look? Well, did you have a good enough look? Whatever are we to do about this trouble you have got us into?
Master, replied Monkey, putting on a smile, it was you who said, my late mother married after throwing an embroidered ball to make the match she was destined for. I only took you there because you seemed to want to enjoy something of the past. Besides, because I remembered what the ancient monk in the almsgivers spread gold monastery said, I came here to find out whether she's an impostor or not. When I saw the king just now, there was something a bit sinister about the way he looked, but I haven't yet seen what the princess is like.
What will happen when you see the princess? The venerable elder asked.
My fiery eyes with their golden pupils can tell whether someone's true or false, good or evil, rich or poor, Monkey replied. I'll know what to do and be able to sort out right and wrong.
So you've learned physiognomy in the last few days, elder brother, said Friar Sand and Pig with a smile.
Physiognomists are just my grandson, Brother Monkey replied.
Stop joking, shouted Sanzang. He definitely wants me now. What are we to do about it?
At that happy occasion on the 12th, the princess is bound to come out to pay her respects to her parents," said Monkey. "I'll take a look at her from where I'll stand by the side. If she really is a woman, you can be her consort and enjoy the kingdom's glory and splendor."
This made Sanzong angrier than ever.
"You're a fine ape," he said abusively. "Still trying to ruin me. As Wu Nang said, we have already done 97 or 98 hundredths of the journey. You're trying to destroy me with your crafty tongue again. Shut up! Don't open that stinking mouth of yours any more. Next time there's any misbehavior from you, I shall start reciting that spell again, and that will be more than you can take."
The mention of the spell being recited had Monkey falling straight to his knees before Sanzong and pleading,
"Don't say it! Don't say it! If she's really a woman, we'll all raise a rumpus in the palace during the wedding ceremony and get you out."
While master and disciples were talking, they had not noticed that it was now night. Indeed, slow dripped the clepsydras. Heavy hung the fragrance of the flowers. Pearl curtains hung over splendid doorways. No fire or light was seen in the still courtyard. Empty was the shadow of the deserted swing. All was silence when the flute's notes died away. The room was surrounded by flowers and bright in the moonbeams, lit by those spiky stars not blocked by any trees. The cuckoo rested from her song. Long was the butterfly's dream. The riverway spanned the celestial vault, while white clouds made their way home. Just when they were closest in feeling, the willows swaying in the wind were more dispiriting than ever.
"It's late, master,"
said Pig.
"Let's carry on arguing tomorrow morning. Go to sleep now, go to sleep."
Master and disciples did then get a night's sleep. The golden cockerel was soon greeting the dawn, and the king entered the throne hall for his audience. This is what could be seen. A purple aura rising high above the opened palace, as the winds carried royal music to the azure sky. While clouds drifted, the leopard-tail banners moved. The sun shone upon the demon figures on the roof, and the jade pendants tinkled. A scented mist delicately touched the palace's green willows, while dewdrops lightly moistened the garden flowers. 1,000 officials in ranks shouted and danced in homage. Seas and rivers were at peace, and the state was unified. When all the civil and military officials had paid their homage to him, the king proclaimed,
"The Department of Foreign Relations will arrange a nuptial banquet for the 12th. Today, the spring wine shall be prepared, and our future son-in-law shall be entertained in the royal gardens."
The protocol office were told to lead the 3 worthy future royal in-laws to sit in the state hostel, while the Department of Foreign Relations laid on a vegetarian banquet for the 3 of them. The 2 departments arranged for the musicians of the court orchestra to play and look after them while they passed the days enjoying the beauty of spring. As soon as Pig heard this, he said,
"Your Majesty, we always stay with our master. We never leave him for a moment. As he's going to be drinking and feasting in the palace gardens, we'd better go along for a couple of days' fun too if our master's to be your son-in-law. Otherwise, the deal's off."
Seeing how ugly and coarse-spoken Pig was, twisting his head and neck, thrusting his snout out and waving his ears, which all made him seem rather intimidating, the king was so worried that Pig might ruin the wedding that he had to accede to the request.
"Prepare a banquet for 2 in the
Sino-Barbarian Hall of Eternal Pacification for our son-in-law and ourself. Prepare a meal for the other 3 gentlemen in the Pavilion of Lingering Spring. We are afraid that it might be inconvenient for master and disciples to sit together." Only then did the idiot chant his respects to the king and thank him. Everyone then withdrew, after which the king ordered the officials of the inner palace to prepare a banquet, and told the queens and consorts of the 3 palaces and 6 compounds to give the princess hair ornaments, cakes, and other things for the wedding on the 12th. It was now about 10 in the morning, and the king had a carriage ready in which to take the Tang priest and the others to go to see the palace gardens. The gardens were a fine place. The paths, inlaid with colored stones, have carved and chiseled balustrades. Beside the paths inlaid with colored stones, strange flowers spread over the rocks. Outside the carved and chiseled balustrades, and within them too, flower blossoms rare. Early peach trees are a bewitching turquoise, and golden orioles dart among the willows. The walker finds the fragrance fill his sleeve, and many pure scents imbue his clothing. Phoenix Terrace and Dragon Pool, Bamboo Lodge and Pine Pavilion. On the Phoenix Terrace, pipes are played to lure the phoenix to appear. In the dragon pools, fish are reared to become dragons and leave. In the Bamboo Lodge are poems, whose well-chosen words match the white snow melody. The books in the Pine Pavilion are pearls and jade in blue-covered volumes. Rocks and jade twist around the artificial hills. Deep are the blue-green waters of the winding stream. Peony pavilions, rose bowers, make a natural brocade. Trellises of jasmine, beds of begonia, are like sunset clouds or jeweled mosaics. Herbaceous peonies are marvelously fragrant. Rare is the beauty of the mallows from Sichuan. White pear and red apricot blossom vie in scent. Purple orchid and golden daylily compete in splendor. Corn poppy, lily magnolia buds, azalea flowers are brilliantly colored. Magnolia flowers, garden balsam, plantain lilies tremble. Everywhere, red shines through the richness of cosmetics, while heavy scents drift from a brocade surrounding screen. The warmth returning with the east wind is greeted with joy. All the garden's beauties display their brilliance. The king and his companions walked around enjoying the flowers for a long time. Soon the officials of the protocol office came to invite Monkey and the other two to the pavilion of lingering spring, while the king led the Tang priest by the hand to the Sino-Barbarian hall, so that they could all drink and feast. These were splendid occasions with singing, dancing, and instrumental music. Indeed, the sun shone from the majestic palace gates. Good auras filled the royal buildings. The spring spread out an embroidery of flowers, and heaven's light shone from afar on the court robes. Pipes and singers wafted their music as if in a banquet of immortals. The goblets flew, carrying jade liquor. Master and subjects enjoyed the same pleasure, as Sino-Barbarian peace brought prosperity. Seeing with what great respect he was being treated by the king, the venerable elder had nothing for it but to force himself to join in the celebrations. In fact, he gave only a show of happiness. Inside, he was miserable. As he sat there, he saw 4 golden screens hanging on the wall, screens painted with scenes of the 4 seasons. Each picture had a poem on it by a famous academician. The poem on the spring scene read, "The vital forces of heaven turn creation around. The world is happy, and everything is renewed. The peach and the plum blossoms vie in splendor. Swallows fly to the painted rafters, shaking the incense dust." The poem on the summer scene read, "In warm and sultry air, all thoughts are slow. The palace mallow and pomegranate reflect the sun's brilliance. The jade flute's music disturbs the noonday dream. The scent of caltrops is wafted through the curtains." The poem on the autumn scene read, "One leaf on the parasol tree by the well is yellow. The pearl curtain is not rolled up on the night of frost. After the autumn sacrifice, the swallows abandon their nest. When the rush flowers snap, the wild geese leave for another land." The poem on the winter scene read, "The clouds fly over the rainy sky, all dark and cold. The north wind blows the snow into thousands of bills. Deep in the palace the stove glows warm. They say the plum has blossomed by the jade balustrade." When the king noticed the absorption with which the Tang priest was gazing at the poems, he said, "As you enjoy savoring the poems so much, you must be a fine poet yourself, son-in-law. If you do not begrudge your pearls, we would like to invite you to make up a matching poem for each of them, ending 3 of the lines with the same word. Will you agree?" The venerable elder was the sort of person who could be so carried away by a scene that he forgot the circumstances. Someone who had an enlightened mind
and thoroughly comprehended his own nature. So when the king pressed him so earnestly to match the verses, he found himself saying the line, "The sun's warmth melts the ice the world around." This greatly pleased the king, who told the officials in attendance on him, "Fetch the 4 treasures of the study, so that our son-in-law can write down the matching verses he composes for us to savor at our leisure." The venerable elder was glad to comply. Picking up a brush, he produced matching lines. The matching poem on the spring scene read, "The sun's warmth melts the ice the world around. Within the palace garden, flowers are renewed. Gentle winds and rain enrich the people. Rivers and seas are calm. Gone is all worldly dust." The matching poem on the summer scene read, "The dipper now points south. The day goes slow. Locust and pomegranate trees contend in brilliance. Golden oriole and purple swallow sing in the willows, their melodious voices drifting through red curtains." The matching poem on the autumn read, "Fragrant and green mandarin. The orange turns to yellow. Blue pine and cypress welcome frost's coming. Half-open chrysanthemums make a tapestry on the trellis. Pipes and songs waft through the watery, cloud-covered land." The matching poem on the winter scene read, "As skies clear after welcome snow, the air is cold. Grotesque-shaped crags and boulders mark jade hills. As charcoal burns in the stove to warm the yogurt, singing with hands in their sleeves, they lean on jade balustrades." The king was utterly delighted by the matching verses. "Singing with hands in their sleeves, they lean on jade balustrades is really good," he said with admiration, and ordered the royal orchestra to set the new poems to music. The banquet did not break up until the day was over. Brother Monkey and the other 2 were also having a splendid meal in the pavilion of lingering spring. Each of them was feeling rather merry after downing a few cups, and they decided to go to see their master, who was in another building with the king. This made Pig start acting like the idiot he was.
"This is great,"
he yelled at once.
"We're doing very nicely here. Today we've had a right good time. But now we're full, we ought to go to sleep it off."
"You really are ill-bred, brother," said Friar Sand with a grin. "How could you possibly go to sleep when you're as full as that?"
"You wouldn't know,"
said Pig.
"There's a saying that goes, 'Unless you stretch out for a nap when you've dined, how can your belly with fat be well lined?'"
When the Tang priest had taken his leave of the king, he went back to the pavilion and scolded Pig. "Cretin, you acted coarser than ever. What sort of place do you think this is, to shout and yell like that? If you had made the king angry, he would have had you killed."
"Don't worry," Pig replied. "Don't worry. We're being treated as his in-laws, so it would be very awkward for him to get angry with us. As the proverb goes, if you're related, a beating can't rend it. If you are neighbors, a cursing won't end it. We were only joking. There's nothing to be frightened of."
At this, the venerable elder shouted, "Bring the idiot here. Give him 20 strokes of the dhyana staff." Monkey then grabbed Pig and knocked him over, while Sanzang raised the cudgel to beat him.
"Master Royal Son-in-Law,"
the idiot shouted,
"spare me! Spare me!"
One of the officials who was present at the banquet persuaded Sanzang not to hit Pig, who clambered back on his feet, grumbling,
"You're a fine excellency. You're a fine royal son-in-law, applying the royal law before you're even married."
"Stop that nonsense,"
said Monkey, making a face at him.
"Stop that nonsense. Go to bed at once."
They then spent another night in the lingering spring pavilion. The next morning they feasted as before. Before long they had been enjoying themselves for 3 or 4 days, by when it was that splendid day, the 12th. The officials of the 3 sections of the Department of Foreign Relations all submitted a memorial that said, "Since we received the edicts on the 8th, the palace for the royal son-in-law has been built, and all that we are waiting for is the trousseau to be installed. The nuptial banquet has been prepared, with meat and vegetarian food for over 500 guests." This greatly pleased the king, who was just going to invite his future son-in-law to come to the banquet, when a eunuch from the inner quarters of the palace reported to him, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen asks you to come." The king then withdrew to the inner quarters of the palace, where the queens of the 3 palaces and the consorts of the 6 compounds brought the princess to the Sunlight Palace to talk and joke together. The place was truly a mass of flowers or brocade. The magnificence and beauty was more than a match for the halls of heaven or the moon's pavilions, nor was it inferior to the jade palaces of immortals. There are 4 new lyrics on the happy gathering and splendid wedding about it. The lyric "Happy" goes, "Happy, happy, delight and bliss. The wedding is celebrated with its love and beauty. Elegant court dresses that the Lady of the Moon could never rival. Dragon and phoenix hairpins, sumptuous threads of flying gold. Cherry lips, white teeth, and rouge-red cheeks. Sylphs with forms as delicate as flowers. Brocades upon brocades. An extravagance of color. Full of fragrance, a host of princesses." The lyric "Gathering" goes, "Gathering, gathering, bewitching charms, rivaling the great beauties of the past, enough to topple a city or a state, like flowers or jade, dressed to make them lovelier still, even more dazzling in their finery, and the splendor of their jewels. Their orchid hearts and natures were pure and lofty. Noble were their powder-white faces and ice-smooth skin.
The lines of their painted eyebrows were like distant hills. They formed a throng of willowy elegance. The lyric "splendid" goes, "Splendid, splendid! Jade girls, fairy maidens, utterly adorable, truly to be admired, perfumed with fine fragrances, adorned with cosmetics. Although far from the Tiantai paradise, this was no mere palace of a king. Sweet were their smiling words as the sound of pipes and songs was wafted around. 1,000 beauties, massed flowers, a splendid brocade. How could its match be found in the world? The lyric "wedding" goes, "Wedding, wedding! Orchid fragrance, ranks of fairy girls, crowds of beauties. The royal concubines have put on new splendor. The princesses are in fresh garments, piled clouds of raven hair, rainbow gowns over phoenix skirts, soft music of immortals, 2 rows of purple and red. In the past, they pledged to ride in 1 phoenix chariot. This morning is the happy occasion and the splendid wedding." When the king arrived, his queens and consorts led the princesses and other palace ladies out to meet him. The delighted king took them into the Sunlight Palace to sit down. When the queens, consorts, and others had made their obeisances, the king said, "Princess, my good daughter, we think that your heart's desire was fulfilled when you had the good fortune to find the holy monk by throwing your ball from the decorated tower on the 8th. The officials of all the departments have been most understanding of our wishes, so that everything is now ready. As today is a lucky one, let us hurry to the nuptial banquet and not be late." The princess stepped forward, went down in a kowtow, and submitted this petition. "Your Majesty, my father, I beg you to forgive your daughter for her effrontery, but I have a request to make. In the last few days it has been reported in the inner quarters of the palace that the Tang priest has 3 extremely hideous disciples. I couldn't bring myself to see them. I'm afraid the sight would terrify me. So I beg you, father, to send them out of the city. Otherwise, the shock might be too much for my frail health and lead to disaster." "If you had not mentioned them, child," the king replied, "we would have nearly forgotten about them. They are indeed rather ugly, and for the last few days we have had them entertained in the lingering spring pavilion. When we go into the throne hall this morning, we will return their passport and tell them to leave the city so that we can hold our banquet." The princess then kowtowed again in thanks, after which the king left in his carriage to enter the throne hall and issue a decree inviting his son-in-law and the other 3 gentlemen to attend. Now, the Tang priest had been following the dates by counting on his fingers, so when he reached the 12th, he had a discussion with his 3 disciples before dawn. "It is the 12th today," he said. "How are we to cope?"
"I've already noticed something of an ill-omened air about the king,"
Brother Monkey replied.
"but the evil hasn't actually infected him or done any great harm. The only thing is that I've not yet had a look at the princess. If she comes out and lets me take a peep at her, I'll know whether she's an imposter or not. Then I'll do something. Don't worry,
He's bound to summon us now and send us three away from the city. Accept the invitation and don't be afraid. I'll slip back and stay close to you to protect you."
As master and disciples were talking, a royal equerry did indeed come with officials from the protocol office to bring an invitation.
"Let's go,"
said Monkey.
"Let's go. I'm sure they're going to see us three on our way and keep you here, Master, for the wedding."
If they're seeing us off, they're bound to give us hundreds and thousands of ounces of gold and silver," said Pig. "We'll be able to buy some presents to take home with us. When I get back to my in-laws' place, I'll be able to have a bit of fun again."
"Shut up, second brother," said Friar Sand, "and stop talking such nonsense. We'll do what Big Brother says." They then followed the officials to the front of the throne hall steps, taking baggage and horse with them. When the king had greeted them, he commanded Monkey and the other two to come forward.
"Hand your passport up," he said, "and we shall seal it, sign it, and return it to you. You three gentlemen will be generously provided with funds for your journey and escorted on your way to see the Buddha on Vulture Peak. If you come back with the scriptures, you will also receive generous rewards. We shall keep our son-in-law here. There will be no need for you to worry about him."
Monkey thanked the king, then told Friar Sand to take the passport out and hand it over. The king read it, sealed it, and signed it, then brought out 10 ingots of gold and 20 of silver that he wanted to present to them as gifts for his in-laws. Pig, who had always been very keen on money and sex, stepped forward to accept them. Monkey then gave a respectful chant and said,
"We've disturbed you."
As Monkey turned to go, Sanzong hastily scrambled to his feet, grabbed hold of him, and said through clenched teeth, "You are all abandoning me." Brother Monkey pinched the palm of Sanzong's hand, gave him a meaningful look, and said,
"Unwind and take your pleasure here while we go to fetch the scriptures. We'll call you on our way back."
Not knowing whether to believe this or not, the venerable elder refused to let him go. When all the officials saw this, they took it for a real parting. Soon, the king invited his son-in-law back into the throne hall, ordering the officials to escort the three gentlemen out of the city, whereupon Sanzong had to let go of Monkey and entered the hall. As Brother Monkey and the other two went out through the palace gates, they each took their leave.
"Are we really going?"
asked Pig. Monkey said nothing and just walked back to the hostel, where the superintendent received them and provided tea and a meal.
"You two stay here,"
Monkey said to Pig and Friar Sand.
"And whatever you do, don't show your faces. If the hostel superintendent asks what's happening, give him vague answers. Don't say anything. I'm going off to look after the master."
The splendid great sage pulled out one of his hairs, blew on it with magic breath, called
"Change!"
and turned it into his own double to stay in the hostel with Pig and Friar Sand, while he himself leapt up into mid-air in a flash, turning himself into a bee. Yellow wings, sweet mouth, and a sharp tail. He dances wildly in the wind. The brilliant thief of fragrance from the blossom, who sways his way through willows and flowers. With many a drenching for his troubles, he flies to and fro, but all in vain. The thick delight he makes he never tastes. All he can do is leave his fame behind. Watch him as he flies into the palace, where he saw the Tang priest sitting on an embroidered stool at the king's left, frowning and worried at heart. Flying up to his master's Vairocana mitre, Monkey crept stealthily to his ear and said,
"I'm here, master, so don't fret."
These words were heard by the Tang priest alone. None of the ordinary mortals had any hope of hearing them, so he felt relief at last. Before long, a eunuch came in with an invitation. "Your Majesty, the nuptial banquet is set out in the Jade Palace. Her Majesty and the Princess are awaiting you in the inner quarters. They invite your Majesty and His Excellency to go in for the wedding." Overwhelmed with happiness, the king went into the inner quarters with his son-in-law. Indeed, the wicked king's love of flowers led to disaster. When the Dhyana mind starts thinking, each thought brings sorrow. If you don't know how the Tang priest escaped once in the inner quarters of the palace, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 95. False and true form combine when the jade hair is captured. The true female is converted and meets with spiritual origin. The story tells how the Tang priest was feeling thoroughly miserable as he accompanied the king into the inner quarters, from where a great sound of drums and music arose and fine perfumes could be smelt. He kept his head bowed, not daring to look up. Monkey, secretly very pleased, had fixed himself to the Vairocana mitre, from where he used his magic light to look around with his fiery eyes and golden pupils. There were 2 ranks of court ladies, making it seem like a palace of flowers or immortals, and finer than a spring breeze blowing past a brocade screen. Indeed, they were graceful and charming, jade-like with ice-smooth skin. Bewitching pairs more lovely than the girl of Chu. Beauties 2 by 2, rivaling the lady Zishi. Their hair was coiled high like flying phoenixes. Their eyebrows were just visible, low lines of distant hills. Elegantly played the pipe and shawm. Fast sounded flute and drum. All the notes of the scale rang out, rising, then falling again together. Delightful were they as they danced and sang. A carpet of flowers, every one of them lovely. Seeing that his master was not in the least moved by this, Monkey silently smacked his lips in admiration and said,
"What a fine monk! What a fine monk! Dwelling amid splendor, his heart forms no attachment. Walking through magnificence, his mind is not confused."
A little later, the princess came out of the Jade Palace, surrounded by the queens and consorts, to greet the king with cheers of, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" This so alarmed the venerable elder that he trembled, not knowing what to do. By now, Monkey had already noticed a touch of the demonic, though nothing very vicious, that could just be made out in the aura above the princess's head. Monkey crawled quickly to Sanzang's ear and said,
"The princess is a fake, master."
"If she is a fake," the venerable elder replied, "then how are we to make her turn back into her real form?"
"I'll give myself a magic body and catch her right here,"
said Monkey. "That would terrify his majesty," said Sanzang. "Wait till he and his queens have withdrawn before using your magic." Now, Monkey had been impatient by nature all his life, so he could not restrain himself. With a great and angry roar, he resumed his true form, rushed up, and grabbed the princess.
"You're a fine, evil beast,"
he said abusively.
"You've had no end of luxury here, you imposter, but it wasn't enough for you. You're so sex-crazed, you had to try to trick my master and destroy his primal masculinity."
This struck the king speechless with fright, and made the queens and consorts fall about. The palace beauties all ran off to hide, fleeing for their lives. It was just like a roaring wind in spring, the howling autumn gale. When the roaring wind in spring blows through the wood, 1,000 blossoms are shaken. When the howling autumn gale hits the park, 10,000 leaves all swirl and fly. The tree peony beneath the balustrade is snapped. Herbaceous peonies beside the balcony fall over. Hibiscus on the pond's banks are shaken all about, while chrysanthemums are flung in heaps at the foot of the terrace. The delicate begonia collapses in the dust. The fragrant rose is now sleeping in the wilds. The spring wind smashes caltrop, lotus, and pear. Winter snows weigh down the plum tree's tender blossoms. The petals of the pomegranate are scattered all around the inner courtyard. The branches of the willow are blown sideways within the royal palace. Fine blooms and a night of raging wind and rain. Countless red petals carpet the ground with brocade. Sanzang hastily put his trembling arms round the king and said, "Don't be afraid, your majesty. It is only my wicked disciple using his magical powers to find out whether she is an impostor or not." Seeing that things were going badly for her, the evil spirit broke free, tore off her clothes, flung down her jewelry and hair ornaments, and ran to the shrine of the local deity in the palace garden. From here she brought out a short club shaped like the head of a trip hammer, with which she started hitting wildly at Monkey as she turned quickly towards him. Monkey, who had caught up with her at once, struck back at her face with his iron cudgel. Shouting and roaring at each other, the two of them started fighting in the palace gardens. Then each began a great display of magic powers, riding clouds as they battled in midair. In this fight, Great was the fame of the gold-banded cudgel. No one had heard of the hammerhead club. One of them was there to fetch the true scriptures. The other was lingering for love of rare flowers. Long had the demon known of the holy Tang priest, and she longed to mate with his primal seed juices. In a past year she had carried off the real princess, and taken the form of the king's true daughter. When she met the great sage who saw her evil aura, he could tell true form from false as he came to save a life. The murderous club was flung at the head. The mighty iron cudgel struck back at the face. Ranting and roaring, they were locked in struggle, filling the skies and blotting out the sun. As the two of them battled in mid-air, they terrified the common people of the city and struck fear into all the officials at court. The venerable elder kept saying as he supported the king, "Don't be alarmed, and please tell Her Majesty and all the others to not be afraid. Your princess is an impostor pretending to be her. When my disciple has captured her, you will be able to see whether she is good or evil." Some of the bolder consorts brought clothes and jewelry to show the queen. "These are what the princess wore. She tore them off and is fighting that monk up in the sky stark naked. She must be an evil spirit." Only then did the king, queens, and consorts come to their senses and look up into the sky. When the evil spirit and the great sage had been fighting for half a day without either emerging as victor, Monkey threw his cudgel up and called, "Change!" 1 turned into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into 1,000. Half the sky was filled with writhing serpents and pythons striking wildly at the evil spirit. With a flurry of her hands and feet, she turned into a pure wind and fled into the azure sky. Monkey said a spell, took all the iron cudgels back into a single cudgel, and went straight after her magic light. As he approached the western gate of heaven and saw the dazzling flags and banners, Monkey shouted at the top of his voice,
"Heavenly gatekeepers, stop that evil spirit and don't let her get away."
The gate was being held by the heavenly king Lokapala, with the 4 great marshals, Pang, Liu, Gao, and Bi, who did indeed use their weapons to block the way. As she could not get further, she turned straight back and started fighting Monkey with her short club. As he wielded his iron cudgel, the great sage looked carefully at her and saw that one end of her club was thick and one end thin, just like the lead of a trip hammer used for hulling with a mortar. So he gave a furious roar and shouted,
"Beast! What's that implement you're holding? How dare you fight me with it? Surrender at once or I'll smash your skull with a single blow from my cudgel."
Grinding her teeth, the evil spirit replied, "You don't know about this weapon of mine, so listen while I tell you. Its immortal root was a piece of mutton-fat jade, which took countless years to be worked into shape. It was already mine when chaos was separated. When the primal disorder was sorted out, I came first. Its origins cannot be compared with mere mortal things. Its nature has always belonged to the highest heaven. Embodying the golden light in the four images, with the auspicious vapors of the five elements and the three primaries. Long did it live with me in the Moon Palace, staying beside me in the Cassia Hall. For love of flowers, I descended to the mortal world, coming to India as a beautiful impostor. The only reason why I shared the king's pleasures was because I wanted my destined marriage with the Tang priest. How could you be so cruel as to ruin this fine mating, pursuing me and giving rein to your vicious nature? Great is the fame of this implement of mine, which is older than your cudgel with gold bands. It was a drug-pounding pestle in the Moon Palace. One blow from this, and a life is ended. When Monkey heard this, he replied with a mocking laugh.
Evil beast! If you used to live in the Toad Palace, you must have heard of my powers. How dare you argue with me? Turn back into your real self and surrender at once if I'm to spare your life.
I know you, the monster replied. You're the protector of the horses who made great havoc in the palaces of heaven 500 years ago. By rights, I ought to give way to you, but because you've wrecked my marriage, I hate you as much as if you'd killed my mother and father. It's more than I can stand for. I'm going to kill you, you protector of the horses, for breaking the laws of heaven. The words protector of the horses always infuriated the great sage, so the moment he heard them, he flew into a great rage, lifted his iron cudgel, and struck at her face. The evil spirit swung her pestle in reply. A furious battle then ensued in front of the western gate of heaven. In this combat, there were a gold-banded cudgel, a drug-pounding pestle, two immortals' weapons, a worthy match. One had come down to earth for the sake of a marriage. The other was there to protect the Tang priest. It was because the king was not a righteous one and loved flowers that he attracted the evil spirit, causing today's bitter strife, as two of them gave play to their stubbornness of heart. Charging and rushing each other, they strove for triumph. In cutting words, they fought on with their tongues. Rare was the martial prowess of the medicine pestle, but finer still was the iron cudgel's might. A powerful golden light flashed at the heavenly gates. Brilliantly colored mists went right down to the earth. After a dozen rounds of fighting to and fro, the evil spirit became too weak to resist. When the evil spirit had fought another dozen or so rounds with Brother Monkey, she could see how thick and fast his blows were coming, and realized that she could not win. Fainting with her pestle, she shook herself and fled due south in 10,000 beams of golden light, with the great sage in pursuit. Suddenly they reached a great mountain, where the evil spirit landed her golden light and disappeared into a cave. Monkey, who was worried that she might escape, return to India and do some underhand harm to the Tang priest, made sure he could recognize the mountain, then turned his cloud round and went straight back to the capital. It was now about 4 in the afternoon. The king was clinging to Sanzang, shivering and shaking as he kept saying,
Save me, holy monk.
The consorts and queens were all in a panic as the great sage came down from the clouds with a cry of,
"Here I am, master."
"Stand still, Wukong," said Sanzang. "You must not alarm his majesty. Now, I am asking you what in fact happened about the imitation princess." Standing outside the Jade Palace, Monkey put his hands together in front of his chest and said,
"The imitation princess was an evil spirit. First of all, I fought her for half a day and she couldn't beat me, so she turned into a pure wind and fled straight to the gates of heaven. I shouted to the gods to block her way. She turned back into her real self and fought another dozen or so rounds with me. Then she turned herself into golden light and fled due south to a mountain, beaten. I chased her as fast as I could till I got to the mountain, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Then I came back because I was worried she might come here to harm you."
When the king heard this, he grabbed hold of the Tang priest and asked, "If the false princess was an evil spirit, where's my real princess?"
"When I've caught the false princess, your real princess will turn up by herself,"
Monkey replied straight away. When the queens and consorts heard this, their fears vanished, and each of them came forward to bow and say, "We beg you to rescue our real princess, holy monk, and sort out the light from the dark. You will be richly rewarded."
"This is no place for us to talk,"
said Monkey.
"I beg your majesty to go from the inner quarters to the throne hall with my master. Her Majesty and the rest of them should all go back to the inner palace, and my fellow disciples, Pig and Friar Sand, should be sent for to protect my master, so that I can go and subdue the demon. That will keep a proper distinction between the inner and outer quarters of the palace, and spare me from worrying. I am going to sort this out to show my sincerity."
The king accepted the suggestion and was boundlessly grateful. He led the Tang priest out of the inner quarters and straight to the throne hall. All the queens and consorts returned to the inner palace. A vegetarian meal was ordered while Pig and Friar Sand were sent for. The two of them soon arrived. Monkey explained to them both about what had happened and told them to guard the master carefully. The great sage set off by his cloud somersault and flew up into midair. All the officials in front of the throne hall looked up into the sky and bowed low. The great sage Monkey went straight to the mountain that lay due south. When the evil spirit had fled in defeat to the mountain and gone into her den, she blocked the entrance with boulders and lay hidden there, terrified. Having looked around for a while and seen no sign of life, Monkey felt very impatient, so he made a spell with his hands and said the magic words, calling out the local deity and mountain god to be questioned. A moment later, the two gods arrived, kowtowed, and said, We didn't realize. If we had known, we'd have gone a long way to meet you. We beg you to forgive us."
"I won't hit you just now,"
Monkey said.
"Tell me what this mountain's called. How many evil spirits are there here? Tell me the truth, and I'll forgive you your crimes."
"Great sage," the two gods replied, "this mountain is called Mount Hairtrip. There are 3 hair warrens in the mountain, but from remote antiquity there have never been any evil spirits here. This is a blessed land of 5 felicities. Great sage, if you want to find an evil spirit, take the road to the western heaven.
I've reached the kingdom of India in the western heaven, where the king has a princess who was carried off by an evil spirit and abandoned in the wilds. The evil spirit turned herself into the princess's double to deceive the king into building a decorated tower from which she could throw an embroidered ball to find herself a husband. When I got to the foot of the tower while escorting the Tang priest, she deliberately hid the Tang priest because she wanted to mate with him and lure his primal masculinity out of him. When I saw through her, I turned back into myself in the palace to catch her. She threw off her human clothes and jewels and fought with me for half a day with a short club that she called a medicine-pounding pestle. Then she turned herself into a pure wind and disappeared. When I chased her as far as the western gate of heaven and fought another dozen or more with her, she realized she couldn't beat me, turned herself into golden light, and fled here. Why didn't you see her?
When the 2 gods heard this, they led Brother Monkey to search the 3 warrens. When they first looked by the warren at the foot of the mountain, a few frightened hares were startled and ran away. When their search reached the cave at the top of the mountain, they saw that the entrance was blocked with 2 great boulders. The evil spirit must have gone inside, the local god said, when you were chasing her so hard. Monkey then pried the boulders apart with his iron cudgel. The evil spirit, who was indeed hiding in there, sprang out with a whoosh, raising her medicine pestle to strike him with. As Monkey swung his cudgel to parry her blow, the mountain deity fell back in terror, and the local god fled. From the demon's mouth came abusive grumbles. "Who told you to bring him here to find me?" She continued to fend off the iron cudgel as she fled up into mid-air in a fighting retreat. Just at the moment of crisis, when it was getting late in the day, Monkey became more vicious than ever, and his blows were even harder. He wished he could finish her off with a single stroke. Just then, a call came from the ninefold azure sky of, "Don't strike, great sage! Don't strike! Be kind with your cudgel!" When Monkey turned round, he saw that it was the Star Lord of the Moon, leading his beauties and immortals down on multicolored clouds to stand in front of him. A flustered Monkey at once put his iron cudgel away, bowed, and said,
"Where are you going, old man? I'm sorry I didn't keep out of your way."
"The evil spirit fighting you is the Jade Hare, who pounds the immortal elixir of mysterious dew in my palace," the moon replied. "A year ago she secretly opened the golden locks on the jade gates and absconded from the palace. As I reckoned that she would be in mortal peril, I have come here to save her life. I do beg you, great sage, to spare her life out of consideration for me." Monkey assented, saying only,
"I wouldn't dare harm her. I wouldn't dare. No wonder she's so good with a medicine-pounding pestle. She's the Jade Hare. What you don't know, old moon, is that she has kidnapped the King of India's daughter, made herself into the princess's double, and wants to ruin my master's primal masculinity, although he's a holy monk. This is the truth. We can't stand for crimes like that. How can you possibly let her off so lightly?
There are things you don't know, the moon replied. That king's daughter is no ordinary mortal. She was the white beauty from the Moon Palace. 18 years ago she slapped the jade hair, after which she longed for the human world and came down to it in a beam of magic light to the womb of the king's senior queen. She was born then. The jade hair was getting her own back for that slap when she ran away from the palace last year and threw White Beauty into the wilds. But she was wrong to want to marry the Tang priest. That's an offense she mustn't get away with. It was a good thing you were careful enough to see through her before she ruined your master, but I plead with you to forgive her for my sake and let me take her back.
If that's why it happened, Brother Monkey replied with a smile, I wouldn't dare to make any objections. But if you take the jade hair back, I'm worried that the king might not believe it, so I'd like to trouble you and the immortal sisters to take the jade hair over there to prove it to the king. Then I'll be able to show off my powers and explain how White Beauty came down to earth. I'll make the king fetch Princess White Beauty to prove the truth of retribution.
The moon was persuaded, so he pointed at the evil spirit and shouted, Repent and submit, evil beast! The jade hair rolled on the ground and turned back into her real form. Indeed, she was gap-lipped and sharp-toothed, long-eared and with few whiskers. Her body was covered with jade-colored fur. When she stretched out her legs, she flew over mountains. Her straight nose was like yogurt, glossier than face cream with powder. 2 eyes glowed red, brighter than dots of rouge on the snow. Crouching on the ground, she was a heap of pure white silk. When she stretched herself out, she was a structure of dazzling silver wire. Often did she drink in the purest dew of the heavenly dawn, pounding the elixir with her pestle of jade. When the great sage saw this, he was delighted, and treading clouds and light, he led the way as the Moon Lord brought all the beauties and immortals, taking the jade hair with them as they headed straight for India. It was now dusk, and the moon was slowly rising. When they had reached the walls of the capital, they heard the drums being beaten on the watchtowers. The king and the Tang priest were still inside the throne hall, while Pig, Friar Sand, and the officials were standing in front of the steps. They were just discussing whether the king should withdraw when a sheet of colored cloud as bright as day was seen due south. When they all raised their heads to look, they heard the great sage monkey shouting at the top of his voice,
Your Majesty, King of India, ask your queens and consorts to come out and look. Under this canopy is the Star Lord of the Moon Palace, and the immortal sisters to either side of him are the beauties of the moon. This jade hair was the bogus princess of yours, who is now turned back into her real form.
The king then quickly called his queen, consorts, palace beauties, and maids out, and they all kowtowed towards the sky. The king, the Tang priest, and the officials also bowed to the sky in thanks. There was nobody in any house throughout the whole city who did not set out an altar on which to burn incense, kowtow, and recite the name of the Buddha. Just when everyone was looking up, Pig felt a surge of uncontrollable desire, leapt up into the air, and flung his arms round an immortal girl dressed in a rainbow.
"We're old men's, darling," he said. "Let's go and have a bit of fun."
Monkey went up to Pig, grabbed hold of him, gave him a couple of slaps, and swore at him.
"You village idiot! What sort of place is this for getting randy?"
"I was just going to chat her up for a bit of fun,"
said Pig. The Moon Lord had his celestial canopy turned about as he took the jade hair straight back to the Moon Palace with all his beauties. Brother Monkey threw Pig down into the dust, then was thanked by the king in the throne hall. When the king was told what had happened, he said,
"We are very grateful to you, holy monk, for using your great magical powers to capture the imitation princess. But where is our real daughter?"
"She is no ordinary human either," Monkey replied, "but the immortal girl White Beauty from the Moon Palace. Because she slapped the jade hair in the face 18 years ago, she yearned for the lower world, came down to the womb of your majesty's senior queen, and was born here. It was because the jade hair nursed her old grudge that she surreptitiously opened the golden lock on the jade gates, came down here, abandoned White Beauty in the wilds, and made herself look like White Beauty to deceive you. The Moon Lord himself told me about this chain of events. Today we've got rid of the impostor, and tomorrow I'll invite your majesty to go in your royal carriage to fetch the real one."
This came as rather a shock to the king, who said with the tears streaming down his cheeks,
"Daughter, in all the time since we came to the throne as a child, we have never even gone outside the city gates. Where are we going to look for you?"
"No need to upset yourself," said Monkey with a smile. "Your daughter is now in the Almsgivers' Spread Gold Monastery, pretending to be mad. Everyone can go home now. Tomorrow morning I'll bring your real princess back to you."
"Stop worrying, please, your majesty,"
the officials all said, kowtowing.
"These holy monks are all Buddhas who can ride clouds and mists. They are sure to know all about causes and effects in the future and the past. If we trouble the holy monks to come with us tomorrow to look for her, we will learn the truth."
Accepting their suggestion, the king invited the monks to the lingering spring pavilion, where a vegetarian meal was provided, and they were to spend the night. By now it was almost the second watch. Indeed, the copper water clock drips in the moon's bright glow. The chimes of the golden bell are carried by the wind. When the cuckoo sings, the spring is halfway gone. The blossoms fall aimlessly as the third watch draws near. The swing casts a shadow in deserted royal gardens. The silver river spans the sky's blue vault. No travelers are to be seen in markets and streets. The constellations make the night sky shine. That night they all went to bed, and of that no more need be said. During the night the king lost his demonic aura, and his spirit grew with great speed, so that at 3 marks after the 5th watch he came out of the inner quarters to give audience once more. When the audience was over, he ordered that the Tang priest and his 3 disciples be fetched to discuss the search for the princess. Sanzang then came and did obeisance to the king, while the great sage and the other 2 also paid their respects. The king bowed to them and said, "Yesterday you spoke of our daughter, the princess. May we trouble you, divine monks, to find and rescue her?" "The day before yesterday we had been walking from the east till evening," the venerable elder replied, "when we saw the almsgivers' spread gold monastery. We went inside to ask for accommodation, and had the good fortune to be entertained by the monks there. After supper I took a moonlit stroll in the former spread gold garden, and as I was looking at the remains, I heard wailing. When I asked what it was all about, an ancient monk, over 100 years old, sent everyone else away before telling me. Now, about that wailing, in the spring late of last year, I was enjoying the moon when suddenly I heard a gust of wind and the sound of someone grieving. I got out of bed, went into the Jetavana, and saw a girl there. When I questioned her, the girl said, 'I am a princess, the daughter of the King of India. The wind blew me here when I was looking at flowers by moonlight.' The ancient monk knows a lot about correct behavior, so he locked the princess up in a quiet, out-of-the-way cell. As he was worried that the monks of the monastery might sully her, he put it about that he had locked up an evil spirit. The princess, who understood what he was doing, ranted and raved during the day and demanded food and tea. Only late at night, when there was nobody about, did she think of her mother and father and cry for them. The ancient monk did come to the capital to make inquiries several times, but when he found that the princess was well and in the palace, he didn't dare say anything or submit a memorial. When the ancient monk saw that my disciple had some magic powers, he repeatedly insisted that we were to come here to investigate. I never expected that she would turn out to be the jade hare from the Moon Palace, who had put on an imitation of the real body and made herself look like the princess. She was also set on ruining my primal masculinity. Fortunately, my disciple showed his mighty magic and detected the fraud. The jade hare has now been recaptured by the Moon Lord. Your worthy princess is now pretending to be crazy in the Spread Gold Monastery." After hearing the story in all this detail, the king started to weep aloud. This soon alarmed the queens and consorts of the 3 palaces and 6 compounds, who all came out to ask why. Everybody began to weep bitterly, and it was long time before the king asked, "How far is the Spread Gold Monastery from the city?" "Only 20 miles," Sanzang replied. The king then issued these commands. "Let the queens of the eastern and western palaces look after the court while the high minister takes charge of the nation's business.
We are going to the monastery with our senior queen, our officials, and the 4 holy monks to fetch the princess."
Carriages were at once prepared, and a line of them left the palace. Watch as Brother Monkey sprang up into the air, and with a bend of his back was the first to reach the monastery. The monks all hastily knelt to greet him. "When you left, sir," they said, "you walked with the others, so why did you come down from the sky today?" To this, Monkey replied with a smile,
"Where is your ancient teacher? Ask him to come out straight away and set out incense tables to welcome His Majesty. The King and Queen of India, the officials, and my master are all coming."
The monks could not understand what he meant, so they asked the ancient monk to come out. When the ancient monk saw Monkey, he prostrated himself before him with the words,
"What has happened about the princess, sir?"
Monkey told him all about how the imitation princess had thrown the embroidered ball, wanted to mate with the Tang priest, been chased, fought, and been recaptured by the Moon Lord as the Jade Hare. The ancient monk kowtowed to him again in thanks.
"Please stop kowtowing,"
said Monkey, helping him up.
"Please stop. Hurry up and get ready to receive His Majesty."
Only then did the monks realize that it was a girl locked up in the garden at the back. Surprised and delighted, they all set out a row of incense tables outside the monastery gates, put on their cassocks, and started striking the bell and the drum. Soon after this, the king's carriage arrived. Indeed, the sky is filled with clouds of holy incense. Sudden blessing comes to the monastery. The rainbow flows for 1,000 years. Rivers and seas are pure. The eternal spring round which lightning flickers is finer than those of Yu and Tang. Thanks to the royal grace, the plant's colors are finer than ever. The wild flowers have extra fragrance because of this generosity. Men of distinction have always left their mark behind them. Today, all rejoice at an enlightened king's arrival. When the king arrived outside the monastery gates, the monks were all lined up on their knees in orderly ranks, bowing low in greeting. Monkey stood in the middle.
"How did you arrive first, holy monk?"
the king asked.
"It just took a little bend of my waist for me to get here." "Why were you such a long time coming?"
After this, the Tang priest and the others all arrived. He led the royal carriage to the building at the back, where the princess was still raving and pretending to be crazy. The ancient monk knelt down, pointed towards her, and said,
"This is Her Royal Highness the Princess who was blown here by a wind the other year."
The king ordered the cell opened. When the iron locks were undone and the door opened, the king and queen saw and recognized the princess. Not caring about the filth, they went up to her and threw their arms round her.
"Our poor child,"
they said. "How did you come to suffer these torments and have so terrible a time here?" How true it is that the meeting of parents and child is not like that of other people. The three of them sobbed aloud, their arms round each other's heads. When they had cried for a while and told each other what had happened since they were parted, scented hot water was sent for. The princess bathed and changed her clothes before they all climbed into carriages to go back to the capital. Monkey then put his hands together in greeting to the king and said,
"I have something else to put you to, your majesty."
Say it, whatever it is, holy monk,
the king said, returning his greeting,
and we will do as you ask.
"This mountain of theirs,"
Monkey replied,
"is called Mount 100-Foot. They tell me that centipedes have been turning into spirits here recently and injuring people by night. This is very awkward for traveling merchants. As I see it, only chickens can deal with the centipedes, so 1,000 extra-large cockerels should be chosen and then scattered across the mountainside to get rid of these venomous insects. The mountain could be renamed, and you could make a land grant to these monks to thank them for looking after the princess."
This suggestion pleased the king greatly, and he accepted it. Officials were then sent back to the city to fetch cocks, while the mountain was renamed Mount Splendor. The Department of Works was instructed to provide the materials for the monastery to be rebuilt. A deed of enfeoffment was written describing the mountain as Mount Splendor, granted to the almsgivers' spread gold monastery. And the ancient monk was given the title National Benefactor Hierarch, a title that was to be handed on to his successors in perpetuity, together with a stipend of 36 bushels of grain. The monks all thanked the king for his kindness, and saw him off on his way back to the capital. Here the princess returned to the inner palace, and was greeted by all the ladies in turn. A banquet was then laid on to cheer the princess up and congratulate her on her deliverance. The queen and her daughter were reunited. King and ministers were together. We will not describe the night's feasting. Early the next morning, the king ordered that painters make portraits of the countenances of the 4 holy monks to be kept in the Sino-Barbarian Hall. The princess was also invited to come out from the throne hall in her new finery to thank the Tang priest and the other 3 for saving her from her suffering. When she had thanked them, the Tang priest took his leave of the king to continue his journey west. The king refused to let them go, but ordered great banquets at which they feasted for 5 or 6 days. The idiot really was given a good time, and he enjoyed putting as much food in his stomach as he possibly could. When the king saw how determined they were to visit the Buddha, he realized that, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to keep them. He had 200 ingots of gold and silver brought out, as well as a tray of jewels for each of them, as an expression of thanks. Master and disciples refused to accept anything. The king then ordered the royal carriage prepared, invited the master to enter it, and instructed officials to escort them a long way. The queens, consorts, officials, and common people all kowtowed endlessly in thanks. As they went along the way, their monks all came out to kowtow to them in farewell, None of them could bear to be parted from the travelers. Seeing that the people seeing them off were unwilling to turn back, Monkey had no option but to make a spell with his hands and blow a magic breath in the direction of the trigram of the wind, Zun, so that a dark wind stopped all the escorts from seeing them. Only then did the travelers get away. This was indeed a case of washing away the waves of gratitude, their natures returned to the end. Leaving the sea of gold, they were aware of true emptiness. If you do not know what happened on the journey ahead, listen to the explanation in the next chapter. Chapter 96. Squire Ko entertains the lofty monk. The Tang priest does not covet wealth and honor. All kinds of matter are really without matter. No emptiness is truly empty. Stillness and clamor, speech and silence, all are the same. Why bother to dream talk in one's dreams? The useful includes the useless in its application. Achievement lurks within failure. When the fruit is ripe, it reddens of itself. Do not ask how the seed is to be grown. The story has told how the Tang priest and his disciples used their magic powers to stop the monks of the Spread Gold Monastery. When the monks saw, after the black wind had passed, that the master and his disciples had disappeared, they thought that their visitors must have been living Buddhas come down to earth, so they kowtowed and went back. Of them we tell no more. As master and disciples traveled west, spring was giving way to early summer. The air was clear, mild, and refreshing. Water chestnuts and lotuses were growing in the pool. Plums were ripening after the rain. The wheat was forming as the breezes blew. Flowers were fragrant where blossoms fell from trees. The oriole grew tired amid the willow's light branches. Swallows over the river taught their young to fly. The pheasants fed their chirping chicks. South of the Dipper the sun was always seen. All of creation shone with brightness. We could never describe in full how they ate at dawn, found shelter at dusk, rounded ravines, and climbed hills as they went along their way without incident for a fortnight. Then another city wall appeared in front of them. As they came closer to it, Sanzang asked, "What sort of place is this, disciple?"
I don't know,
Brother Monkey replied.
I don't know.
You've been this way before, put in Pig. So how can you claim that you don't know? I suppose you're being crafty and just pretending you can't recognize the place to make fools of us.
You're being completely unreasonable, you idiot,
said Monkey.
Although I've been this way several times, I've always come and gone by cloud high up in the sky. I've never landed here. I had no interest in the place, so why should I have looked it over? That's why I didn't know. I'm not being crafty and not trying to make a fool of you either.
While they were talking, they came close to the city before they realized it. Sanzang dismounted, crossed the drawbridge, and went straight in through the gates. As they went along the main street, there were two old men to be seen sitting under a portico and talking. "Disciples," said Sanzang, "stand here in the middle of the road, keep your heads bowed, and don't run wild. I am going under that portico to ask where we are." Monkey and the others stood still as they had been told, while the venerable elder went up to the two men, put his hands together, and called out, "Greetings, benefactors." The two old men were idly chatting about such things as prosperity and decay, success and failure, sages and good men, their heroic deeds in ancient times, and where such men were now. Really, they said, it was enough to make you sigh. When they suddenly heard Sanzang's greeting, they returned it and asked, "What do you have to say to us, Reverend Sir?" "I am a monk who has come from far away to worship the Lord Buddha," Sanzang replied, "and I have just arrived here. I wonder what this place is called, and where there are any pious folk from whom I might beg a meal." "This is the prefecture of Brazen Tower," one of the old men said, "and this country of Dilling near Brazen Tower City. If you want vegetarian food, sir, you won't need to beg. Go past this archway to the street running north-south. There's a gate tower shaped like a sitting tiger facing the east, and that's Squire Coe's house. In front of it is a sign that says, 'All monks welcome.' A monk from far away, such as yourself, will be given all you want. Off you go, and stop interrupting our conversation." Sanzang thanked them, turned to Monkey, and said, "This is Dilling County in the prefecture of Brazen Tower. The two old men said that on the street running north-south past this archway, there is a gate tower shaped like a sitting tiger that is Squire Cow's house. In front of it is a sign that says, 'All monks welcome.' They told me to go there for a vegetarian meal." "The West is a land of Buddhists," said Friar Sand, "and they really do feed monks. As this is only a seat of local government, we don't need to present our passport. Let's go and beg ourselves a meal. That'll be all the better for traveling with." The master and his 3 disciples walked slowly along the main street, filling all the people in the market with alarm and suspicion as they crowded around, struggling to see what the strangers looked like. Sanzang told his disciples to keep their mouths shut, saying, "Behave yourselves! Behave yourselves!" The 3 of them kept their heads bowed, not daring to look up. Then they turned a corner and did indeed see a main road running north-south. As they were walking along it, they saw a gate tower like a sitting tiger. On a screen wall inside the gateway hung a great sign on which were written the words, "All monks welcome." "The West is indeed the land of the Buddha," said Sanzang. "Nobody, however clever or stupid, is dishonest. I did not believe what the 2 old men told me. Now I know it is just as they said." Being the boor that he was, Pig wanted to go straight in.
"Just a moment, idiot," said Monkey. "Wait
till someone comes out so we can ask what to do before we go in."
"Big Brother's right," said Friar Sand. "If we don't show respect for his privacy, we might irritate the benefactor." They let the horse rest and put down the luggage outside the gates. A little later, a slave came out with a steelyard and a basket in his hands that the sudden sight of the strangers made him drop in alarm.
"Master,"
he reported, running inside,
"here are 4 strange-looking monks outside."
At the time, the gentleman was walking with a stick in the inner courtyard, reciting the name of the Buddha. When he heard the report, he dropped his stick and went out to welcome them. Their ugliness did not frighten him. "Come in," he said. Behaving with all courtesy, Sanzang went inside with him. The gentleman led them along a passageway and into a house, where he said, "The upper building includes a Buddha hall, a Sura library, and a refectory for you gentlemen. The lower building is where your disciple's family lives." Sanzang expressed endless admiration. He brought out and put on his cassock to worship the Buddha, then went up into the hall to have a look. What he saw was clouds of incense, dazzling candles. The ball was filled with a brocade of flowers. All around was gold and many colors. From red frames hung a bell of purple gold. On a lacquered stand was set a matching decorated drum. Several pairs of banners were embroidered with the 8 treasures. 1,000 Buddha statues were all covered in gold. Ancient bronze incense burners, ancient bronze vases, carved lacquered tables, carved lacquered boxes. In the ancient bronze incense burners was always eaglewood incense. In the ancient bronze vases were the colors of lotus blossoms. On the carved lacquer tables were fresh fruits. In the carved lacquer boxes, fragrant petals were piled. In glass bowls was pure, clear water. In crystal lamps, the fragrant oil shone bright. A metal chime resounded, long and slow. This was like a treasure house untouched by the world, a family Buddha hall rivaling a monastery. The venerable elder washed his hands, took a pinch of incense, kowtowed and worshipped, then turned back to greet the gentleman. "Wait a moment," Mr. Cow replied. "Let us make our introductions in the Sutra library." What they saw there was a square stand and upright cupboards, jade boxes and golden caskets. On the square stand and in the upright cupboards were piled up countless scriptures. In the jade boxes and golden caskets were stored many a manuscript. On lacquered tables were paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones, all the finest treasures of the study. Before the scented screen were calligraphy, paintings, and a lute and chess, all for the most refined of interests. A magic chime of light jade covered with gold, and a copper tripod in the wind and under the moon. The clear breeze freshens the spirit. The purified heart is aware. The mind set on the way is at ease. When the venerable elder had reached the library and was going to bow to him, Mr. Cow held on to prevent this and said, "Won't you take off your cassock?" Sunzang then took off his cassock, after which he greeted Mr. Cow. He then told Monkey and the other two to greet him too. Orders were given for the horse to be fed and the luggage put in a corner. The gentleman asked about their background. "I have been sent by the Emperor of Great Tang in the East," Sunzang said, "to the Vulture Peak in your splendid country to see the Lord Buddha and ask for the true scriptures. I am here to request a meal because I have heard that in your distinguished household you honor monks. After that, we will be on our way." The gentleman's face was suffused with pleasure as he replied with a chuckle, "My name is Cao Hong. My other name is Cao Daiquan, and I have lived for 64 wasted years. When I was 40, I made a vow to feed 10,000 monks, and you will complete the number. In the 24 years during which I have been feeding monks, I've kept a record of their names. Having nothing else to do in recent days, I've counted the names of all the monks I fed, and the score is now 9,996. I was only short of 4 to make up the full number. Then today has you 4 teachers down to me to complete the 10,000. Will you be so good as to tell me your names? I hope that you will stay for a month or more until I have celebrated the completion, after which I will send you teachers up the mountain in carrying chairs or on horses. Vulture Peak is only some 250 miles from here, not at all far away." Sanzang was thoroughly delighted to hear this, and he agreed to it all at once. Several young and old servants fetched firewood, drew water, and brought rice, flour, and vegetables into the house with which to prepare them a meal. All this disturbed the gentleman's wife, who said,
"Where have these monks come from, and why is everyone so busy?" "4 eminent monks have just arrived," the servants told her, "and when the master asked them where they were from, they said they'd been sent by the Emperor of the Great Tang in the East to go to worship the Lord Buddha on Vulture Peak. Goodness only knows how far it is to here from there. The master said that they had been sent down from heaven and told us to get them a vegetarian meal quickly."
The old woman was also very pleased to hear this, so she told a maid to fetch her clothes so that she too could go to see them. "Only one of them is handsome, ma'am," the servant said. "The other 3 don't bear looking at. They're really hideous."
"What you people don't realize," the old woman replied, "is that if they look ugly, strange, and freakish, they must be heavenly beings come down to earth. Hurry and tell your master straight away."
The servant ran to the Surah Hall, where he said to the gentleman, "The old lady's here to pay her respects to the lords from the East." On hearing this, Sanzang rose from his seat. Before the words had all been spoken, the old lady was already before the hall, where she lifted her eyes to see the Tang priest's majestic countenance and his splendid bearing. When she turned to see the extraordinary appearance of Monkey and the other two, she was somewhat alarmed, even though she knew they were heavenly beings come down to earth. She fell to her knees and bowed. Sanzang quickly returned her courtesy, saying, "Bodhisattva, the honor you do me is undeserved." The old woman then asked her husband why the four reverend gentlemen were not all sitting together.
"We three are his disciples,"
said Pig, thrusting his snout forward. Goodness! His voice was like the roar of a tiger deep in the mountains. The old woman was terrified. As they were talking, another servant appeared to announce, "The two young masters are here too." When Sanzang turned quickly round to look, he saw that they were two young scholars who prostrated themselves to the venerable elder after walking into the sutra hall. Sanzang was quick to return their courtesy. Mr. Cow then came up to take hold of him and say, "These are my two sons. Their names are Cao Liang and Cao Dong. They have just come back from their school and have not yet had their lunch. They are here to pay their respects because they have heard that you teachers have come down to earth." "What fine sons," said Sanzang with delight. "What fine sons! Indeed, if you want to make a lofty match, you must do good. The success of your sons and grandsons depends on study." The two scholars then asked their father,
"Where have these lords come from?"
"From a long way away," Mr. Cow replied with a smile. "The Emperor of Great Tang in the east of the southern continent of Jambu has sent them to Vulture Peak to worship the Lord Buddha and fetch the scriptures." "We have read in the compendious forest of facts that there are 4 continents in the world," the scholar said. "This continent of ours is the western continent of Cattle Gift. There is also an eastern continent of Superior Body. How many years did it take you to get here?" "I have been a long time on the journey," Sanzang replied with a smile. "Met many vicious demons and monsters, and suffered greatly. I have been greatly indebted to my 3 disciples for their protection. Altogether, it has taken me 14 winters and summers to reach your splendid country." When the scholars heard this, they said with unbounded admiration, "You really are holy monks! You really are!" Before they had finished speaking, a servant came in to invite them to eat. "The vegetarian banquet has been set out, so will you eat, my lords?" The gentleman then sent his wife and sons back to the house, while he went with the 4 monks to the refectory for the meal. Everything was set out very neatly. There were gold-lacquered tables and black-lacquered chairs. In front were fine cakes of many colors that skilled chefs had made up in up-to-date styles. The second row contained 5 dishes of hors d'oeuvres. In the third row there were 5 dishes of fruit, and in the fourth were 5 large dishes of snacks. Everything tasted good, looked good, and smelt good. Vegetable soup, rice, and steamed bread rolls were all spicy, piping hot, and most delicious. There was plenty to fill one's stomach. 7 or 8 servants rushed around waiting on them, while 4 or 5 cooks were kept constantly busy. Just watch while some poured soup and others filled the rice bowls, coming and going like shooting stars chasing the moon. Pig was finishing up bowls in single mouthfuls, like a gale blowing the clouds away. Thus, master and disciples ate their fill. Sanzang then rose to thank Mr. Cow for the meal before setting out again. The gentleman blocked his way, saying, "Teacher, won't you take things easy and spend a few days here? As the saying goes, it's nothing to start a journey, but it's hard to end one. I will send you on your way when we have celebrated the completion of my vow." Seeing how sincere and determined he was, Sanzang had no option but to stay. 5 to 7 days quickly passed before Mr. Cow engaged 24 local Buddhist monks to perform a mass to celebrate the fulfillment of the vow. The monks spent 3 or 4 days writing texts out and chose a lucky day on which to begin the Buddhist service. The way they did it was like in the Great Tang. There was a great display of banners, where the golden countenance was set out, rows of candles and incense burnt in offering. Drums and gongs were beaten, pipes and shawms were played. Cloud cymbals, pure-toned flutes, sounded in tune. To the beat of the drum and the woodwind's notes, the words of sutras were recited in unison. First, the local god was put at ease. Then spirit generals were invited to come. The documents were set out, and they bowed low to the Buddha statues, reciting the Peacock Sutra, each word of which could sweep away disasters. A stand of lamps was lit by Saja Guru to shine with flames of dazzling brightness. They performed the water ceremony to end any sense of grievance. They then intoned the Avatamsaka Sutra to do away with slander. The 3 vehicles of the wonderful law are very fine. Different monks are all the same. The Mass lasted for 3 days and nights before it ended. In his longing to go to the Thunder Monastery, the Tang priest was determined to be on his way, so he took his leave of them and thanked them. "Teacher, you are very eager to say goodbye," Mr. Cow said. "I suppose you must have taken offense because for days on end we have been so busy with our service that we have treated you very offhandedly." "We have put your noble house to a great deal of trouble," Sanzong replied, "and I do not know how we will ever repay you. How could we have possibly taken offense? But when my wise monarch saw me off through the passes all those years ago, he asked me when I would be back. I wrongly told him that I would return in 3 years, never imagining that the journey would be so badly delayed that it has already lasted 14 years. I do not even know whether I will succeed in fetching the scriptures, and it will take me another 12 or 13 years to get back. How am I to face the penalty for breaking my monarch's sage command? I beg you, sir, to let me go to fetch the scriptures and return. Next time I come to your mansion, I will be able to stay much longer." This was more than Pig could bear.
You don't care at all about what we want, master,
he shouted at the top of his voice.
You're showing no consideration at all. The old gentleman's very rich, and now he's fulfilled his vow to feed monks. Besides, he's really sincere about wanting to keep us here. It'd do no harm if we stayed here for a year or so. Why be so set on going? Why leave all this good food to go begging for meals elsewhere? Is it your parents' home ahead?
All you care about is food, you cretin! shouted Sanzong angrily. You don't care at all about the transference of cause and effect. Really, you're such an animal you'd eat from the trough to scratch the itch in your belly. If you people are going to be so greedy and stupid, I'll go by myself tomorrow. Seeing that the master's attitude had changed, Monkey grabbed hold of Pig and punched his head.
You've got no sense, you idiot, he said abusively. You've made the master angry with us, too.
He deserved that, said Friar Sand with a grin. He deserved that. He's disgusting enough even if he doesn't say a word, but he would have to interrupt. Breathing heavily, the idiot stood to one side, not daring to say another word. Seeing the anger of master and disciple, Mr. Cow said, his face wreathed in smiles, Do not be so short-tempered, teacher. Make yourself comfortable for the rest of the day. Tomorrow I will have banners and drums brought here, and ask some relations and neighbors to come to see you off. As they were talking, the old woman came out to say, Venerable teacher, as you have come to our house, you should not refuse so insistently. How many days have you spent here now? It is already a fortnight, Sunzong replied. That fortnight is my gentleman's achievement, the old woman said. I have a little pin money with which I would like to entertain you gentlemen for another fortnight. Before she had finished speaking, Cao Dong and his brother came out again to say, Your four lordships, in the 20 and more years during which our father has been feeding monks, he has never met better ones than yourselves. Now that by your gracious condescension you have made up the total, you really have brought glory to our thatched hovel. We too are too young to understand about cause and effect, but we have often heard it said, the husband gets what he has merited. The wife gets what she has merited. Nothing is got when nothing is merited. Our father and mother each want to make a humble offering in order that each of them may merit a reward, so why must you refuse so insistently? And as we two brothers have saved a little of our school fees, we hope to be allowed to support you gentlemen for another fortnight before seeing you on your way. I dare not accept even the lavish hospitality of the venerable Bodhisattva your mother, Sanzong replied. So how could I accept you brothers' generosity? I could not possibly do so. I really must set out today. Please, please, do not take offense. If I do not go now, I will be unable to avoid execution for exceeding my emperor's time limit by so long. When the old woman and her two sons realized that Sanzong was determined not to stay, they started losing their patience. We invite you very nicely to stay, they said.
but you're obstinately set on going. If you're going, go, and cut out this chatter."
Mother and sons then left to go back to the house. Pig could hold his tongue no longer.
"Master,"
he said to the Tang priest,
"don't overdo it. As the saying goes, if you can stay, don't go away. Let's stay here for another month to let the mother and her sons fulfill their wishes. Why do you have to be in such a rush?"
The Tang priest made another angry noise at him and shouted again. The idiot then slapped his own face twice, saying,
"Tut, tut, tut. Don't talk out of turn. You spoke again."
Brother Monkey and Friar Sand, who were standing to one side, started spluttering with laughter. The Tang priest was angry with Monkey again.
"What are you laughing at?"
he asked, and made the hand magic, ready to recite the band-tightening spell. This so terrified Monkey that he fell to his knees at once, and said,
"I didn't laugh, master. Whatever you do, don't say the spell. Don't say it."
Seeing that master and disciples were getting into a worse and worse temper with each other, Mr. Cow gave up on his insistence on their staying. "Don't quarrel, teachers," he said. "I'll definitely see you on your way tomorrow morning." He then left the sutra hall and told his secretary to write 100 or so invitations to his neighbors and relations to see the Tang priest off to the west early next morning. He told the cooks to lay on a parting banquet, while also instructing his steward to have 20 pairs of colored flags made, hire a band of musicians, and engage a group of Buddhist monks from the monastery from the south and another group of Taoist priests from the Eastern Peak Temple. Everything was to be ready and in order by 10 in the morning. All of the gentlemen's staff went off to carry out their orders. Soon it was evening again, and after supper everyone went to bed. It was the time when dots of home-going rooks passed the lonely village. Drum and bell can be heard from each other's distant towers. In streets and markets the bustle is stilled. In all the houses the lamps shine dimly. Flowers in the breeze throw shadows under the moon. The stars shine bright against the Milky Way. Where the cuckoo sings, the night seems deeper. All natural sounds are stilled across the earth. During the third and fourth watches of the night, all the household servants in charge of various matters got up early to attend to their tasks. Just watch. The cooks preparing the banquet were busy in the kitchen. The people who had to buy colored flags were bustling in front of the hall. Those engaging Buddhist and Taoist clergy were hurrying about as fast as their legs could carry them. Those hiring musicians were in a great rush. The messengers delivering invitations ran all over the place, while the servants preparing the carrying chairs and horses were calling to each other. They were all shouting from the middle of the night until dawn, and by around 10 o'clock everything was prepared. This was all because the family was rich. The story tells how the Tang priest and his disciples got up early to be waited on once more by that crowd of servants. The venerable elder told them to pack the baggage and saddle the horse. When the idiot heard that they were about to go, he pulled a face, pouted, and grumbled, but he still had to pack the clothes and baking bowls, then go to look for the carrying pole. Friar Sand brushed the horse, saddled and harnessed it, and stood waiting. Brother Monkey put the 9-ringed monastic staff in his master's hand and hung the passport in a bag in front of his chest. They were now all ready to set out. Mr. Cow then invited them into the large hall at the back, where a feast was set out that excelled even the one they had eaten in the refectory. Curtains hung from on high. Screens stood all around. In the middle was a picture, a mountain of long life and a sea of blessings. On both walls were displayed scrolls of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. From the dragon-patterned tripod came clouds of incense. Above magpie-tailed burners rose auspicious vapors. In bowls were bunches of color, fresh and brilliant flowers of splendid form. The tables were piled with gold. Lines of confections shaped like lions and immortals. Music and dancing before the steps were in true harmony. The dishes in the hall were like a brocade. Exquisite soup and rice, both free of meat. The finest tea and the best of wines. Although they were only commoners, their home was fine enough for a prince. All that could be heard were happy sounds, so loud they surprised the sky and shook the earth. The venerable elder was just exchanging courtesies with Mr. Cow when a servant came in to report, "The guests are all here." These were the people who had been invited, neighbors, relations by marriage, and some of his pious friends, who also fed monks and recited the name of the Buddha, and all of them bowed to the venerable elder. After the greetings had been made, everyone sat down. Outside the hall, zithers and panpipes were played, while inside the hall pipas and songs accompanied the banquet. Pig paid great attention to this rich banquet.
"Brother,"
he said to Friar Sand,
"relax and eat as much as you can. There won't be anything as good as this to eat after we leave the cow house."
"Nonsense," Friar Sand replied with a laugh. "As the saying goes, no matter how splendid the banquet you eat, for only a while can it keep you replete. Your savings may meet the expense of the road, but savings can never in bellies be stowed."
"You're hopeless,"
said Pig.
"Hopeless. If I eat my fill today, I won't feel hungry for the next 3 days."
"Idiot,"
said Monkey, who had heard this.
"don't fill your belly till it bursts. We've got to start walking now."
They were still talking, and it was almost noon when Sun Zong raised his chopsticks and said grace. Pig grabbed a bowl, filled it with desperate speed, and ate 5 or 6 bowlfuls in succession, gulping down a whole bowlful at a time. Without any qualms at all, he filled both his sleeves with steamed bread, twists, pancakes, and cooked dishes before rising with his master. Sanzang thanked the gentleman and everyone else. Then they all went outside together. Just look at the colored banners, splendid canopies, drummers, and instrumentalists outside. Only then did two groups of clergy, one Buddhist and one Taoist, arrive. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Cow, "you are late. Our teacher is in a hurry to leave, so I will not be able to offer you a meal. I'll show you my gratitude when we come back." Everyone then opened a way to let them through, the carriers carrying their chairs, the riders on their horses, and the walkers on foot, all let Sanzang and his 3 disciples go first. The heavens rang with drumming and music. The flags and banner blotted out the sun. Crowds pressed around, and carriages and horses were all packed close together as everyone came to watch Mr. Cow seeing the Tang priest off. The splendor all around was more magnificent than pearls or jade, and no less fine than brocade screens behind which spring lies hidden. The Buddhist monks playing Buddhist tunes, and the Taoist priests their Taoist airs, all escorted the travelers out of the prefecture. When they reached the 3-mile pavilion, baskets of food and jars of drink were set out, cups were raised, and they all drank parting toasts. Mr. Cow, loath to let them go, said as he choked back his tears, "Teacher, you must spend some more days with us on your way back with the scriptures to fulfill my longing." Overcome with gratitude, Sansang thanked him at great length. "If I reach Fulcher Peak," he said, "and see the Lord Buddha, the first thing I will do will be to praise your great virtue. We will certainly come to kowtow to you in thanks on our return journey." As they talked, they covered another mile or so without noticing it. Then the venerable elder insisted on taking his leave, at which Mr. Cow turned back, sobbing aloud. Indeed, he who had vowed to feed the clergy found enlightenment. He was not fated to see the Tathagata Buddha. We will not tell of how Mr. Cow went home with everyone after seeing the travelers off as far as the 3-mile pavilion, but of how the master and his 3 disciples went on for some 12 or 15 miles. By now it was growing dark. "It's late," Sanzang said. "Where are we to spend the night?" Pig, who was carrying the pole, pulled a face and said,
"You would have to leave ready-cooked meals behind and refuse to stay in a nice cool brick house so as to go wherever it is we're going. That's just asking for trouble. It's very late now. What do we do if it starts raining?"
"Evil, insolent beast," cursed Sanzang, "complaining again. As the saying goes, the capital may be remarkably fine, but we can't linger here for a very long time. If we are fated to visit the Lord Buddha, fetch the true scriptures, go back to the great Tang, and report to the emperor, I will let you eat in the imperial kitchen for years on end. Then, you evil beast, you will swell up till you burst. That will teach you to be such a greedy devil." The idiot chortled quietly to himself, but did not dare say another word. When Brother Monkey raised his eyes to look around, he saw some buildings beside the road, and asked his master urgently,
"Can we spend the night here? Can we?"
Sanzang went over to the place, where he saw a ruined memorial ark, on which was inscribed, "The Vihara of Padma Prabha." The Bodhisattva Padma Prabha was a disciple of the Buddha Sikhin, said Sanzang, dismounting. He was dismissed for eliminating the demon king of poison fire and turned into the spirit officer of the 5 manifests. There must be a shrine here. They then all went in together. The cloisters had all collapsed. The walls had fallen down, and there was no trace of anybody around, only of vegetation running wild. They would have gone out again, but the sky had filled with dark clouds, and it had started to pour with rain. There was nothing for it but to find a place in the ruins where they could shelter from the storm. They kept completely silent, not daring to speak aloud for fear that some evil demon might hear them. Thus it was that they endured a sleepless night, sitting or standing there. Oh dear, how true it is that disaster strikes at triumph's height. In time of joy comes sorrow's blight. If you don't know what happened when they carried on with their journey, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 97. The monks and their supporters meet with demonic attack. The sage makes the spirit reappear to save the primal one. We will not tell of how the Tang priest and the others endured a hard night in the dilapidated palace of Padmaprabha, but of a group of evil demons in Dilling County in the prefecture of Brazen Tower, who had squandered all their family's fortunes in whoring, drinking, and gambling. Having nothing else to live on, they had formed a criminal gang of 12 and more members, and were discussing which family was the richest in the city, and which the second richest. The idea was to rob them of their gold and silver, and thus get some money to spend. "There's no need to go round making inquiries," one of them said, "or work it out in detail. The Mr. Cow who saw the Tang monk off today is rolling in money. Let's strike tonight in the rain. There'll be nobody ready for us in the streets, and the fire wardens won't be patrolling. When we've stolen his property, we'll be able to go with the girls, gamble, and have a good time again. That would be great, wouldn't it?" The other robbers were all delighted with the suggestion, and with one heart they all set out in the rain, carrying daggers, spiked clubs, sticks, cautious, ropes, and torches. Flinging open the main gate of the cow house, they charged inside, shouting and sending everyone inside, young and old, male and female, scurrying into hiding. The old woman hid under the bed, and the old man slipped behind the gates, while Cao Liang, Cao Dong, and their families fled for their lives in all directions. Holding their knives in their hands and lighting torches, the bandits opened up all the chests in the house and grabbed as much of the gold, silver, jewelry, hair ornaments, clothing, vessels, and other household goods as they wanted. Mr. Cow could not bear to lose all this, so, taking his life in his hands, he came out from behind the gate to plead with the robbers. "Take as much as you want, great kings," he said, "but please leave me a few clothes to be buried in." The robbers were in no mood for argument. They rushed up to him, tripped, and kicked him to the ground. Alas, his 3 souls vanished to the underworld. His 7 spirits left the world of men. The successful robbers left the cow house, put up a rope ladder from the foot of the city wall, took it in turns to cross, and fled westwards in the rain. Only when they saw that the robbers had gone did the servants of the cow family dare show their heads again. When they looked for old Mr. Cow and found him dead, lying on the floor, they started weeping aloud. "Heavens! The master's been murdered!" they all said as they wept, embracing the body and sobbing in misery. When it was almost the 4th watch, the resentful Miss Cow, who was angry with the Tang priest and his followers for rejecting their hospitality, and also because the extravagance of their send-off had provoked this disaster, decided to ruin the 4 of them. Helping Cao Liang to his feet, she said, "Don't cry, my son. Your father fed monks day in and day out. Whoever would have thought that he would complete the number by feeding a gang of monks who'd murder him?" "Mother," the brothers asked, "how did those monks murder him?" "Those bandits were so bold and vicious that when they charged in, I hid under the bed," she replied. "Although I was trembling, I made sure to take a very good look at them by the light of the torches. Do you know who they were? The Tang priest was lighting torches, Pig holding a knife, Friar Sand was taking the gold and silver, and Monkey killed your father." The 2 sons believed all this. "If you saw all that clearly, Mother," they said, "you must be right. They spent a fortnight in our house, so they knew all the doors, walls, windows, and passageways. They must have been tempted by our wealth and come back here under cover of rain and darkness. How evil! They've stolen our property and murdered our father. Once it's light, we'll go to the local government and report them as wanted men." "What sort of wanted notice should we write?" Cao Dong asked. "We'll write what our mother said," Cao Liang replied, and he wrote. "The Tang priest lit the torches. Pig incited to murder. Friar Sand stole the gold and silver, and Sun the novice murdered our father." The whole household was in such a hubbub that before they noticed it, day had dawned. While invitations were sent out to their relatives and a coffin was ordered, Cao Liang and his brother went to the local government offices to deposit their complaint. Now the prefect of Brazen Tower. He had always been upright, was good by nature. As a boy, he had studied by the light of the snow. When young, he had taken the palace examinations. His heart was always set on loyalty and justice, and filled with thoughts of kindness and benevolence. His name would be transmitted in annals for 1,000 years, like a Gong Sui or Huang Ba come back to life. His fame would resound for 10,000 ages in the balls of office. Zhuo Mao and Lu Gong reborn. When he had taken his seat in the hall and declared that all matters could be dealt with, he ordered that the placard asking for plaints should be carried outside. Cao Liang and his brother then came in holding the placard, knelt down, and called aloud, "Your Honor, we have come to denounce some bandits as thieves and murderers." The prefect accepted their complaint and read what it had to say.
I was told yesterday that your family completed your vow of feeding monks,
the prefect said.
By feeding 4 distinguished ones, arhats from the Tang dynasty in the east. You made a great display of sending them off with drums and music. So how could such a thing as this have possibly happened?
Your Honor, said Cao Liang, kowtowing, our father, Cao Hong, had been feeding monks for 24 years. These 4 monks who had come from afar just happened to make up the 10,000, which was why he held a service to mark the completion and kept them there for a fortnight. They got to know all the passageways, doors, and windows. They were seen off during the day and came back yesterday evening. During the dark and stormy night, they charged into the house with torches and weapons to steal our gold, silver, jewelry, clothes, and hair ornaments. They beat our father to death and left him lying on the ground. We beg you to be our protector. On hearing this, the prefect mustered infantry, cavalry, and able-bodied civilian conscripts, 150 men in all, who rushed straight out of the western gate, carrying sharp weapons in pursuit of the Tang priest and his 3 disciples. The story now tells how master and disciples stayed in the ruins of the minor palace of Padmaprabha until dawn, when they went out and started hurrying westwards. The bandits, who had gone along the main road west all night till daybreak after robbing the Cao family and leaving the city, had passed the palace of Padmaprabha and hidden in the mountains some 6 or 7 miles to the west. Here they were just dividing up the gold and silver when the Tang priest and his 3 followers came into view, also heading west along the road. The bandits, whose greed was not yet sated, pointed at the Tang priest and said, "Look, aren't they the monks who were seen off yesterday?" "And a very welcome arrival, too," said the other bandits, laughing. "Let's do a bit more of our dirty business. Those monks coming along the road spent a long time in the cow house. Goodness only knows how much stuff they're carrying. Let's hold them up, take their travel money and white horse, and share it all out. That'll suit us very nicely." The robbers then rushed to the road, brandishing their weapons and yelling their war cry as they formed a line. "Stay where you are, monks," they shouted. "Leave some toll money and we'll spare your lives. If so much as half a no comes out through your teeth, you'll all be cut down without mercy." The Tang priest was shaking with terror as he sat on his horse.
What are we to do?
Pig and Friar Sand asked Brother Monkey with alarm. What are we to do? We had a miserable night in the rain, and after starting out again this morning, we're being robbed by bandits. How true is it that troubles never come singly?
Don't be frightened, master, said Monkey with a smile. And stop worrying, brothers. Wait while I go and ask them a few questions.
The splendid great sage put on his tiger skin kilt, straightened up his brocade and cotton tunic, went up to them, put his hands together in front of his chest, and asked,
What are you gentlemen doing?
Don't you care whether you live or die, you swine?
The robbers yelled back at him.
How dare you question us? Have you got no eyes in your head? Don't you realize who we great kings are? Hand your toll money over at once, and we'll let you go on your way.
When he heard this, Monkey wreathed his face in smiles, and replied,
So, you're bandits who hold people up on the road.
Kill him!
The bandits yelled with fury.
Your Majesties,
said Monkey with feigned terror.
Your Majesties, I'm only a monk from the country. I don't know the right things to say. Please, don't be angry if I've offended you. Please don't. If what you want is toll money, all you have to do is ask me. No need to ask the other three. I'm the bookkeeper. All the money we get for chanting sutras and as alms, all we beg and all we're given, goes into the bundles, and I'm in charge of spending it. The man on the horse is my master. All he can do is recite sutras. He doesn't care about anything else. He's forgotten all about wealth and sex, and he's got nothing at all. The black-faced one is a junior I collected on our journey. All he can do is look after the horse. And the one with a long snout is a laborer I hired. He's only good for carrying a pole. Let those three go while I fetch our travel money, cassocks, and begging bowls. I'll give you all you want.
You seem to be an honest chap, monk,
the robber said.
So we'll spare your life. Tell the other three to leave their luggage and we'll let them go.
Monkey turned back and gave them a look. Friar Sand put down the carrying pole with the luggage and led the master's horse as they carried on westwards. Monkey bowed down to undo the bundle, took a pinch of dust from the ground, and scattered it on the bundle as he said the words of a spell. It was body-fixing magic, so the moment he shouted, "Stop!" the 30 and more bandits all stood stock still, grinding their teeth, staring, their hands apart. None of them could speak or move.
"Come back, master!"
shouted Monkey.
"Come back!"
This is terrible,
said Pig in alarm.
This is terrible. Big Brother's informed on us. He isn't carrying any money on him, and there's no gold or silver in the bundle. He must be calling the master back to ask him to give up his horse. He's going to get the clothes stripped off our backs."
"Don't talk such rubbish, brother," said Friar Sand with a laugh. "Big Brother knows what he's doing. He's always been able to beat vicious monsters and demons up till now, so what do we have to fear from a few petty thieves? He must be calling us back because he's got something to say to us. Let's go straight there and find out." When the venerable elder heard this, he cheerfully turned his horse round and went back. "Wukong," he called, "why have you called us back?"
"Hear what these robbers have got to say for themselves,"
Brother Monkey said. Pig went up to them, shoved them, and asked,
"Why don't you move, bandits?"
The bandits remained completely unconscious and said nothing.
"They're thick and dumb, too,"
said Pig.
"I fixed them by magic,"
said Monkey with a laugh.
"Even if you fixed them,"
said Pig,
"you didn't fix their mouths, so why aren't they making a sound?"
"Please dismount and sit down, master,"
said Brother Monkey.
"As the saying goes, people only get arrested by mistake. They never get released by mistake. Knock all the robbers over, brother, and tie them up. Then we'll force them to make statements. Find out if they're beginners or old hands."
"I haven't got any rope," said Friar Sand. Monkey then pulled out some of his hairs, blew on them with magic breath, and turned them into 30 lengths of rope. They all set to, knocked the robbers over, and tied their hands and feet together. Then Monkey said the words that ended the spell, whereupon the bandits gradually revived. Monkey invited the Tang priest to take the seat of honor, while he and the other two shouted, holding their weapons,
"Hairy bandits! How many of you are there altogether, and how many years have you been in this line of business?"
"How many things have you stolen? Have you murdered anyone?"
"Is this your first offense, or your second, or your third?"
"Spare our lives, your lordships,"
pleaded the robbers.
"Stop shouting,"
said Monkey,
"and come clean."
"We aren't hardened robbers, your lordships," they said. "We're all from good families. Because we're a bad lot, we squandered all the wealth we'd inherited in drinking, gambling, whoring, and living it up. We've never worked, and now we've got no money either. We found out that Mr. Cow's family was one of the richest in the prefecture of Brazen Tower, so last night we got together to rob it under cover of darkness and rain. We stole some gold, silver, clothing, and jewelry, and were just dividing it up in a mountain hollow to the north of the track when we noticed you gentlemen coming. Some of us recognized you as the monks Mr. Cow saw off, so we were sure that you must have some goods on you. Then we saw how heavy your luggage was and how fast the white horse was going. It was our disgraceful greed that made us try to hold you up. Never did we imagine that you would have such divine powers and be able to tie us up. Please, we beg you to be merciful to us. Take back what we stole and spare our lives."
Sun Zong was violently shocked to hear that their booty had been stolen from the Cow household. He stood up at once and said, "Mr. Cow was a very good man, Wukong. So how did he bring such a disaster on himself?"
"It was all because the colored hangings and fancy parasols, and the huge number of drummers and musicians when we were seen off, attracted too much attention,"
replied Monkey with a smile.
"That's why this gang of desperados attacked his house. Luckily, they ran into us, and we've taken back all the gold, silver, clothing, and jewelry."
"We put Mr. Cow out for a whole fortnight," said Sun Zong. So we owe him a huge debt of gratitude that we have not been able to repay. Would it not be a good deed to return this property to his house?" Monkey agreed, and he went to the mountain hollow with Pig and Friar Sand to fetch the booty, which they packed up and loaded on the horse. He told Pig to carry the load of gold and silver, while Friar Sand carried their own luggage. Monkey was just on the point of killing all the bandits with his cudgel when he had the worrying thought that the Tang priest might get angry with him for committing murder. So he could only shake himself and take back all the hares. Now that their hands and feet had been untied, the thieves all got up, then fled for their lives in the undergrowth. The Tang priest then turned back the way he had come to return the booty to Mr. Cow. In making this journey, he was like a moth flying into a flame and coming to disaster. There is a poem about it that goes, "Kindness to others is rarely with kindness rewarded. Kindness will often to hate and hostility lead. Plunge in the water to rescue the drowning, you'll suffer. Think before acting and spare yourself grief you don't need." Sanzang and his disciples were just heading back with the gold, silver, clothing, and jewelry when the crowd of men armed with spears and swords arrived. "Disciples," said Sanzang with alarm, "look at all those men armed coming here. What is happening?"
"It's a disaster,"
said Pig.
"A disaster. They're the robbers we set free. They found weapons and ganged up with some more people. Now they've come back and they're going to kill us."
"They don't look like bandits, brother," said Friar Sand. "Big brother, take a closer look."
"The master's in bad trouble again,"
Monkey whispered to Friar Sand.
"These must be soldiers here to capture the bandits."
Before he had finished saying this, the soldiers were upon the master and his disciples, surrounding them. "You're a fine bunch of monks," they said, "robbing a house, then swaggering around here like this." They then rushed them, dragged the Tang priest off his horse and tied him up. Next they tied up Brother Monkey and the others, and carried them off hanging from poles, 2 men to each of them. Driving the horse along and seizing the baggage, they went back to the prefectural city. This is what could be seen. The Tang priest, shivering and shaking, weeping and lost for words. Zhu Beiji, muttering and grumbling, full of complaints. Friar Sand, talking away, while secretly feeling uncertain. Sun the Novice, chuckling merrily, ready to use his powers. Hustled and carried along by the soldiers, they were soon back in the city, where the soldiers escorted them straight to the prefect's court. "Your Honor," they reported, "the constables have captured the robbers and brought them back." The prefect, sitting in his place in the court, rewarded the constables, inspected the booty, and sent for the Ko family to collect it. Then he had Sanzang and the others brought into court. "You monks maintain that you come from a place far away to the east and are going to worship the Buddha in the western heaven," he said, interrogating them.
But really, you're housebreakers who used dirty tricks so that you could get to know your way around.
Your Honor, Sun Zong replied, we are not robbers. I would not dare to deceive you. We carry a passport with us as proof. It was because we were so grateful to Mr. Cow's family for feeding us for a fortnight that when we ran into the robbers along our way, we recovered the booty they had stolen from the cow house. We were taking it back to the cow house to pay our debt of gratitude when, to our astonishment, we were arrested as robbers by the constables. We really are not robbers, and I beg your honor to investigate closely.
You only made up that fancy talk about paying a debt of gratitude because you were arrested by the soldiers, the prefect replied. If you really met other robbers, why didn't you show your gratitude by capturing them and turning them in? Why are only the 4 of you here? Look at the wanted notice Cao Liang submitted. He accuses you by name. How dare you still dispute it?
When Sanzang heard this, he felt like a storm-tossed boat out on the ocean, and all his souls flew away. Wukong, he said, why don't you come forward and argue in our defense?
The booty proves it, said Monkey. Arguing would do no good.
That's right, the prefect said. The booty is all here as proof. Do you still dare to deny it? Fetch the head clamp, he instructed his underlings, and put it round the head of the bald robber. Then beat him again.
Monkey was now very anxious.
Even though my master is fated to suffer this,
he thought to himself,
I mustn't let it be too rough for him.
Seeing the yamen runners tightening the cord to fix the head clamp in place, he opened his mouth to speak.
Please don't squeeze that monk's head, Your Honor. When we robbed the cow house last night, I was the one who lit the torches, carried the sword, stole the goods, and killed the man. I was the ringleader. If you want to torture anyone, torture me. It's nothing to do with them. The only thing is that you mustn't let me go.
On hearing this, the prefect ordered, Put the clamp on him first. The underlings then all fell on Monkey, fixed the clamp on his head, and tightened it so hard that the cord snapped with a twang. The clamp was fastened, tightened, and snapped with a twang again. They did this 3 or 4 times, and the skin on his head was not even creased. When they changed the cord and were tightening it again, someone was heard coming in to report. Your Honor, the Lord Assistant Protector Chen from the capital is coming. Will you please come to greet him outside the city? The prefect then ordered the head torturer. Throw the bandits into gaol, and keep a good eye on them. The torture and interrogation will continue after I have gone to greet my superior. The head torturer then marched the Tang priest and the other 3 into the gaol. Pig and Friar Sand carried their luggage in with them. Disciple, said Sanzang, what are we to do?
In you go, master, said Monkey with a grin. In you go. There aren't any dogs barking in there. It'll be a lark.
The 4 of them were then taken inside, and each of them was pushed on a torture rack, to which their bellies, heads, and chests were tightly fastened. The warders then started beating them up again. Finding the agony unbearable, Sanzang called out, "Whatever shall I do, Wukong? Whatever shall I do?"
"They're beating us up because they want money,"
Brother Monkey replied.
"As the saying goes, stay put when things are going well. Spend cash when things are going ill. They'll stop if you give them some money."
"But where am I to get money from?" Sanzang asked.
"If you haven't any money," Monkey replied, "clothes will do. Give them the cassock."
These words cut Sanzang to the heart, but realizing that the beating was more than he could take, he could only say, "Do as you will, Wukong."
"Gentlemen,"
Monkey called out,
"there's no need to beat us any more. There's a brocade cassock in one of the 2 bundles we brought in with us that's worth a fortune. Open them up and take it."
When the warders heard this, they all set to together, opening the bundles up to search them. There were some cotton clothes and a document case, but none of these were worth anything. Seeing something glowing brightly inside several layers of oiled paper, the warders realized that it must be a treasure. When they shook it open and looked at it, this is what it looked like. Exquisitely decorated with shining pearls, set with some wonderful Buddha treasures. Embroidered dragons curled around. Flying phoenixes adorned brocade edges. As they all struggled to look, they disturbed the head Gowler, who came up to them and shouted,
"What are you making all this row about?"
Falling to their knees, the warders replied, "His Honor has just started a case against 4 monks and sent them here. When we roughed them up a bit, they gave us these 2 bundles. After we opened them, we saw this, and we don't know how to deal with it. It would be a real pity to tear it up to divide between us, but it would be hard on everyone else if just one of us had it. It's a good thing you've come, sir. You can give us a ruling." The head Gowler could see that it was a cassock. Then he inspected the other clothes and the document case, and on opening the case to read the passport, he saw that it was covered with seals and signatures from many states.
"It's a good thing I saw this in time," he said. "If I hadn't, you people would have caused bad trouble. These monks aren't robbers. On no account touch their things. When His Honor questions them again tomorrow, we'll find out the truth."
The warders then gave the wrapping cloths back to the prisoners, who repacked them and handed them over to the head Gowler for safekeeping. Evening was slowly drawing in. The drum could be heard from its tower, and the fire wardens began their patrols. By the 3rd mark of the 4th watch, Monkey could see that the others had stopped groaning and were fast asleep.
"The master was fated to meet with the hardship of a night in gaol," he thought. "That's why I said nothing in our defense and didn't use my magic powers. But now the 4th watch is nearly over and his suffering's almost done. I'd better start getting things sorted out if we're to leave this gaol at dawn."
Just watch as he uses his powers to make himself smaller, get off the rack, shake himself, and turn into a midge who flies out of the prison through a gap between the tiles over the eaves. By the light of the stars and the moon in the still, silent night sky, he could see where he was going, and he flew quietly straight towards the gates of the cow house. On the west side of the road was a house where a lamp was shining brightly, and as he flew closer for a better look, he saw that it was a house of bean curd makers. An old man could be seen looking after the fire, while an old woman was squeezing out the bean juice.
"Wife,"
the old man suddenly called out,
"Mr. Cow had wealth and sons, but he didn't live long. When we were boys, we were both at school together. I was 5 years older than him. His father was called Cow Ming. In those days he had less than 150 acres. He couldn't even collect his overdue rents. Old Cow Ming died when his son was 19, and once the young man took charge of the household, things went really well. He married the daughter of Zhang Wang. She used to be known as Threadneedle when she was a girl, but she made her husband a rich man. When she came into his house, his crops were good, and the debts to him were paid. Whatever he bought showed a profit, and whatever he went in for made money. His family's worth 100,000 now. When he reached 40, he turned pious, and he fed 10,000 monks. Fancy him being kicked to death by robbers last night. Poor man, he was only 64. Who would have thought so good a man would meet with so evil a reward and be murdered just when everything was going well for him? What a pity! What a pity!
By the time Monkey had listened to all this, it was now at the first mark of the 5th watch. He then flew into the cow house, where a coffin was placed in the main room. A lamp was burning at the head, and around the coffin was incense, candles, and fruit. His wife was weeping beside him, and the 2 sons also came to kowtow and weep, while their wives brought 2 bowls of rice as an offering. Monkey landed at the head of the coffin and coughed. This gave the 2 daughter-in-laws such a fright that they ran outside, waving their arms about. Cao Liang and his brother lay on the floor, too terrified to move, and crying out,
"Oh, father! Oh!"
Their mother, being bolder, hit the head of the coffin and said,
"Have you come back to life, old man?"
"No," replied Monkey, imitating Mr. Cow's voice, to the great alarm of the 2 sons, who kept kowtowing, weeping, and repeating,
"Oh, father! Oh!"
Their mother summoned up even more courage to ask,
"Husband, if you haven't come back to life, why are you talking?"
"King Yama has sent demons to bring me here to talk to you," Monkey replied. "He told me that Threadneedle Zhang had been lying and trying to frame the innocent." In her surprise at hearing him call her by the name she had been known as a child, the old woman fell at once to her knees, kowtowed, and said,
"You're a fine old man. Fancy calling me by my childhood name at this age. What lies have I been telling? What innocent people have I framed?"
"Wasn't there something about the Tang priest lit the torches, Pig incited to murder, Friar Sand stole the gold and silver, and Son the novice murdered our father. Monkey replied, Your lies have landed those good men in terrible trouble. What really happened was that the Tang priest and the other 3 teachers met some bandits and got our property back for us to show their thanks. How good of them! But you had to concoct a wanted notice and send our sons to denounce them to the authorities. The court threw them in gaol without making a careful investigation. The gaol god, the local deity, and the city god were all so alarmed and uneasy that they reported it to King Yama, and he ordered demons to escort me back home. I'm to tell you to have them released as soon as possible. If you don't, I will have to make havoc here for a month. Nobody in the household, young or old, not even the dogs and the chickens, will be spared. Cao Liang and his brother kowtowed again and begged, Please go back, father, and don't harm us all. At dawn we'll submit a petition to the court for their release and withdraw our charge against them. We only want peace for both the living and the dead. When Monkey heard this, he called out, Burn sacrificial paper money. I am leaving. All his family started burning paper money. Monkey then rose up on his wings and flew straight to the prefect's residence. Bending low to look, he saw that there was a light in the bedroom. The prefect was already up. When Monkey flew into the main room, he saw a scroll painting hanging on the back wall. It showed an official riding a piebald horse, with several servants holding a blue umbrella and carrying a folding chair. Monkey did not know what the picture was about, but landed in the middle of it. All of a sudden, the prefect came out of the bedroom and bent low to comb and wash himself. Monkey gave a sharp cough, alarming the prefect and sending him hurrying back into his bedroom. When he had combed his hair, washed himself, and put on his formal clothes, the prefect came out to burn incense to the picture and pray to it. Venerable uncle, divine Jiang Kuan-yi, your dutiful nephew, Jiang Kun-san, is now prefect of Brazen Tower, thanks to the hereditary privilege won for me by your ancestral virtue, and also to my success in the examinations. Morning and evening I offer incense without interruption. Why did you speak today? I beg you not to haunt us and terrify the household.
So this is a holy picture of his ancestor, Brother Monkey thought with a hidden smile, and making the most of this chance, he called out,
Nephew Kun-san, have you always been uncorrupt in the office you were given through ancestral privilege? How could you have been so stupid yesterday? You took 4 holy monks for thieves and threw them into prison without finding out why they had come. The prison god, the local deity, and the city god were all so disturbed by this that they reported it to the king of hell. He told demon envoys to bring me here to speak to you and advise you to consider the circumstances and find out the truth and release them at once. Otherwise, you'll have to come back to the underworld with me for the case to be sorted out.
When the prefect heard this, he replied in terror.
Please, go back now, sit. Your nephew will go straight into court and release them at once. Very well, then, Monkey said. Burn some sacrificial paper money. I am going to report back to King Yama.
The prefect lit incense, burned paper money, and bowed in thanks. When Monkey flew out again and looked around, he saw that the east was already turning white. He then flew to the Dealing County office, where all the county officials could be seen in the courtroom.
If I talk when I'm a midge, he thought, and someone spots me, it'll give the game away. That wouldn't do.
So he gave himself a giant magical body where he was in midair, and stretched down 1 foot that filled the whole courtroom.
Listen to me, you officials, he shouted. I am the roving god Rambler, sent here by the Jade Emperor. He says that sons of the Buddha on their way to fetch the scriptures have been beaten up in the prefectural gaol here, which has disturbed the gods of the 3 worlds. He has asked me to tell you to release them at once. If anything goes wrong, I'm to use my other foot to kick all you county and prefecture officials to death, then crush all the people around here and trample the whole city to dust and ashes.
At this, the county magistrate and the other officials all fell to their knees and kowtowed in worship. "Please go back now, superior sage," they pleaded. "We are now going to the prefectural offices to request His Honor to release them immediately. We implore you not to move your feet and terrify us to death." Only then did Monkey put away that magical body, turn into a midge again, and fly back into the gaol through a gap between the tiles at the eaves, climb into his rack, and go to sleep. The story now tells that no sooner had the prefect entered his courtroom and ordered the notice inviting people to submit written requests to be carried outside, than Cao Liang and his brother fell to their knees at the entrance, holding the notice in their arms. The prefect ordered them to come in, and when the prefect read the document that the 2 of them submitted, he said in fury, "Yesterday you handed me a wanted notice. The thieves were arrested, and you had the booty back. So why are you asking for them to be released today?"
Your Honor,
the 2 brothers replied, tears streaming down. "Last night our father's spirit appeared to us and said the holy monks from Tang captured the bandits, took our property back from them, released them, and were kindly bringing the goods back to us to show their gratitude. How could you have treated them as robbers, captured them, and made them suffer in gaol? The local god in the gaol and the city god were so alarmed and uneasy that they reported it to King Yama. King Yama ordered demons to escort me back to tell you to go to the prefectural court and submit another plea for the Tang priest's release and thus avoid disaster. Otherwise, everybody in the household would be killed. This is why we have come with this request for their release. Please, we beg you to help us, Your Honor." On hearing this, the prefect thought, "Their father is a new ghost whose body is still warm, so it's not surprising that he should have appeared to them after what happened. But my uncle has been dead for 5 or 6 years. Why did he appear to me early this morning and tell me to investigate and release them? It really does look as though an injustice has been done." As the prefect was thinking things over, the magistrate and other officials of Dealing County came rushing into the courtroom to say in a wild panic, "Disaster, Your Honor! Disaster! The Jade Emperor has just sent the roving god Rambler down to Earth to tell you to release those good men from Gaul this very moment. The monks captured yesterday weren't robbers. They are disciples of the Buddha going to fetch the scriptures. If there's any delay, he's going to kick all us officials to death, then trample the whole city and all the people in it to dust and ashes." The prefect turned pale at this new shock, then told the head gaoler to write a release order and deliver them to court. The prison doors were immediately opened, and they were let out.
"Goodness knows what sort of beating we're in for today,"
said Pig gloomily.
"I can guarantee that they won't dare give you a single clout,"
said Monkey with a grin.
"I've fixed everything up. When you go into the courtroom, you absolutely mustn't kneel. He'll come down into the court to invite us to take the best seats. Then we'll ask for our luggage and the horse back from him. If anything's missing, I'll give him a beating for your entertainment."
Before he had finished speaking, they reached the entrance to the courtroom, where the prefect, the county magistrate, and all the other officials came out to welcome them with the words,
"When you holy monks arrived yesterday, we were under urgent pressure to meet our superiors. In addition, we did see the stolen goods. That is why we did not find out the truth."
The Tang priest put his hands together in front of his chest, bowed, and recounted in detail everything that had happened. The officials were all voluble in admitting, "We were wrong. We were wrong. Please, please don't be angry with us." They then asked if the monks had lost anything in the prison. Monkey stepped forward, opened his eyes wide in a glare, and yelled at the top of his voice,
"Our white horse was taken by the court officers, and the gaolers took our luggage. Give it back right now. It's our turn to torture and question you lot now. What should be the punishment for wrongfully arresting innocent people as bandits be?"
Seeing how ugly he was acting, the prefectural and county officials were all terrified. They told the people who had taken the horse to return the horse, and the men who had taken the luggage to return every single piece of it. Just look at how viciously the three disciples started acting, while the officials could only blame the Cow family to cover up their own blunder. "Disciples," said Sanzang, trying to calm them down. "Let us go to the cow house to question them and argue it out with them in order to make everything clear. Then we can find out who it was who took us for robbers."
"Good idea,"
said Brother Monkey.
"I'll call the dead man back and ask him who killed him."
Friar Sand hoisted the Tang priest up on the horse right there in the courtroom, then escorted him outside with much shouting. All the prefectural and county officials accompanied them to the cow house, so alarming Cao Liang and his brother that they kowtowed repeatedly in front of the gateway, then led them into the hall. This was where old Mr. Cow's coffin lay, and the whole family was to be seen weeping inside the mourning drapes around it.
"Stop howling, you lying old woman,"
Monkey shouted.
You tried to get innocent men killed. Wait till I call your husband back. We'll see what he has to say about who murdered him. That'll shame her."
The officials all thought that Monkey was joking, but then he said,
"Please keep my master company for a moment, your honors, Pig, Friar Sand. Protect him well. I'm off. I'll soon be back."
The splendid great sage bounded outside and rose up into the sky. Colored clouds were all around to cover up the house. Auspicious auras filled the sky to protect the primal deity. Only then did everyone recognize that Monkey was an immortal who could ride clouds and mists, and a sage who could bring the dead back to life. We will not tell of how they all burned incense and worshipped. The great sage went straight to the underworld by Somersault Cloud and charged into the Sinluo Palace, causing such alarm that the 10 kings of the underworld came out to raise their bands in greeting. The demon judges of the 5 regions kowtowed in welcome. 1,000 trees of knives all leaned away. 10,000 hills of swords all leveled themselves. In the city of the unjustly slain, the fiends were converted. Under the bridge over Punishment River, the dead returned to life. The divine light was like the grace of heaven, and everywhere shone bright in the palaces of darkness. The 10 kings received the great sage, greeted him, and asked him why he had come.
"Who's got the ghost of Cao Hong, who used to feed monks in Diling County in the prefecture of Brazen Tower?"
said Monkey.
"Find him and give him to me at once."
Cao Hong is a very good man, the 10 king replied. He came here himself. No demon envoys had to drag him here with their hooks. He met King Ksitigarbha's golden-clad boy, who took him to see Ksitigarbha. Monkey then took his leave of him and went straight to the turquoise cloud palace, where he saw Bodhisattva King Ksitigarbha. When the Bodhisattva had greeted him, Monkey explained what had happened. Liang Hong's allotted span had been completed, the Bodhisattva said with delight, and his life was over. That is why he left the world behind and came here without touching his bed, as he was such a good man who had fed monks. I have made him a chief recorder in charge of the register of good deeds. But since you have come here to fetch him, great sage, I shall grant him a 12-year extension of his life on earth. Let him leave with the great sage. The golden-clad boy then led out Cao Hong, who, on seeing Monkey, kept saying, "Teacher, save me, teacher."
"You were kicked to death by robbers," said Monkey, "and now you're in the Bodhisattva King Ksitigarbha's palace in the underworld. I've come to fetch you and take you to the world of the living to sort this matter out. The Bodhisattva will let you go back and has given you another 12 years of life, after which you'll come back here."
The old gentleman kowtowed to him endlessly. Having thanked and taken his leave of the Bodhisattva, Monkey blew on Cao Hong, turned him into vapor, tucked him into his sleeve, and left the underworld to go back to the world of the living. He rode his cloud back to the cow house, told Pig to lever the lid off the coffin, and pushed Cao Hong's spirit back into the body. A moment later, Cao Hong started breathing as he came back to life. Climbing out of his coffin, he kowtowed to the Tang priest and his 3 disciples with the words, "Teachers, teachers, I was wrongly killed, but my master went to the underworld to bring me back to life. I owe him my recovery." His thanks were unending. When he turned round and saw all the officials drawn up in line, he kowtowed again and asked, "Why are all your lordships in my house?" "Your sons first submitted a wanted notice," the prefect replied, "and accused the holy monks by name. I sent men to arrest them, not realizing that the holy monks had met the robbers who raided your house, taken the booty off them, and were returning it to your house. I was wrong to have them arrested, and I had them thrown into gaol without making a detailed investigation. Last night your spirit appeared. My late uncle came to lodge a complaint with me, and the roving god Rambler came down to earth in the county offices. After so many manifestations, I released the holy monks, and they have brought you back to life." "Your Honor," said Mr. Cow on his knees, "these 4 holy monks really have been wronged. That night over 30 bandits with torches and weapons robbed my house. Because I could not bear to lose all those things, I tried to reason with the robbers, but to my horror they kicked me to death. What's it got to do with these 4 gentlemen?" He then called for his wife. "Why did you people make that lying report about who had killed me? Will you please determine their punishments, Your Honor?" Everyone in the family, young and old alike, kowtowed. In his magnanimity, the prefect spared them from punishment. Cao Hong then ordered a banquet to thank the prefectural and county officials for their generosity. The officials all returned to their offices without sitting down at the banquet. The next day, the sign announcing that monks would be fed was hung out again, and another attempt was made to keep Sanzang there. Sanzang refused absolutely to stay any longer. Once again, Mr. Cow invited his friends and relations, arranged for flags and canopies, and saw them off as before. Indeed, however remote the place evil deeds can be done. Heaven may be high, but it does not desert the good. Steadily they plod along towards the Tathagata, until they reach the bliss on Vulture Peak. If you do not know what happened when they met the Buddha, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 98. When the ape and the horse are tamed, they cast off their husks. When all the deeds have been done, reality is seen. The story told how after coming back to life, Mr. Cow once more arranged for parasols, banners, drummers, musicians, Buddhist monks, Taoist priests, his friends, and his relations to see Sanzang off again. But instead of describing this, we will tell of the Tang priest and his 3 disciples taking the main road. The West was indeed a land of the Buddha, unlike anywhere else. They saw precious flowers, rare grasses, ancient cypresses, and hoary pines. In all the places they passed through, every family was pious and fed monks. Under every mountain, people cultivated their conduct. In all the forests, travelers recited sutras. Master and disciples took shelter each night and set out at dawn, till 6 or 7 days later, a mass of high buildings and splendid halls suddenly came into view. Truly, they were thrusting 100 feet into the heavens, touching the Milky Way in the sky. Lower your head and see the setting sun. Put out your hand and pluck a shooting star. The spacious windows enclose the cosmos. The towering roof beams join up with the clouds. Yellow cranes bring letters as the autumn trees grow old. Colored phoenix epistles come in the fresh evening breeze. These are sacred and precious palaces and gates, jeweled, intricate buildings and courtyards. In the holy halls, the way is discussed. Sutras are transmitted throughout the universe. The flowers are beautiful as they turn towards the spring. Green are the pine trees in the rain. Purple fungus and immortals' fruits ever flourish. All beings respond as red phoenixes soar. Sanzang raised his whip and pointed with it as he said, "What a fine place, Wukong."
"Master," said Monkey, "when you were in those delusive places where you saw false images of Buddhas, you insisted on prostrating yourself in front of them. But today, when you've reached the real place, where there is the true image of the Buddha, you won't even dismount. What do you mean by it?"
No sooner did he hear this than Sanzang sprang straight out of the saddle and went to the gateway. A young lay brother who stood to one side of the monastery gateway called out, "You must be the people from the east who have come to fetch the scriptures." The venerable elder quickly straightened his clothes and raised his head to look around. He saw that the boy was wearing clothes of golden brocade, waving a jade-handled whisk. Wearing clothes of golden brocade, he feasted in pavilions by the jasper pool. Waving a jade-handled whisk, he dusted the steps of the purple palaces. At his side hung an immortal's tablet, and on his feet were sandals. He was a true winged adept, elegant and remarkable. Having won immortality, he lived in a wonderful land, cultivating eternal life and escaping from worldly dust. The holy priest did not recognize the stranger on Vulture Peak, the gold-crested immortal of yesteryear. The great sage Monkey did, however, recognize him.
"Master," said Monkey, "this is the gold-crested immortal who lives at the Jade Truth Temple at the foot of Vulture Peak. He's here to greet us."
Only then did Sanzang realize who he was and step forward to salute him. "You have finally arrived here this year," replied the great immortal with a smile. "I was fooled by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. 10 years ago, she went to the east at the Buddha's command to find the pilgrim who would fetch the scriptures. She told me then he would be here within 2 or 3 years. I have been waiting for years on end with no news of you at all. I never thought that it would be this year before we met." Putting his hands together in front of his chest, Sanzang replied, "I am very grateful to you for your kindness, great immortal. Very grateful." Sanzang and his 3 disciples led the horse and carried the baggage with them into the Taoist temple, where they were introduced to all the great immortals there. Tea and a vegetarian meal were then ordered, and the Taoist boys were told to heat scented water for the holy monks to bathe in before climbing to the Buddha land. Indeed, when achievements are complete, it is right to bathe. The fundamental nature has been trained into innate truth. Many thousand troubles, and today, the 9 prohibitions and triple surrender lead to renewal. The monsters all done with, they climb to the Buddha land. With disasters ended, they could see the Sramana. Dirt and filth now washed away, they are wholly pure. Returning to the fundamental, their bodies are imperishable. By the time the master and disciples had bathed, the day was drawing to a close. They spent the night in the Jade Truth Temple. The next morning, the Tang priest changed into his brocade cassock, put on his Vairocana mitre, and grasped his monastic staff in his hand to climb the steps of the main hall and take his leave of the great immortal. "Yesterday you were in rags," the great immortal said with a smile. "But today you are dressed in splendor. I can see from your appearance that you are indeed a son of the Buddha." Sanzang then bowed in farewell. "Wait a moment," the great immortal said, "while I see you off."
"There's no need for you to see us off,"
Monkey replied.
"I know the way."
"What you know," said the great immortal, "is the way by cloud. The holy monk has never gone by cloud. He must go the overland way."
"You're right,"
replied Monkey.
"Although I've been here several times, I've always come and gone by cloud. I've never come here on foot. If there's an overland route, I'll trouble you to see us along it. My master is very serious about worshipping the Buddha, so I'd be very grateful if you could hurry up about it."
The great immortal chuckled as he took the Tang priest by hand and led the incense to the gate of the Dharma. The way led not out by the temple's front entrance, but through the main hall and out through the back gate. Pointing towards Vulture Peak, the great immortal said, "Holy monk, do you see the auspicious light of many colored clouds and richly textured aura in the sky? That is the summit of Vulture Peak, the holy territory of the Lord Buddha." As soon as he saw it, the Tang priest bowed low.
"Master,"
said Brother Monkey with a smile,
"we haven't got to the place for bowing yet. As the saying goes, the mountain may be in view, but your horse will collapse before you get there. We're still quite a long way from the palace, so why start bowing now? If you bow all the way from here to the top,
However many times will you have to hit your head on the ground?
Holy monk, said the great immortal, you, the great sage, Marshal Tianpeng, and the curtain-raising general have now reached the blessed land and seen Vulture Peak. I am going back now. Sunzang took his leave of the great immortal and continued on his way. The great sage led the Tang priest and the others slowly up Vulture Peak. Within a couple of miles, they reached a river of mighty rolling waves, some 3 miles wide. There was no sign of anyone anywhere around. Wukong, said Sanzang in alarm. We have come the wrong way. I wonder if the great immortal misdirected us. This river is so wide, and the waves so big, and there are no boats to be seen. How are we to cross it?
He didn't send us the wrong way, replied Monkey with a smile. Look over there. That's a bridge, isn't it? Once we're over that, we'll have completed the true achievement.
When the venerable elder and the others went closer to look, they saw a tablet beside it, on which were written the words, Cloud-Touching Crossing. Now, this bridge was only a single log. Indeed, from afar it seemed to span the void like a beam of jade. Seen closer, the bridge was but a withered spar crossing the water. To bind a river and frame the sea is easier than walking along the trunk of a single tree. The glow of a myriad rainbows spread out all around. 1,000 lengths of fine white silk stretched to the edge of the sky. It was narrow, slippery, and hard to cross, unless one was a god who could walk on colored clouds. Wukong, said Sanzang in fear and trembling. No mortal man could cross that bridge. Let us look elsewhere to find the way.
But this is the way,
replied Monkey with a smile.
This is the way.
Nobody's going to dare cross that, even if it is the right way, said Pig with alarm. The river's so wide, and there are those terrible waves, and all there is that narrow, slippery tree trunk. We couldn't take a single step.
You all stand there while I go on it to show you,
replied Monkey. The splendid great sage strode forward and sprang on the single-trunk bridge. He quickly ran across to the other side, swaying as he went, and called out,
Come over! Come over!
The Tang priest waved in refusal, while Pig and Friar Sand bit their fingers and said, It's much too hard. Monkey then ran back again from the far side and pulled at Pig.
Come with me, you idiot, he said. Come with me.
It's too slippery. It's too slippery,
said Pig, lying down on the ground.
I could never cross it. Please spare me that and let me cross by wind and mist.
Monkey held him down as he replied,
This is no place for you to be allowed to go riding wind and mist. You can only become a Buddha by crossing this bridge.
Brother, said Pig, I'll never make it. Honestly, I can't walk across.
As the two of them were pulling at each other and fighting, Friar Sand went over to talk them round. Only then did they let go of each other. Sanzang then looked round to see a man pulling a boat towards them from downriver and shouting, "Ferry, come aboard!" "Stop fooling around, disciples," said a delighted, venerable elder. "There is a ferry boat coming." The other three sprang to their feet, and all watched together as the boat drew closer. It was a bottomless craft. Monkey had already spotted with the golden pupils in his fiery eyes that this was the welcoming Lord Buddha, who is also known as Ratnadhavja, the royal Buddha of brightness. But instead of giving this away, he just kept calling,
"Over here, Punt! Over here!"
A moment later, the ferryman had punted his boat to the bank and was again shouting, "Ferry, come aboard!" Sanzang was once more alarmed at the sight. "Your boat has no bottom," he said, "so however could you ferry anyone across?"
"This boat of mine," the Buddha said, "has been famous since chaos was first divided, and been punted by me without any changes. It is stable in wind and stable in waves, enjoying great peace with no start and no end. Untouched by the 6 types of dust, it returns to the one, carries on calmly through all kinds of calamity. Hard it is for a bottomless boat to cross the oceans, but since ancient times it has ferried all creatures."
The great sage Monkey put his hands together in front of his chest and thanked him with the words,
"I am grateful to you for your generosity in coming to welcome my master. Step aboard, master. That boat of his may have no bottom, but it's stable and won't capsize even in wind and waves."
The venerable elder was still very doubtful, but Monkey seized him by the arms and pushed him forward. Unable to keep on his feet, the master tumbled into the water, where the ferryman grabbed hold of him at once and stood him on the boat. The master shook his clothes and stamped his feet, complaining about Monkey, who led Friar Sand and Pig to stand on board, bringing the luggage and horse with them. Gently and strongly, the Buddha pushed off, at which a corpse came floating downstream, to the horror of the venerable elder.
"Don't be frightened, master,"
said Monkey.
"That's you."
It's you,
said Pig. Friar Sand clapped his hands as he said, it's you. The boatman gave a call, then also put in, too.
"It's you! Congratulations! Congratulations!"
The 3 of them all joined in these congratulations as the ferryman punted the boat quickly and steadily over the immortal cloud-touching crossing. Sanzong turned around and sprang lightly ashore on the opposite bank. There is a poem about this that goes, "When the womb-born flesh and body of blood is cast aside, the primal spirit finds kinship and love. On this morning of actions completed and Buddhahood attained, the 36 kinds of dust from the past are washed away." This was indeed what is meant by great wisdom, the boundless dharma of crossing to the other bank.
When the four of them climbed the bank and looked back, the bottomless boat had already disappeared. Goodness knew where. Only when Brother Monkey explained that it had been the welcoming Buddha did Sunzong find enlightenment at once. He turned around to thank his three disciples.
"Let's not exchange thanks," said Monkey. "We've helped each other. You saved us three, Master, and showed us the way to win merit so as to complete the true achievement. And we have protected you, Master, holding to the faith and helping you happily to cast off your mortal body. Master, look at the magnificent scenery ahead. Flowers, grasses, pines, and bamboo, as well as phoenixes, cranes, and deer. Compare it with those places where evil beings created illusions through transformation. Ask yourself which is beautiful and good, and which ugly and evil."
Sunzong was full of expressions of gratitude. All of them were now light of body and cheerful as they walked up Vulture Peak. Soon the ancient Thunder Monastery could be seen. Its rooftops touched the heavens. Its roots joined with the Sumeru Range. Amazing peaks spread out in serried rank. Craggy rocks formed interlocking shapes. Under the hanging scar were wonderful plants and flowers. Beside the winding path grew magic mushrooms and orchids. Immortal apes were picking the fruit of the beech trees. Like gold amid burning flames. White cranes perched in the branches of the pines, as if they were jade creatures amid smoke. Colored phoenixes in pairs, green phoenixes 2 by 2. The pairs of colored phoenixes brought blessings on the world as they called to the sun. The green phoenixes 2 by 2 danced in the wind, a rare and wonderful sight. On the gleaming golden tiles were figures of mandarin ducks. The brilliantly patterned bricks were set with agate. To east and west were flowers of palaces and pearls of gateways. To north and south were endless precious pavilions and high buildings. The Devaraja Hall streamed with colored light. Purple flames rose before the Lokapala's chamber. Stupas stood out, and fragrant were the blossoms of the Udambara tree. Truly, this was a place so fine it might have come from heaven, where the days seemed long under leisurely clouds. Away from the mortal world, all fates came to an end. All kalpas were complete within the Dharma Hall. As master and disciples walked freely and at their ease up to the summit of Vulture Peak, lay people could be seen under the green pines, and pious men and women amid the jade-colored cypresses. The venerable elder bowed to them politely, whereupon all the lay men and women, monks and nuns, all hastened to put their hands together and say to him, "Do not bow to us, holy monk. Come back and talk with us when you have seen Sakyamuni."
"It's a bit early for that," replied Monkey with a grin. "Let's go and worship the boss."
The venerable elder waved his arms and performed a ritual dance as he followed Monkey straight to the gates of the Thunder Monastery, where 4 great Vajrapanis greeted them with the words, "Have you arrived now, holy monk?" "Yes," Sanzang replied with a bow. "Your disciple, Xuanzang, has arrived." Having given this reply, he was about to go in through the gateway. "Please, wait for a moment, holy monk," the Vajrapani said. "Let us report before you come in." The Vajrapanis sent a report of the Tang priest's arrival to the 4 great Vajrapanis on the middle gates, who in turn reported it to the inner gates, inside which were divine monks making offerings. As soon as they heard of the Tang priest's arrival, they all hurried to the Mahavira Hall, where they announced to the Tathagata Sakyamuni Buddha, "The holy monk from the Tang court has arrived at your noble monastery to fetch the scriptures." The Lord Buddha was very pleased. He called together his 8 bodhisattvas, 4 Vajrapanis, 500 arhats, 3,000 protectors, 11 heavenly shiners, and 18 guardians, who drew themselves up in 2 lines and passed on the Buddha's command, summoning the Tang priest to enter. Thus it was that the invitation was sent down from one level to the next. "Let the holy monk come in." Observing the requirements of ritual, the Tang priest went in through the gate with Wukong and Wu Jing, who were leading the horse and carrying the luggage. Indeed, in the past he had struggled to fulfill his commission. After leaving the emperor at the steps of the throne, at dawn he had climbed mountains in mist and in dew. At dusk he had slept on rocks amid the clouds. He had carried his stick across 3,000 rivers, and climbed up countless crags with his monastic staff. His every thought had been set on the true achievement, and today he was finally to see the Tathagata. As the 4 of them arrived in front of the Mahavira Hall, they all prostrated themselves and kowtowed to the Tathagata, then to their left and right. After they had each completed 3 rounds of worship, they then knelt before the Buddha to present their passport. When the Tathagata had read it carefully, he handed it back to Sanzang, who bowed his head low and reported, "Your disciple Xuanzang has made the long journey to your precious monastery at the command of the great Tang Emperor to beg for the true scriptures that will save all living beings. I implore the Lord Buddha in his goodness to grant them at once, so that I may return to my country." The Tathagata then opened his compassionate mouth, and in the great mercy of his heart, said to Sanzang, "Your eastern land is in the southern continent of Jambu. As the sky is lofty there, the soil deep, its products many, and the people multitudinous, there is much covetousness, murder, debauchery, lying, deception, and dishonesty. They do not follow the Buddhist teaching, do not turn towards good destinies, and do not honor the sun, moon, and stars, or value the 5 grains. They are not loyal, filial, righteous, or kind. In the delusion of their hearts, they mislead themselves, cheating on weights and measures, taking life and killing animals, thus creating such boundless evil karma and such a superabundance of sin and evil that they bring the catastrophe of hell on themselves. That is why they must fall forever into the dark underworld to suffer the torments of being hammered, smashed, ground, and pounded, or are reborn as animals. Many of them take the shape of furry, horned creatures to pay back the debts they owe from earlier lives and feed others with their own flesh. It is for such reasons that some fall into the Avicii hell, from which they never emerge to be reborn. Although Confucius established the doctrine of benevolence, righteousness, correct behavior, and wisdom, and although successive emperors have applied the penalties of imprisonment, exile, strangulation, and beheading, none of this affected those stupid, benighted, self-indulgent, and unrestrained people. Why? I have 3 stores of scriptures that offer deliverance from suffering and release from disaster. Of these 3 stores, one is the store of Dharma that deals with heaven. One is the store of sastras that deals with the earth, and one is the store of sutras that can save ghosts. There are 35 scriptures altogether, in 15,144 scrolls. These are indeed the path to the truth, the gateway to goodness. They include everything about the astronomy, geography, personalities, birds, beasts, trees, flowers, objects of use, and human affairs of the world's 4 continents. Now that you have come from afar, I would present them all to you to take away with you, but the people of your country are stupid and coarse. They are slanderers of the truth, who cannot understand the mysteries of our teachings. Ananda, Kasyapa, he called. Take the 4 of them to the foot of the jeweled tower, and give them a vegetarian meal. After the meal, open up the pavilion, select a few rolls from each of the 35 scriptures in my 3 stores, and tell them to propagate these scriptures in the East, where they may eternally grant their great goodness. Acting on the orders of the Buddha, the 2 arhats then led the 4 pilgrims to the bottom of the tower, where no end of rare and wonderful jewels and treasures were set out. Here the divinities who made offerings set out a vegetarian banquet, with immortal food, immortal delicacies, immortal tea, immortal fruit, and every kind of culinary delight not to be found in the mortal world. Master and disciples bowed their heads to the ground in thanks for the Buddha's kindness, and proceeded to eat to their heart's content. Indeed, precious flames and golden light dazzled the eye. while the rare incense and delicacies were marvelously fine. The 1,000-storied golden pavilion was infinitely lovely, and pure sounded immortals' music on the ear. Meatless food and magic flowers of the sort that are rare on earth. Fragrant teas and exotic dishes that give eternal life. After a long period of enduring 1,000 kinds of suffering, today comes the glorious happiness of the way completed. This was a piece of good fortune for Pig, and a great benefit to Friar Sand, as they ate their fill of the food in the Buddha's land that gave eternal life and new flesh and bones for old. The 2 Arhats kept the 4 of them company till the meal was over, after which they went to the treasure pavilion, where the doors were opened for them to go in and look. Over this all was a 1,000-fold aura of colored light and auspicious vapors, while brilliant mists and clouds of good omen wafted all around. All over the scripture shelves and on the outside of the cases were pasted red labels on which were neatly written the titles of the scriptures. They were the Nirvana Sutra, 748 rolls. Bodhisattva Sutra, 1,021 rolls. Akasagarbha Sutra, 400 rolls. Surangama Sutra, 110 rolls. Collection of Sutras on the Meaning of Grace, 50 rolls. Determination Sutra, 140 rolls. Ratnagarbha Sutra, 45 rolls. Avadamsaka Sutra, 500 rolls. Sutra on Worshipping Bhutatthata, 90 rolls. Mahaprajnaparamita Sutra, 916 rolls. Mahaprabhasa Sutra, 300 rolls. Abhuta Dharma Sutras, 1,110 rolls. Vimalakirti Sutra, 170 rolls. The 3 Sastras, 270 rolls. Diamond Sutra, 100 rolls. Sadharma Sastra, 120 rolls. Buddha Karita Kavya Sutra, 800 rolls. Pankanaga Sutra, 32 rolls. Bodhisattva Vinaya Sutra, 116 rolls. Mahasamnipata Sutra, 130 rolls. Makara Sutra, 350 rolls. Sadharma Pundarika Sutra, 100 rolls. Yoga Sutra, 100 rolls. Precious Eternity Sutra, 220 rolls. Sutra on the Western Heaven, 130 rolls. Samgika Sutra, 157 rolls. Samyukta Buddhadesa Sutra, 1,950 rolls. Mahayana Sradapadasa Sutra, 1,000 rolls. Great Wisdom Sutra, 1,080 rolls. Ratna Prabhava Sutra, 1,280 rolls. Original Pavilion Sutra, 850 rolls. Principal Vinaya Sutra, 200 rolls. Ananda and Kasyapa led the Tang priest to read the titles of all the scriptures. "You have come here from the east, holy monk," they said to him. "Have you brought us any presents? Hand them over right now. Then we can give you the scriptures." When Sanzang heard this, he said, "Your disciple Xuanzang has come a very long way, and I did not bring any with me."
"That's very fine," the two arhats said with a laugh. "If we hand the scriptures over for nothing, they'll be passed down through the ages, and our successors will have to starve to death." Monkey could not stand hearing them talk tough like this and refusing to hand the scriptures over, so he shouted,
"Let's go and report them to the Tathagata, master. We'll get him to give me the scriptures himself."
"Shut up," said Kasyapa. "Where do you think you are, acting like this? Come here and take the scriptures."
Pig and Friar Sand, who were keeping their own tempers under control, calmed Monkey down. They turned back to accept the scriptures, which were packed one by one into the luggage. Some of it was put on the horse's back, and the rest tied up as 2 carrying pole loads that Pig and Friar Sand shouldered. They all then returned to the Buddha's throne, kowtowed, thanked the Tathagata, and went straight out. They bowed twice to every Buddha and every Bodhisattva they met. When they reached the main entrance, they bowed to the bhiksus, the bhiksunis, the laymen, and the laywomen, taking their leave of each one. Then they hurried back down the mountain. The story tells not of them, but of the ancient Buddha Dipamkara, who had been quietly listening in the library when the scriptures were handed over. He understood perfectly well that Ananda and Kasyapa had handed over wordless scriptures. Those stupid monks from the East didn't realize that those were wordless scriptures, he thought with a smile to himself. The holy monk's journey across all those mountains and rivers will be a complete waste. Who is in attendance here? He called, and the Arhat Suklavira stepped forward. Use your divine might, Dipamkara instructed him, and go after the Tang priest like a shooting star. Take the wordless scriptures from him and tell him to come back to fetch the true scriptures. The Arhat Suklavira then flew off on a storm wind that roared away from the Thunder Monastery as he gave a great display of his divine might. That splendid wind really was a warrior from the Buddha's presence, greater than the 2 wind gods of the Zun quarter. The angry roars from his divine orifices were more powerful by far than the puffs of a young girl. This wind made fish and dragons lose their dens, while the waves flowed backwards in rivers and seas. Black apes could not present the fruit they carried. Yellow cranes turned back to the clouds as they sought their nests. Ugly rang the song of the red phoenix. Gracious were the calls of the multicolored pheasants. The branches of hoary pines were broken as the flowers of the Udambara flew away. Every cane of green bamboo bowed low. All the blooms of golden lotus swayed. The sound of the bell was carried 1,000 miles, while the chanting of sutras flew lightly up the ravines. Ruined was the beauty of flowers under the crag. The tender shoots of plants were laid low by the path. The brilliant phoenixes could hardly spread their wings. White deer hid beneath the cliffs. The heavens were heavy with fragrance, as the clear wind blew right through the clouds. The Tang priest was walking along when he smelt the fragrant wind, but he paid no attention to it, taking it for an auspicious sign of the Lord Buddha. Then a noise could be heard as a hand reached down from mid-air to lift the scriptures lightly off the horse's back, which gave Sanzong such a shock that he beat his chest and howled aloud. Pig scrambled along in pursuit. Friar Sand guarded the carrying poles loaded with scriptures, and Brother Monkey flew after the Arhat. Seeing that Monkey had almost caught up with him, and frightened that the merciless cudgel would make no bones about wounding him badly, the Arhat tore the bundle of scriptures to shreds and flung it into the dust. When Monkey saw the bundle falling in pieces that were being scattered by the fragrant wind, he stopped chasing the Arhat and brought his cloud down to look after the scriptures. The Arhat Suklavira put the wind and the clouds away, then went back to report to Dipamkara. When Pig, who was also in pursuit, saw the scriptures falling, he helped Monkey to collect them up and carry them back to the Tang priest. "Disciples!" the Tang priest exclaimed, tears pouring from his eyes. "Even in this world of bliss, evil demons cheat people." After gathering up the scattered scriptures in his arms, Friar Sand opened one of them up and saw that it was as white as snow. Not a word was written on it. Quickly, he handed it to Sanzong with the remark, "There's nothing in this scroll, master." Monkey opened out another scroll to find that it had nothing written on it either. Pig opened another, and it too had nothing in it. "Open them all for us to examine," said Sanzong. Every scroll was blank paper. "We Easterners really do have no luck," he said, sighing and groaning. "What point is there in fetching wordless scriptures like these? How could I ever face the Tang Emperor? I will have no way of avoiding execution for the crime of lying to my sovereign." Monkey, who already understood what had happened, then said to the Tang priest,
"Say no more, master. Ananda and Kasyapa gave us these scrolls of blank paper because we hadn't gotten any presents to give them when they asked for them. Let's go back, report them to the Tathagata, and get them accused of extortion."
"That's right," shouted Pig. "That's right. Let's report them."
The four of them then hurried up the mountain again, and after a few steps, they were rushing back to the Thunder Monastery. Before long, they were once more outside the gates of the monastery, where everyone raised their clasped hands in greeting. "Have you holy monks come to exchange your scriptures?" they asked with smiles. Sanzang nodded and expressed his thanks. The Vajrapanis did not block them, but let them go straight into the Mahavira hall.
"Tathagata!"
yelled Monkey.
Our master and the rest of us have had to put up with endless monsters, demons, troubles, and hardships to get here from the east to worship you. You gave the orders for the scriptures to be handed over, but Ananda and Kasyapa didn't do so because they were trying to extort things from us. They conspired and deliberately let us take away blank paper versions without a single word written on them. But what's the point in taking those? I beg you to have them punished, Tathagata.
Stop yelling, replied the Lord Buddha with a smile. I already know that they asked you for presents, but the scriptures cannot be casually passed on, nor can they be taken away for nothing. In the past, bhiksus and holy monks went down the mountain and recited these scriptures to the family of the elder Zhao in the land of Sravasti. This ensured peace and safety for the living and deliverance for the dead members of the family. All that was asked for was 3 bushels and 3 pecks of granular gold. I said they had sold the scriptures too cheap, so I saw to it that Zhao's sons and grandsons would be poor. You were given blank texts because you came here to fetch them empty-handed. The blank texts are true, wordless scriptures, and they really are good. But as you living beings in the East are so deluded and have not achieved enlightenment, we'll have to give you these ones instead. Ananda, Kasyapa, he called, fetch the true scriptures with words at once. Choose a few rolls from each title to give them, then come back here and tell me how many. The 2 arhats then led the 4 pilgrims to the foot of the library building and once again asked the Tang priest for a present. Having nothing else to offer, he ordered Friar Sand to bring out the begging bowl of purple gold and presented it with both hands. "Your disciple is poor and has come a very long way," he said, "and I did not bring any presents with me. This bowl was given to me by the Tang Emperor with his own hands to beg for food with on my journey. I now offer it to you as a token of my heartfelt feelings. I beg you, Arhats, not to despise it, but to keep it. When I return to my court, I shall report this to the Tang Emperor, who will certainly reward you richly. I only ask you to give me the true scriptures that have words to save me from failing in my imperial mission and making this long, hard journey for nothing." Ananda accepted the bowl with no more than a hint of a smile. The warriors guarding the precious library building, the kitchen staff responsible for the spices, and the arhats in charge of the library rubbed each other's faces, patted each other's backs, flicked each other with their fingers, and pulled faces. "Disgraceful," they all said with grins. "Disgraceful, demanding presents from the pilgrims who've come to fetch the scriptures." A moment later, Ananda was frowning with embarrassment, but still holding the bowl and not letting go. Only then did Kasyapa go into the library to check the scriptures through one by one and give them to Sanzang. "Disciples," called Sanzang, "take a good look at them, not like last time." The 3 of them took the rolls and examined them one by one. All had words. 5,048 rolls were handed over, the total in a single store. They were neatly packed up and put on the horse, and those left over were made into a carrying pole load for Pig to take. Friar Sand carried their own luggage, and as Brother Monkey led the horse, the Tang priest took his staff, pushed his Vairocana mitre into position, shook his brocade cassock, and went happily into the presence of the Tathagata. Indeed, sweet taste the true scriptures of the great store, created fine and majestic by the Tathagata. Remember what Xuanzang suffered to climb this mountain. Ananda's greed was something ridiculous. What they did not notice at first, Dipankara helped them to see. Later, the scriptures were real, and they then found peace. Successful now, they would take the scriptures to the east, where all could be refreshed by their life-giving richness. Ananda and Kasyapa led the Tang priest to see the Tathagata, who ascended his lotus throne and directed the two great arhats, Dragon Queller and Tiger Subduer, to strike the cloud-ringing stone chimes that summoned all the 3,000 Buddhas, 3,000 protectors, 8 Vajrapanis, 4 Bodhisattvas, 500 arhats, 800 bhiksus, the host of laymen, bhiksunis, lay women, and the greater and lesser honored ones and holy monks of every cave, every heaven, the blessed lands, and the magic mountains. Those who were supposed to sit were asked to ascend their precious thrones, and those who were supposed to stand stood on either side. All of a sudden, heavenly music rang out from afar, and magical sounds wafted around. The air was full of countless beams of auspicious light, and of aura upon aura, as all the Buddhas gathered together to pay their respects to the Tathagata. "How many rolls of scripture have you given them, Ananda and Kasyapa?" the Tathagata asked. "Please tell me the numbers one by one." The two arhats then reported, "We are now handing over for the Tang court the Nirvana Sutra, 400 rolls, Bodhisattva Sutra, 360 rolls, Akasagarbha Sutra, 20 rolls, Surangama Sutra, 30 rolls, Collection of Sutras on the Meaning of Grace, 40 rolls, Determination Sutra, 40 rolls, Ratnagarbha Sutra, 20 rolls, Avadamsaka Sutra, 81 rolls, Sutra on Worshipping Buddha Tathata, 30 rolls, Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra, 600 rolls, Mahaprabhasa Sutra, 50 rolls, Adbhuta Dharma Sutra, 550 rolls, Vimala Kirti Sutra, 30 rolls, the Three Sastras, 42 rolls, Diamond Sutra, 1 roll, Sadharma Sastra, 20 rolls, Buddha Karita Kavya Sutra, 116 rolls, Pankanaga Sutra, 20 rolls, Bodhisattva Vinaya Sutra, 60 rolls, Mahasamnipata Sutras, 30 rolls, Makara Sutra, 140 rolls, Siddharma Pudarika Sutra, 10 rolls, Yoga Sutra, 30 rolls, Precious Eternity Sutra, 170 rolls, Sutra on the Western Heaven, 30 rolls, Samgika Sutra, 110 rolls, Samyukta Buddhadesa Sutra, 1,638 rolls, Mahayana Sradapadasa Sastra, 50 rolls, Great Wisdom Sutra, 90 rolls, Ratnaprabhava Sutra, 140 rolls, Original Pavilion Sutra, 56 rolls, Principal Vinaya Sutra, 10 rolls, Mahamayura
Vidyarajni Sutra, 14 rules. Vinaptimatra Tadasiddhi Sastra, 10 rules. Abhidharma Kosa Sastra, 10 rules. From the 35 scriptures in all the stores, we have selected 5,048 rolls to give to the holy monk. These will be kept and handed down in Tang. They have now all been packed neatly and put on the horse or made into carrying pole loads. The pilgrims are only waiting to express their thanks. Sanzang and his 3 followers then tethered the horse, put down the loads, joined their hands in front of their chests, and bowed in worship. The achievement of these scriptures is immeasurable, the Tathagata said to the Tang priest. Although they are the source of foreknowledge and reflection for my school, they are truly the origin of all 3 schools. If they reach your southern continent of Jambudvipa, they must not be treated with disrespect when they are shown to all living beings. Nobody who has not bathed, avoided eating meat, and observed the prohibitions may open the rolls. Treasure them, honor them. They include the esoteric mysteries of the way of immortality and wonderful methods for discovering all transformations. Kowtowing in thanks, Sanzang faithfully accepted these instructions and determined to carry them out, did 3 more circuits of homage round the Lord Buddha, then with dutiful and sincere obedience, accepted the scriptures and went out with them through the 3rd of the monastery gates, where he thanked all the holy beings one by one again. Of him we will say no more. After sending the Tang priest on his way, the Tathagata dissolved the assembly that had been called to pass on the scriptures. The Bodhisattva Guanyin then stepped forward from the side, put her hands together, and submitted to the Lord Buddha. It has been 14 years from the time when your disciples went to the east that year to find the man who would fetch the scriptures to his success today. That makes 5,040 days. May the world-honored one allow the holy monks to go back east from the west within 8 days, so as to complete the number of rolls in one store, and then your disciple may report his mission as completed.
What you say is quite right, replied the Tathagata with delight. You are permitted to report the completion of your mission.
With that, he instructed the 8 Vajrapanis.
You are to use your divine might to escort the holy monks back to the east, where they will hand the true scriptures over to be kept there. After escorting the holy monks back, you may return to the west. This must be done within 8 days, in order to match the number of rolls in one store. There must be no disobedience or delay.
The Vajrapanis caught up with the Tang priest. "Come with us, scripture fetchers," they called, and the Tang priest and the others became light and strong as they floated up on clouds after the Vajrapanis. Indeed, nature revealed and mind made clear, they visited the Buddha. Actions complete and all achieved, they flew aloft. If you do not know how they passed on the scriptures after returning to the East, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 99. When the 9 nines are complete, the demons are all destroyed. After the triple 3s are fulfilled, the way returns to its roots.
The story goes on to tell how the 8 Vajrapanis escorted the Tang priest back to their country, but we will not go into that now. Outside the gates, the protectors of the 4 quarters and the center, the 4 duty gods, the 6 Dings, the 6 Jias, and the guardians of the faith went up to the Bodhisattva Guan Yin and said, "We, your disciples, have given secret help to the holy monk in obedience to your Dharma command, Bodhisattva. Now that they have fulfilled their deeds, and you have reported your mission accomplished to the Lord Buddha, we would like to report the completion of our mission." "Permission granted," the Bodhisattva replied with delight. "Permission granted." The Bodhisattva then went on to ask, "What were the thoughts and actions of the Tang priest and his 3 disciples on their journey?" "They really were pious and determined," the deities all replied, "as we are sure will not have escaped your profound perception. But the Tang priest's sufferings truly begar description. Your disciples have made a careful record of the disasters and hardships that he has endured on his journey. This is the account of his ordeals." The Bodhisattva read it through from the beginning, and this is what was written in it. "We, the protectors, were sent at the Bodhisattva's command to keep a close record of the Tang priest's ordeals. The golden cicada's exile was the first ordeal. Being born and almost killed was the second ordeal. Abandonment in the river under the full moon was the third ordeal. Finding his mother and getting revenge was the fourth ordeal. The tigers he met after leaving the city were the fifth ordeal. Falling into the pit was the sixth ordeal. The double-forked peak was the seventh ordeal. The double boundary mountain was the eighth ordeal. Exchanging horses at the ravine was the ninth ordeal. The fire at night was the 10th ordeal. The loss of the cassock was the 11th ordeal. Subduing Pig was the 12th ordeal. The obstacles created by the yellow wind monster were the 13th ordeal. Asking the help of Ling Ji was the 14th ordeal. The hard crossing of the Flowing Sands River was the 15th ordeal. Winning over Friar Sand was the 16th ordeal. The appearance of the 4 holy ones was the 17th ordeal. In the Wuzhuang Temple was the 18th ordeal. The difficulty of reviving the man-fruit was the 19th ordeal. The dismissal of the mind-ape was the 20th ordeal. Getting lost in Black Pine Forest was the 21st ordeal. Delivering the letter to Elephantia was the 22nd ordeal. To be turned into a tiger in the palace hall was the 23rd ordeal. Meeting the monsters on Flat Top Mountain was the 24th ordeal. To hang in the Lotus Flower Cave was the 25th ordeal. The rescue of King of Wuji was the 26th ordeal. The transformation by the demons was the 27th ordeal. The encounter with the monster of Mount Hao was the 28th ordeal. The holy monk being carried off by the wind was the 29th ordeal. The attack on the mind-ape was the 30th ordeal. Inviting the Holy One to subdue the fiend was the 31st ordeal.
Sinking in the Black River was the 32nd ordeal. The moving in Terry Cart was the 33rd ordeal. The enormous wager was the 34th ordeal. Casting out the Taoists and promoting the Buddhists was the 35th ordeal. The great river met on the way was the 36th ordeal. Falling into the river of heaven was the 37th ordeal. The appearance with the fish basket was the 38th ordeal. Meeting the monster on Mount Jindo was the 39th ordeal. All the gods of heaven being unable to subdue him was the 40th ordeal. Asking the Buddha about his origins was the 41st ordeal. To be poisoned by drinking the water was the 42nd ordeal. Being kept in womanland of Western Liang for the wedding was the 43rd ordeal. The agonies of Pipa Cave were the 44th ordeal. The Mind Ape's second dismissal was the 45th ordeal. Telling the macaques apart was the 46th ordeal. Being held up by the fiery mountains was the 47th ordeal. Obtaining the plantain leaf fan was the 48th ordeal. Tying up the Demon King was the 49th ordeal. Sweeping the pagoda in Jisai City was the 50th ordeal. The recovery of the treasures and the rescue of the monks were the 51st ordeal. Reciting poems in the Thorn Forest was the 52nd ordeal. Trouble in the Lesser Thunder Monastery was the 53rd ordeal. The capture of the heavenly gods was the 54th ordeal. Being stopped by the filthy runny persimmon lane was the 55th ordeal. Healing in Purpurea was the 56th ordeal. Saving from debility was the 57th ordeal. Subduing fiends and rescuing the queen was the 58th ordeal. Delusion by the 7 passions was the 59th ordeal. The wounding of the many-eyed monster was the 60th ordeal. Being held up by the lion was the 61st ordeal. Dividing demons into 3 categories was the 62nd ordeal. Meeting disaster in the city was the 63rd ordeal. Asking the Buddha to subdue the demon was the 64th ordeal. The rescue of the boys in Bhiksuland was the 65th ordeal. Telling the true from the evil was the 66th ordeal. Saving the monster in the pine forest was the 67th ordeal. Lying sick in the monastic cell was the 68th ordeal. Capture in the bottomless cave was the 69th ordeal. Delays in Dharma Destructio were the 70th ordeal. Meeting the monster on Hidden Clouds Mountain was the 71st ordeal. Begging for rain in Fengshan was the 72nd ordeal. The loss of weapons was the 73rd ordeal. The Rake Banquet was the 74th ordeal. Troubles on Bamboo Mountain were the 75th ordeal. Suffering in Dark Essence Cave was the 76th ordeal. Catching Rhinoceros was the 77th ordeal. Being required to marry in India was the 78th ordeal. Imprisonment in Brazen Tower was the 79th ordeal. Casting of the body at the Lingyang crossing was the 80th ordeal. The journey was one of 36,000 miles, and the ordeals of the holy monk are all clearly recorded. Casting her eyes over the record, the Bodhisattva quickly said, "In the Buddhist school, 9 nines are needed before one can come to the truth. The 80 ordeals that the holy monk has endured are one short of the full number. Go after the Vajrapanis," she ordered a protector, "and tell them to create another ordeal." The protector headed east by cloud as soon as he was given this order, and after a day and a night, he caught up with the 8 Vajrapanis. "It's like this, you see," he said, whispering in their ears in explanation, adding, "So you must do as the Bodhisattva commands and not disobey." When the 8 Vajrapanis heard this, they stopped the wind with a swishing sound and dropped the 4 of them to the ground, horse, scriptures, and all. Oh dear! It was a case of the way of reaching the truth through the 9 nines is hard. Hold fast to your determination to stand at the mysterious pass. Only through rigorous effort can the demons be repelled. Perseverance is essential to the true Dharma's return. Do not make the scriptures for something easily won. Of many a kind were the hardships endured by the holy monk. The marvelous union has always been hard to achieve. The slightest mistake, and the elixir will not be made. As his feet touched common ground, Sanzang felt alarmed.
"Marvelous,"
said Pig, roaring with laughter.
"Just marvelous. It's a case of more haste, less speed."
"It really is marvelous," said Friar Sand. "They're giving us a rest here after going so fast."
"As the saying goes,"
remarked the great sage,
"wait 10 days on a sandbank, then cross 9 in a single day."
"Stop arguing, you 3, said Sanzang. "Find out which way we have come and where we are." "We're here," said Friar Sand after looking all around. "We're here. Listen to the water, master."
"From the sound of the water, I suppose it must be your family home,"
observed Brother Monkey.
"His home is the river of flowing sands,"
said Pig. "No, it's not that," replied Friar Sand. "It's the river of heaven." "Take a careful look at the other side, disciple," said Sanzang, at which Monkey sprang into the air, shaded his eyes with his hand, and took a careful look around.
"Master,"
he said after coming down again,
"this is the west bank of the river of heaven."
"I remember now," said Sanzang. "On the east bank there is Chin family village. When we came here the other year, they were so grateful to us for rescuing their son and daughter that they wanted to build a boat to take us across, but the white soft-shelled turtle carried us over. As I recall, there was no sign of human life anywhere on the west bank. Whatever are we to do now?"
"They say that common mortals can be sinners,"
said Pig.
"but the Vajrapanis who serve the Buddha in person are too. The Buddha ordered them to bring us back east, so why have they dropped us halfway home? We're stuck now. However are we going to get over?"
"Stop complaining, brother," said Friar Sand. "Our master has found the way. He cast off his mortal body at the cloud-touching crossing, so he won't possibly fall into the water now. Our big brother and we two can all do levitation magic, so we can carry the master across."
Monkey laughed to himself under his breath as he replied,
"We can't do it. We can't do it."
"Why do you think he said that they couldn't do it?" If he had been prepared to use his divine powers and give away the secret of flying, then master and disciples would have been able to cross 1,000 rivers. But he understood that as the Tang priest had not yet completed the 9 nines, he was fated to undergo another ordeal, which was why he had been held up here. Talking as they walked slowly along, master and disciples headed straight to the river bank, where all of a sudden they heard someone calling,
"This way, Tang priest, this way!"
They were all surprised, and when they looked up, there was no sign of anyone around, and no boat either. There was only a big, white, scabby-headed, soft-shelled turtle raising its head by the bank and calling,
"Master, I have been waiting for you for all these years. Why have you only just come back?"
"We troubled you in the past, old turtle," said Monkey with a smile, "and this year we meet again."
Sanzang, Pig, and Friar Sand were all delighted.
"If you really do want to look after us, come ashore,"
Monkey said, at which the turtle climbed out of the river with a bound. Monkey had the horse tied to the turtle, with Pig squatting behind the horse's tail. The Tang priest stood to the left of the horse's neck, and Friar Sand to its right, while Monkey stood with one foot on the turtle's neck and the other on his head.
"Take it easy and take it steady,"
he said. The turtle strode across the water just as if his 4 feet were walking on flat land, carrying the master and his 3 disciples, 5 of them altogether, including the horse, straight back to the eastern bank. This was indeed the mystery of the Dharma within the unique sect. When the demons are all defeated, man and heaven are made known. Only now can the original face be seen, and the causes of the one body all be complete. Hold to the 3 vehicles to come and go at will. After the elixir's 9 transformations, you may do what you like. Carry your bundle, let your staff fly, and understand the inexpressible. Lucky they were on their return to meet the ancient turtle. Carrying them on his back, the ancient soft-shelled turtle walked across the waves for the best part of a day. It was nearly evening when, as they approached the east bank, he suddenly asked,
"Venerable Master, some years ago I begged you when you reached the west and saw our Tathagata Buddha to ask him when I would be converted and how long I would live."
Now, ever since the venerable elder had reached the western heaven, bathed in the Jade Truth Temple, cast off his mortal body at the cloud-touching crossing, and walked up the Vulture Peak, his heart had been set only on worshipping the Buddha. And when he met all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, holy monks, and others, his whole mind had been devoted to fetching the scriptures. He had given no attention to anything else, and so had not asked about how long the ancient turtle would live. Having nothing he could say, and not daring to lie to or deceive the turtle, Sanzang was quiet for a long time and gave no reply. When the turtle realized that Sanzang had not asked the questions on his behalf, he gave a shake of his head and submerged with a loud splash, dropping the four of them, horse, scriptures, and all, into the water. Oh dear! But luckily the Tang priest had cast off his mortal body and achieved the way. If he had still been as he had before, he would have sunk to the bottom. It was also lucky that the white horse was a dragon, that Pig and Friar Sand could swim, and that Brother Monkey gave a smiling and magnificent display of his great powers as he lifted the Tang priest out of the water and up the east bank. The only thing was that the bundles of scriptures, the clothes, and saddle were all soaked. Master and disciples had climbed up to the bank to get themselves sorted out, when a fierce wind suddenly blew up, turned the sky dark, and amid thunder and lightning, stones and sand flew all around. This is what could be seen. A wind throwing heaven and earth into chaos. Thunder rocking mountains and rivers. Lightning flying like fire through the clouds. Mists covering all of the earth. The wind howled. Loud roared the thunder. The lightning streaked red, while clouds blocked out the moon and the stars. The wind-blown dust drove into the face, and tigers and leopards hid in terror. The lightning flashes set birds cawing, and trees all vanished in the spreading mists. The wind whipped up the waves of the river of heaven. The thunder terrified the fish and dragons in the river of heaven. The lightning lit up the whole of river of heaven. The mists enshrouded in darkness the banks of the river of heaven. Splendid wind! Mountains toppled, pines and bamboo fell. Splendid thunder! Its majesty alarmed insects and spread terror. Splendid lightning! It moved across the sky and lit up the wilds like golden snakes. Splendid mist, darkening the whole of space, obscuring the 9 heavens. This alarmed Sanzang, who pressed down on the bundles of scriptures, while Friar Sand held down their carrying pole, and Pig clung to the white horse. Monkey, however, swung his iron cudgel around with both hands as he kept guard to both left and right. Now the wind, mist, thunder, and lightning were all signals made by evil demons who wanted to steal the scriptures that had been fetched. They tried all night to grab them until the dawn. Only then did they stop. The venerable elder, whose clothes were all soaking wet, shivered and shook as he said, "How did all this start, Wukong?"
Master,
Brother Monkey replied, snorting with fury.
You don't understand the inner truth. By escorting you to fetch these scriptures, we have won the great achievement of heaven and earth. You will enjoy perpetual youth, and your Dharma body will never decay. This is something heaven and earth can't stand for, and the demons and gods detest. They wanted to come and steal them in the darkness.
But because the scriptures were soaked through, and your true Dharma body was holding them down, the thunder could not bombard them, the lightning could not illuminate them, and the mist could not obscure them. It was also because I whirled my iron cudgel around to make its pure positive nature protect them. Since dawn, the positive has been in the ascendant again, which is why they can't take them now.
Only then did Sanzang, Pig, and Friar Sand realize what had happened, and all express unbounded thanks. A little later, when the sun was shining from high in the sky, they took the scriptures to the top of a high cliff, opened the bundles, and put them out to dry. The rocks on which the scriptures were dried in the sun remain there to this day. Then they spread their clothes and shoes out to dry beside the cliff, while they stood there, sat down, or leapt around. Indeed, the pure positive body was happy in the sun, when negative demons dared not use their might. Even when water is dominant, the true scriptures will win. Not fearing wind or thunder, lightning, mist, or light. After this clarification, they come to the true perception. From now on, they will reach the immortals' land in peace. On the rocks where scriptures were dried, their traces still remain. Never again will any demons come back to this place. As the four of them were checking through the scriptures and drying them in the sun, one by one some fishermen who were passing the river bank lifted up their heads and saw them there. One of the fishermen recognized them and said, "Venerable teachers, didn't you cross this river the other year when you were on your way to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures?"
Yes, yes,
said Pig.
that's right. Where are you from? How did you know who we are?
"We're from Chen Village,"
the fisherman replied.
How far is Chen Village from here?
Pig asked.
"It's 7 miles south from this gulch,"
the fisherman said.
Let's take the scriptures to Chen Village and dry them there, said Pig. There's somewhere we can stay there, and we'll be able to get something to eat. Besides, we can get their family to wash our clothes. That'll be best, won't it?
"We will not go there," said Sanzang. "When we have dried everything here, we can pack up and find our way back." The fisherman, who passed the gulch to the south, happened to meet Chin Chang.
"You two old gentlemen,"
they called. "The teachers who want to be sacrificed instead of your children the other year have come back."
"Where did you see them?"
Chin Chang asked. "Drying their scriptures in the sun on the rocks," the fisherman replied. Chin Chang then took several of his tenants across the gulch, saw the pilgrims, and hurried towards them to kneel and say,
"My lords, now that you are coming back with your scriptures, your achievement completed and your deeds done, why don't you come to my house? Why are you hanging around here? Won't you please come straight to the house?"
"We'll go with you when we've dried our scriptures in the sun,"
Monkey replied.
"How did your scriptures and clothes all get wet, my lords?"
Chin Chang asked. "The other year, the white soft-shelled turtle kindly carried us west across the river," Sanzang replied. and this year he carried us across it eastwards. We were approaching the bank when he put some questions to me about the inquiries he had asked me to make with the Lord Buddha about how long he would live. Now I never made this inquiry, so he soaked us all in the water. That was how they got wet.
Sanzang then told the whole story in all its details, and as Chen Cheng was so sincere in pressing his invitation, Sanzang could do nothing but pack up the scriptures. As it was not realized that the ends of several rolls of the Buddhacaritacavya Sutra had stuck to the rock when wet, the ends were torn off, which is why the Buddhacaritacavya Sutra is incomplete to this day, and there are still traces of writing on the rocks where the scriptures were dried in the sun.
We were careless, Sanzang said with remorse. We did not pay enough attention.
You're wrong, said Monkey with a laugh. You're wrong. Heaven and earth are incomplete, and this scripture used to be complete. Now it's been soaked and torn to fulfill the mystery of incompleteness. This is not something that could have been achieved through human effort.
When master and disciples had finished packing the suras, they returned with Chen Cheng to his village. In the village, one person told 10, 10 told 100, and 100 1,000, till all of them, young and old, came out to greet and welcome the pilgrims. As soon as Chen King heard of it, he had an incense table set out to greet them in front of the gates. He also ordered drummers and players of wind instruments to perform. A moment later, the travelers arrived and were welcomed and taken inside. Chen King led out his whole household to greet them with bows and thank them for their earlier kindness in saving their son and daughter. Tea and a vegetarian meal were then ordered, but since receiving the immortal food and immortal delicacies of the Lord Buddha and casting off his mortal body to become a Buddha, Sanzang had lost all desire for mortals' food. As the two old men's urgings were so insistent, he took some of the food as a mark of gratitude. The great sage Monkey had never been one to eat cooked food, so he said,
That will be enough.
Friar Sand did not eat either, and even Pig was not the pig he used to be. He soon put his bowl down.
Aren't you eating any more either, idiot?
Monkey asked.
I don't know why, Pig said, but my stomach's gone weak all of a sudden.
The vegetarian banquet was then cleared away as the old men asked about how they had fetched the scriptures. Sanzang then gave them a detailed account that started with the bath in the Jade Truth Temple and the lightening of their bodies at Cloud-Touching Crossing, and went on to tell how they had seen the Tathagata at Thunder Monastery, been feasted at the Jeweled Tower, given the scriptures in the precious library, wordless scriptures at first because when the two arhats had demanded presents, they had refused them, had gone back to pay their respects to the Tathagata again to be given the number of rolls in a single store, had been plunged into the water by the white soft-shelled turtle, and nearly had the scriptures stolen in the darkness by evil spirits. After telling all this, Sanzang took his leave. But the whole family of the two old men was not at all willing to let them go.
We have been under a great debt to you for saving our children that we have not yet been able to repay, they said. We have built a temple of deliverance where incense has been burned to you ever since without ceasing. Then they called out the children in whose place Monkey and Pig had gone to be sacrificed, Chin Guan Given and Pan of Gold, to kowtow in thanks and asked them into the shrine to take a look. Sanzang then put the bundles of scriptures in front of the hall of their house and read them one roll of the Precious Eternity Sutra. Then they went to the temple, where the Chins had set out delicacies. Before the pilgrims could sit down, another group of people came to invite them to another meal, and before they could pick up their chopsticks, yet another group came with a third invitation. This went on and on without end, so that they had no chance to eat properly. Sanzang, who dared not decline the invitations, had to make gestures of eating. The shrine was indeed most handsomely built. The gateway was thickly painted in red, thanks to the generous donors. A tower rose there, where houses with a pair of cloisters had now been built. Red were the doors, and the 7 treasures were finely carved. Incense floated up to the clouds. Pure light filled the vault of space. Some tender cypress saplings were still being watered. A number of pine trees did not yet form a grove. Living waters met one in front, where the waves of the river of heaven were rolling. High cliffs rose behind, where range upon range of mountains joined the earth dragon. When Sanzang has seen everything, he climbed the high tower, where statues of the 4 pilgrims had been placed.
"Looks just like you, brother,"
said Pig, tugging at Monkey when he saw them. "Second brother," said Friar Sand. "Your statue's just like you, too. The only thing is that the master's is too good looking." "It is very good," said Sanzang. "It is very good." They then came downstairs, where people were still waiting, and urged them to eat the vegetarian food that was set out in the hall and in the cloisters behind it. "What happened to the great king's temple that used to be here?" Monkey asked.
"It was demolished that year," the old man replied. "My lords, we have had good harvests every year since this monastery was established, thanks to your lordship's blessed protection."
"That was heaven's gift," said Monkey with a smile. "Nothing to do with us. But after we have gone this time, I guarantee that the families in your village will have many sons and grandsons, flourishing livestock, wind and rain at the right time year in and year out, and wind and rain year out and year in at the right time." The people all kowtowed in thanks. What could then be seen were a countless number of people lined up behind each other to offer fruit and other vegetarian food.
"I'll be blowed," said Pig with a laugh. "In the old days, when I could eat, nobody ever asked me to do so 10 times over. But now, when I can't, one family won't wait for another to finish before offering me food."
Although he was feeling full, he did get going a little and ate 8 or 9 meatless dishes, and despite having an injured stomach,
He also downed 20 or 30 steamed bread rolls. When they were all full, more people came with further invitations.
Grateful though I am for your great affection, Sanzang said, I do not deserve it. I hope that we may be allowed to rest tonight. Tomorrow morning we will accept some more.
It was now late at night. Sanzang, who was guarding the true scriptures and would not leave them for a moment, sat in meditation at the foot of the tower to keep a vigil. As the third watch of the night approached, he said quietly,
Wukong, the people here know that we have found the way and completed our undertaking. As the old saying goes, the true adept does not show his face. Who shows his face is no true adept. I am afraid that if we tarry too long here, that we may fail in our main enterprise.
What you say is right, Master, Monkey replied. Let's slip quietly away in the middle of the night while they're all sound asleep.
Pig, too, understood. Friar Sand comprehended very clearly, and the white horse also knew what he meant. So they got up, quietly loaded the packs, shouldered the poles, and carried the things out along the cloister. When they reached the main gates and found them locked, Monkey used unlocking magic to open the inner gates and the main gates. They followed the path east, only to hear the 8 Vajrapanis calling from mid-air.
Come with us, escapers.
The venerable elder then smelt incense as he rose up into the air. This was indeed a case of, when the elixir is formed, one sees the original face. When the body is strong, one can then visit one's sovereign. If you do not know how he saw the Tang Emperor, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 100. The journey back to the east is made. The 5 immortals achieve nirvana. We will not tell of how the 4 travelers escaped and rose on the wind with the Vajrapanis, but of the many people in the Temple of Deliverance in Chen Village. After they rose at dawn to prepare more fruit and delicacies to offer, they came to the ground floor of the tower and found the Tang priest gone. Some asked questions, and others searched. They were all thrown into panic and did not know what to do.
We've let those living Buddhas all get clean away,
they lamented as their howls rose to the skies. As there was nothing else they could do about it, they carried all the food they had prepared to the ground floor of the tower as offerings and burned imitation paper money. From then on, 4 major sacrifices and 24 minor sacrifices were held every year. In addition, people praying for cures or safety, seeking marriages, making vows, and seeking wealth or sons came at every hour of every day to burn incense and make offerings. Indeed, incense smoked in the golden burner for 1,000 years. The light burned in the lamps of jade through eternity. We will say no more of this, but tell of how the 8 Vajrapanis used a second fragrant wind to carry the 4 pilgrims off again. Some days later, they reached the east, and Chang'an came gradually into view. Now, after seeing the Tang priest off from the city on the 12th day of the 9th month in the 13th year of Then Guan, the Emperor Taizong had in the 16th year sent officials of his Department of Works to build a Watching for the Scriptures tower outside the city of Chang'an to receive the Scriptures. Here, Taizong went in person every year. It so happened that on the very day the emperor went to the tower, the western sky was filled with auspicious light and gusts of scented wind. "Holy monk," the Vajrapani said, stopping in mid-air, "this is the city of Chang'an. We cannot come down as the people here are too clever. We are afraid that they might give away what we look like. The great sage monkey and the other two gentlemen cannot go there either. You must go there yourself to hand the scriptures to your monarch, then come back here. We will be waiting for you up in the clouds, ready to go to report back on your mission."
"Although what you respected gentlemen say is right," replied the great sage, "how could my master possibly shoulder the pole for carrying the scriptures? And how could he lead his horse? We'll have to take him there. May I trouble you to wait a moment up in the air? We wouldn't dare keep you waiting."
The other day the Bodhisattva Guan Yin informed the Tathagata, the Vajrapanis replied, that the return journey would take only 8 days, so as to make up the number of rolls of scriptures in the Tripitaka. We have already spent over 4 days, and we are worried that Pig will be so greedy for blessings and honors that he will make us overrun the time limit.
"The master's a Buddha now,"
Pig replied with a smile.
"And I want to become one too. So why should I want to be greedy? Cheeky great fools! Wait here while we hand the scriptures over. Then we'll come back to return with you."
The idiot then shouldered a pole while Friar Sand held the horse, and Brother Monkey led the holy monk as they brought their cloud down to land beside the Watching for the Scriptures tower. When Taizong and his officials all saw this, they came down to greet the travelers with the words, "You are back, Imperial Younger Brother." The Tang priest fell to the ground in a kowtow, only to be helped back to his feet by Taizong, who asked, "Who are these 3? "They are disciples I took along the way," Sanzong replied. Taizong was delighted. "Harness the horses to our imperial carriage," he ordered his aides, "and invite the imperial younger brother to mount his steed and return to the palace with us." The Tang priest thanked him and mounted his horse. The great sage followed closely behind, whirling his golden cudgel. Pig and Friar Sand led the horse and shouldered the pole as they followed the emperor back to Chang'an. Indeed, in that year of peace and rising prosperity, civil and military officials are calm and magnificent. At a land and water mass, the clergy displayed the Dharma. The monarch commands his ministers in the throne hall of the palace. A passport was given to Tan Sung Zong. The primal cause of the scriptures has been matched to the 5 elements. Through painful tempering, all monsters have been destroyed. Now he returns in triumph to the capital. The Tang priest and his 3 disciples followed the imperial carriage back to the palace. Everybody in the capital knew that the pilgrim who had gone to fetch the scriptures had now returned. When the monks, young and old, of the Hongfu Monastery in Chang'an, where the Tang priest used to live, saw that the tops of a number of pine trees were all leaning towards the east, they exclaimed in astonishment,
"Odd! Very odd! There's been no wind today, so why are the tops of these trees all bent?"
"Fetch our vestments at once," said one of them, who was a former disciple of Sanzang. "The master who went to fetch the scriptures is back."
"How do you know?"
the other monks all asked.
"When the master left many years ago,"
the former disciple replied, "he said that when the branches and tops of the pines turned east 3, 4, 6, or 7 years after he had gone, he would be back. My master speaks with the holy voice of a Buddha. That is how I know." They quickly put on their habits and went out. By the time they reached the western street, messengers had arrived to say, "The pilgrim who went for the scriptures has just returned, and His Majesty is bringing him into the city." As soon as they heard this, the monks all hurried over to meet him. When they saw the imperial carriage, they dared not come close, but followed it to the palace gates, where the Tang priest dismounted and went inside with his disciples. The Tang priest stood at the foot of the steps to the throne hall, with the dragon horse, the load of sutras, monkey, pig, and Friar Sand. Emperor Taizong then summoned the younger brother to enter the throne hall and invited him to sit down, which the Tang priest did with thanks. He then had the scriptures carried up. Monkey and the others unpacked the scrolls, which the officials in personal attendance handed to the emperor. "How many scriptures are there?" the emperor asked. "And how did you fetch them?"
"When your clerical subject reached Vulture Peak and saw the Lord Buddha,"
Sanzang replied,
"he told the Arhats, Ananda and Kasyapa, to take us first to a precious tower, where we were given meatless food, then to the library, where we were handed the scriptures. The Arhats demanded presents, but as we had not brought any, we had none to give. Then they gave us the scriptures. When we had thanked the Buddha for his goodness and were traveling east, the scriptures were snatched away by a demonic gale. Luckily, my disciples were able to recover them by using magic powers, but they had all been blown all over the place. On opening them out to look at them, we found that they were all blank, wordless versions. We were so shocked that we went back to report to the Buddha and pled for the real ones. What the Lord Buddha said was, when these scriptures were composed, bhiksus and holy monks went down the mountain and recited them to the family of the elder Zhao in the land of Sravasti. This ensured peace and safety for the living and deliverance for the dead members of the family. All that was asked for was 3 bushels and 3 pecks of granular gold.
I thought that they sold the scriptures too cheap, so I saw to it that Zhao's sons and grandsons would be poor. When we realized that the two arhats were demanding a present, and that the Lord Buddha knew all about it, we had no choice but to give them our begging bowl of purple gold. Only then did they hand over the true scriptures with words. There are 35 of them, and a number of rolls from each of them was selected to be given us, making a total of rolls. This corresponds to the number of rolls in a single store. At this, Taizong was more delighted than ever. Let the protocol office arrange a Thanksgiving banquet in the Eastern Hall, he ordered, at which he suddenly saw the 3 disciples standing at the foot of the steps, looking very strange indeed. "Are your distinguished disciples foreigners?" he asked. "My senior disciple's name is Sun," the venerable elder replied with a bow. "His Buddhist name is Wukong, and I also call him Sun the Novice. He originally came from the water curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit in the country of Aulai, in the eastern continent of divine body. For making great havoc in the palaces of heaven 500 years ago, he was crashed by the Lord Buddha in a stone cell in the double boundary mountain on the western frontier. After the Bodhisattva Guan Yin persuaded him to mend his ways, he accepted conversion, so when I arrived there I delivered him. I am greatly indebted to him for my protection. My second disciple, Zhu, has the Buddhist name Wu Neng, and I also call him Pig. He came from the Cloud Pathway Cave on the Mountain of Blessing, and was a monster in Gao Village in the land of Stubet until he was converted by the Bodhisattva and subdued by Wukong. He has made great efforts, carrying the load all along the way, and been very useful in crossing rivers. My third disciple's surname is Sha, and his Buddhist name is Wu Jing. He used to be a monster in the Rowing Sands River. He too was converted by the Bodhisattva and now believes in the Buddhist faith. The horse is not the one that my sovereign gave me."
"How is that?" Taizong asked. "Its markings are the same."
"When your subject was going to cross the waters of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge by Coiled Snake Mountain, my original horse was devoured by this one," Sanzong replied. "Sun the Novice obliged me by having the Bodhisattva asked about the horse's background. It was originally the son of the Dragon King of the Western Sea, who had been sent there because of an offense. He too was saved by the Bodhisattva, who told him to work for me and turned him into a horse with the same markings as the original one. He has been very helpful in climbing mountains, crossing ridges, fording rivers, and negotiating difficult country. On the outward journey I rode him, and he carried the scriptures on the way back. I have depended greatly on his efforts."
Taizong was full of boundless praise on learning this.
"How long, in fact, was your journey to the far west?" he asked. "I remember the Bodhisattva saying that it was 36,000 miles, Sanzong replied, "but I kept no record of the distances along the way. All I know is that we experienced 14 winters and summers. Every day there was a mountain or a ridge. The woods were big and the rivers wide. I also met several kings who inspected and stamped my passport. Disciples, he ordered, fetch the passport and hand it to His Majesty. When Taizong examined it, he saw that it had been issued on the 12th day of the 9th month of the 13th year of Jingguan. You did indeed make a long and protracted journey, he observed with a touch of a smile. It is now the 27th year of Jingguan. On the passport were the seals of the monarchs of Elephantia, Wuji, Terikart, the Womanland of Western Liang, Jisai, Purpurea, Leonia, Bixuland, and Dharma Destructia, as well as the seals of the chief officials of Fengshan, Yuhua, and Jinping. When Taizong had read through the passport, he put it away. Soon the officials and personal attendants on the emperor came to invite them to go to the banquet, whereupon Taizong led Sanzong by the hand out of the throne hall, asking, "Do your distinguished disciples know how to behave themselves?" "My disciples were all demons from mountain villages and from the wilderness," Sanzong replied. "So they do not understand the etiquette of the sacred court of China. I beg you to forgive them for any offenses, Your Majesty."
"We won't blame them," Taizong said with a smile. "We won't blame them.
They are invited to come with us to the banquet in the Eastern Pavilion." Thanking him once again, Sanzang called his 3 disciples, and they all went to the Eastern Pavilion to look. This was indeed the great land of China, no ordinary place. Just look. Colored silks hung from the gates. Red carpets were spread on the floor. Heavy, rare fragrances, fresh and exotic foods. Amber cups, glazed dishes, set with gold and nephrite. Plates of yellow gold, white jade bowls, inlaid with patterns. Tender braised turnips, sugar-dredged taros, wonderful sweet mushrooms, fine fresh seaweed, several servings of bamboo shoots with ginger, a number of rounds of mallows with honey, wheat gluten with leaves of the tree of heaven, tree fungus and thin strips of bean curd, agar and aster, noodles with ferns and dried rose petals, peppers stewed with radish, melon shredded with mustard. The dishes of vegetables were fine enough, but the rare and wonderful fruit was outstanding. Walnuts and persimmon cakes, longans and lychees, chestnuts from Zhuangzhou and Shandong jujubes, ginkgo fruit from south of the Yangtze, and harehead pears, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and lotus seeds, all as big as grapes, torreya nuts and melon seeds the size of water chestnuts, olives and wild apples, pippins and crabs, lotus root and arrowhead, crisp plums and baby fanes. Nothing was missing. All was complete. There were steamed honey pastries and other confections, best wines and fragrant tea, and things out of the ordinary. Words could not describe the countless delicacies. The great land of China was not Western Barbary.
The master and his 3 disciples, together with the civil and military officials, stood to left and right as Emperor Taizong took his seat in the middle. There was singing, dancing, and instrumental music, and all was ordered and solemn as the celebration lasted for the rest of the day. Indeed, the monarch's banquet was finer than those of ancient Tang and Yu. Great was the blessing of the true scriptures obtained. This was a story to be told with glory forever. The light of the Buddha shines throughout the imperial capital. That evening they thanked the emperor for his kindness, after which Taizong returned to the living quarters of the palace, and the officials went home. The Tang priest went back with his followers to the Hongfu monastery, where the monks welcomed him with kowtows. No sooner had he gone in through the gates than the monks reported, "Master, these treetops all suddenly leaned east this morning. As we remembered what you had said, we went out of the city to meet you, and you had indeed come." Overcome with delight, the venerable elder then entered the abbot's lodgings. This time, Pig neither shouted for tea and food nor made a row. Brother Monkey and Friar Sand also both behaved well. As the achievement was now complete, they were naturally peaceful. At nightfall, they went to bed. Early the next morning, Taizong announced to his officials at his dawn audience, "When we thought of the most profound and great achievement of our younger brother that we have no way of rewarding, we were unable to sleep all night. We managed to draft a few colloquial sentences with which to express our thanks, but could not write them out. Officials of the Secretariat," he ordered, "write them all down while we recite them to you." This is the text he dictated. "It is known that heaven and earth have their forms as a demonstration of how they provide the cover and support in which life is contained, whereas the 4 seasons are invisible, hiding the cold and heat with which they transform all creatures. Thus it is that by examining heaven and looking at the earth, even the stupid can know about their origins, but few are the wise who can exhaust the numbers of the negative and the positive. Heaven and earth, which are enveloped by the negative and positive, are easily understood because of their images, but the negative and positive are hard to fathom because they are formless. If images are clear and can be grasped, even the stupid will not be confused. If forms are hidden and invisible, even the wise will be at a loss. The way of the Buddha honors emptiness, rides on the mystery, and controls silence, yet saves all beings and dominates all regions. When it raises up the numinous, there is nothing higher. When it represses its own divine strength, there is nothing lower. When it is big, it extends throughout the cosmos. When tiny, it can be contained in a fraction of an inch. It does not die, and it is not born. It endures 1,000 eons and is eternal. Half hidden and half manifest, it controls all blessings and makes them exist forever. Mysterious is the wonderful way. None of those who follow it know its limits. Silent is the flow of the Dharma. Of those who grasp it, none finds its source. So how can mortal fools in their stupidity follow it without doubts or delusion? The great teaching arose in the West. Later, a wondrous dream came to the Han court, spreading its brilliance and charity to the East. In ancient times, when the Buddha's forms and traces were shared around, they converted people before word could be spread abroad. In the age when they were sometimes visible and sometimes invisible, the people looked up to them and followed them. But later, the image was obscured, and nirvana was reached. It moved away and left the world. The golden countenance was hidden away, and no longer radiated its brilliance in the 3,000 worlds. Pictures of the lovely image were made, vainly trying to show the Buddha's 32 holy marks. Thereafter, his subtle words were widely propagated, rescuing birds on the 3 roads of life. The teachings he left behind were spread afar, guiding all living beings along the 10 stages of development. The Buddha has scriptures that can be divided into the greater and lesser vehicles. There is also magic, the art of spreading mistakes and making right into wrong. Now, our priest, Xuanzang, the master of the law, is the leader of the Dharma faith. In his youth, he was so careful and perceptive that he soon became aware of the value of the 3 voids. As he grew up, the clarity of his spirit embraced the 4 kinds of patience in his conduct. Not even a pine tree in the wind or the moon reflected in the water could be compared with his purity. Immortal's dew and bright pearls are no match for his lustrous splendor. His wisdom encompasses all without encumbrance. His spirit fathoms the formless. Rising far above the 6 impurities, he extends his fragrance through 1,000 ages. When he concentrated his mind on the inner sphere, he grieved at the torments suffered by the true Dharma. When he settled his thoughts on the gate of mystery, he was distressed by the distortion of the profound writings. He longed to put them back into order, so that the teachings of the past could be propagated again, and to root out apocryphal texts, enabling the true ones to stay in circulation so as to open the way for later scholars. That is why he lifted up his heart towards the Pure Land and made a Dharma journey to the west, braving the dangers of distant lands as he walked alone, trusting to his staff. When the snow whirled around at dawn, the land would disappear in a moment, and when the dust started to fly at evening, the sky was blotted out. He advanced through the mists across 1,000 leagues of mountains and rivers, making his way forward through the frosts and rains of 100 changes of season. With great single-mindedness, and making light of his efforts, he longed deeply to reach his goal. He wandered around the West for 14 years, visiting every one of those exotic countries in his search for the true teaching. He visited the twin trees and the 8 rivers, savoring the way and braving the wind. In Deer Park and on Vulture Peak he gazed upon wonders and marvels. He received the good word from ancient sages and the true teaching from superior worthies, probing deep within the wonderful gates and exhausting the mysteries. The way of the 3 vehicles and the 6 disciplines gallop across the field of his heart. 100 cases of texts belong to one store roll like waves in the sea of his eloquence. Infinitely many are the countries he has visited, and vast the number of the scriptures he has collected. He has obtained 5,048 rolls of all 35 of the essential texts of the great vehicle to be translated and made known in China, so that the wonderful cause may be promoted. The clouds of mercy he has drawn from the far west will shed their Dharma rain here in the east. The holy teachings that had been incomplete are now complete once more. The common folk who had sinned are brought back to blessings. The searing flames of fire have been damped down, and all have been saved from the ways of delusion. The muddied waves in the water of wisdom have been made clear once more, as all gather on the other bank. From this it can be learned that the evil fall because of their own karma, while the good rise because of their destiny. The origins of these rises and falls lie in one's own actions. This can be compared with a cassia growing on a high mountain, where only clouds and dew can nourish its blossom, or a lotus emerging from green waters, its leaves unsullied by flying dust. It is not that the lotus is pure by nature and the cassia unsullied. They are good because one attaches itself to what is lofty, where mean and trivial things cannot encumber it, while the other depends on what is clean, where filth cannot dirty it. Now, if plants that know nothing can become good by building themselves up through goodness, how much the more so should conscientious people achieve blessing through blessed cause and effect. It is now to be hoped that the true scriptures will be propagated as endlessly as the alternation of sun and moon, and that this blessing will extend forever, eternal, like heaven and earth. As soon as this had been written out, the holy monk, who was waiting outside the palace gates to express his thanks, was summoned. The moment he heard the summons, Sunzang hurried and performed the ritual of kowtows. Taizong then invited him into the throne room and handed him the document. Sunzang read it through, prostrated himself once more in thanks, and submitted this memorial. Your Majesty's writing is both lofty and in the ancient style. It is reasoned, profound, and subtle, but I do not know what its title is. What we drafted orally last night, Taizong replied, we would call a preface to the holy teaching. Would that be acceptable? The venerable elder kowtowed and expressed his thanks at great length. Taizong then said, Our talent makes us ashamed by comparison with what is recorded on jade tablets. Our words are not worthy of what is inscribed on metal or stone. As for the inner scriptures, we are even more ignorant of them. The text we drafted orally is truly a base and clumsy composition that sullies golden tablets with brush and ink, and is like placing pebbles in a forest of pearls. When we reflect on it, we are filled with embarrassment. It is most unworthy of merit. We have put you to the trouble of thanking us for nothing. The officials all expressed their congratulations and kowtowed before the imperial text on the holy teaching, which was going to be published everywhere in the capital and the provinces. "Would you be willing to recite some of the true scriptures for us, younger brother?" Taizong asked. "Your Majesty," Sanzong replied, "if true scriptures are to be recited, it must be done in the Buddha's ground. A throne hall is no place for the recital of scriptures." Taizong was most pleased to accept this. "Which is the purest monastery in the city of Chang'an?" he asked his officers and attendants, at which the academician Xiao Yu slipped forward from his rank to memorialize. "The monastery of the Wild Goose Stupa in the city is purest of them all." Taizong then ordered his officials, "Each of you is reverently to bring a few rolls of the true scriptures and accompany us to the monastery of the Wild Goose Stupa, where we shall invite our younger brother to preach on the scriptures." The officials, all carrying some rolls of the scriptures, went with Taizong to the monastery, where a high platform was erected, and everything was neatly set out. "Pig, Friar Sand," the venerable elder commanded, "bring the dragon horse with you and put the luggage in order. Monkey will stay beside me." He then addressed the emperor, saying, "If your Majesty wishes to spread the true scriptures throughout the world, copies must be made before they can be published. The original texts must be stored as great treasures. They may not be shown any disrespect or be defiled." "Younger brother," replied Taizong with a smile, "what you say is very correct, very correct." He then ordered the officials of the Hanlin Academy and the Palace Secretariat to copy out the true scriptures, and had another monastery, the Copying Monastery, founded to the east of the city wall. The venerable elder mounted the platform with several scriptures in his hands. He was just about to begin reciting them when scented breezes began to waft around, and the 8 great Vajrapanis appeared in mid-air to shout aloud, "Scripture reciter, put those scriptures down and come back to the west with us." Monkey and the other two, who were standing below Sanzang, all rose up above the ground together with the white horse. Sanzang put the scriptures down and also rose up to the 9th level of clouds, then went away with them through the air. Taizong and his officials were all so alarmed that they kowtowed to the sky. This was indeed a case of "the holy monk long strove to fetch the scriptures. For 14 years across the west he strayed. He journeyed hard and met with much disaster, by mountains and by rivers long delayed. Completing 8 times 9 and 1 9 more, his deeds filled worlds and numbers beyond measure. He went back to his country, taking sutras that people in the East will always treasure." When Taizong and all the officials had finished worshipping, eminent monks were selected to prepare a great land and sea mass in the monastery of the Wild Goose Stupa, at which the true scriptures of the great store would be recited, and by which all evil-doing ghosts in the underworld would be saved, and goodness would be spread all around. We will not describe how copies were made of the scriptures and published throughout the empire. The story tells instead how the 8 Vajrapanis led the venerable elder, his 3 disciples, and the horse, all 5 of them, back to the Vulture Peak. The journey to Chang'an and back had taken 8 days. Just when all the deities of Vulture Peak were listening to the Buddha preaching, the 8 Vajrapanis led master and disciples in. In obedience to the golden command, they reported to the Tathagata, "Your disciples have carried the holy monks back to the land of Tang, where they handed the scriptures over. We have now come to report our mission completed." The Tang priest and his disciples were then told to step forward and be given their jobs. "Holy monk," the Tathagata said, "in an earlier life you were my second disciple, and called Master Golden Cicada. But because you would not listen to my sermon on the Dharma, and had no respect for my great teaching, I demoted your soul to be reborn in the East. Now, happily, you have come over to the faith and rely on our support. And in following our teaching, your achievement in fetching the true scriptures has been very great. Your reward will be to be promoted to high office as the Khandana Punya Buddha. Sun Wukong, when you made great havoc in the palaces of heaven, I had to use powerful magic to crush you under the 5 Elements Mountain, until, happily, your heaven-sent punishment was completed, and you were converted to the Sakya Muni's faith. It was also fortunate that you suppressed your evil side and gave play to your good side, as you won glory by defeating monsters and demons along the journey. All that was begun has now been completed, and you too will be rewarded with high office as the victorious fighting Buddha. Zhu Wuning, you used to be a water god in the river of heaven as Marshal Tianpeng. Because of your drunken flirtation with an immortal maiden at the peach banquet, you were sent down to be born in the lower world as a beast. From your love of the human body, you sinned in the Cloud Pathway Cave on the Mount of Blessing before your conversion to the Great Faith and entry into our Buddhist sect. You guarded the holy monk on his journey, but your heart is still unregenerate, and you are not yet purged of your lust. But as you won merit by carrying the luggage, you will be rewarded with promotion as the altar cleanser."
"They've both been made Buddhas," Pig shouted. "So why am I only the altar cleanser?"
"Because you have a voracious appetite, a lazy body, and a huge belly," the Tathagata replied. "Now, very many people in the world's 4 continents believe in our teachings. I will ask you to clean up the altars after all Buddhist services. Your post is of a rank that provides plenty to eat. What is wrong with that?" Sha Wujing, you used to be the curtain-lifting general until you were banished to the lower world for smashing a crystal bowl at a peach banquet. You fell into the river of flowing sands,
where you sinned by killing and eating people, until, thank goodness, you were converted to our teaching, sincerely relied on our support, and won merit by protecting the holy monk and leading the horse up the mountain. Your reward will be elevation to high office as the Golden Arhat. Then he said to the white horse, You were originally the son of Guangjin, the Dragon King of the Western Ocean. Because you disobeyed your father, you were punished for being unfilial until you too were converted to the Dharma and to our faith. Every day you carried the holy monk to the west, and after that you carried the holy scriptures back to the east. For these achievements, you will be rewarded by being made a heavenly dragon of the 8 classes of being. The venerable elder and his 3 disciples all kowtowed to express their thanks, and the horse showed its gratitude too. A protector was then ordered to take the horse straight down to the dragon-transforming pool by the precipice at the back of Vulture Peak and push him into the pool. At once the horse stretched itself out, shed all its hair, and acquired horns. Golden scales grew all over its body, and a silver beard sprouted on its cheeks and chin. Then, shining all over with auspicious aura, and with clouds of good omen in every claw, it flew up from the dragon-transforming pool to coil itself around the heaven-supporting winged column. All the Buddhas expressed their admiration for the Tathagata's great magic.
Master, Monkey said to the Tang priest, now that I've become a Buddha just like you, surely I don't have to go on wearing this golden band. Do you plan to say any more band tightening spells to tighten it round my head? Say a band loosening spell as quickly as you can. Take it off and smash it to smithereens. Don't let that bodhisattva or whatever she is make my life miserable for anyone else with it.
It was because you were so uncontrollable in those days that this magic was needed to keep you in order, Sanzang replied. Now that you are a Buddha, it can of course go. There is no reason for it to stay on your head any longer. Feel there now.
When Monkey raised his hands to feel, he found that it had indeed gone. The Khandana Punya Buddha, the Victorious Fighting Buddha, the Altar Cleanser, and the Golden Arhat had all completed the true achievement and reached their proper places. The heavenly dragon horse had also come back to its true self. There is a poem to prove this that goes, All of reality turns to dust. When the 4 appearances combine, the body is renewed. The substance of the 5 elements is all void. Forget about the passing fame of fiends. With Khandana Punya comes the great awakening. When duties are completed, they escape from suffering. Great is the blessing of scriptures spread abroad. Within the only gate, 5 sages dwell on high. When the 5 holy ones had taken their places, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, holy monks, Arhats, protectors, bhiksus, lay people, deities, and immortals from every cave and every mountain, great gods, Ding and Jia gods, duty gods, guardians, local deities, and all teachers and immortals who had achieved the way, all of whom had originally come to hear the preaching, resumed their own places. Just look at it. The colored mists surround the Vulture Peak. Auspicious clouds are massed in the world of bliss. Golden dragons lie at peace. Jade tigers are all quiet. Black hares come and go at will. Tortoises and snakes coil all around. Phoenixes red and green are in high spirits. Happy the dark apes and white deer. Throughout the year, amazing flowers bloom. Immortal fruit grows in all 4 seasons. Lofty pine and ancient juniper. Blue-green cypress and slender bamboo. Plums of every color, in blossom or in fruit. Eternal peaches, sometimes ripe and sometimes new. 1,000 kinds of fruit and flower vie in beauty. All of the sky is filled with auspicious mists. They all put their hands together in front of their chests, in salutation, and recited together. Homage to the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Homage to Baisaja Guru, Viduraya Prabhasa Buddha. Homage to Sakyamuni Buddha. Homage to the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. Homage to the pure and happy Buddha. Homage to Vairocana Buddha. Homage to Ramadvaja Raja Buddha. Homage to Maitreya Buddha. Homage to Amitabha Buddha. Homage to Amitayus Buddha. Homage to Buddha who leads to the truth. Homage to the imperishable Vajra Buddha. Homage to Ratna Prabhasa Buddha. Homage to the Nagaraja Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of zealous goodness. Homage to the precious moonlight Buddha. Homage to the Buddha free of stupidity. Homage to Varuna Buddha. Homage to Narayana Buddha. Homage to Punya Puspa Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of meritorious talent. Homage to the good wandering Buddha. Homage to the illustrious Kandana Punya Buddha. Homage to the Madhihavaja Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of the Torch of Wisdom. Homage to the Buddha of great virtues. Homage to the brilliant Buddha of great compassion. Homage to the Maitribala Raja Buddha. Homage to the wise and good leader Buddha. Homage to the Vyuharaja Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of golden splendor. Homage to the Buddha of brilliant talent. Homage to the Buddha of wisdom. Homage to the Buddha of the world's calm light. Homage to the sunlight and moonlight Buddha. Homage to the sunlight and moonlight pearl Buddha. Homage to the Supreme Buddha King of the Banner of Wisdom. Homage to the Sugosa Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of the Banner of Unceasing Radiance. Homage to the Buddha of the World-Watching Lamp. Homage to the Supreme Dana King Buddha. Homage to the Buddha of Sumeru Light. Homage to the Buddha Prajnabala King. Homage to the brilliant Buddha of the Golden Sea. Homage to the Buddha of Universal Light. Homage to the Buddha of Illustrious Talent. Homage to the Khandana Punya Achievement Buddha. Homage to the Victorious Fighting Buddha. Homage to the Bodhisattva Guan Yin. Homage to the Bodhisattva Mahastama. Homage to the Bodhisattva Manjusri. Homage to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Homage to the Bodhisattvas of the Ocean of Purity. Homage to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Lotus Pool Assembly. Homage to all the Bodhisattvas of the utterly blissful Western Heaven. Homage to the 3,000 Protector Bodhisattvas. Homage to the 500 Arhat Bodhisattvas. Homage to the Bhiksu, Bhikshuni, Upasaka, and Upasaka Bodhisattvas. Homage to the Bodhisattvas of the Boundless Dharma. Homage to the Holy Vajra Bodhisattvas. Homage to the Altar Cleansing Bodhisattva. Homage to the Golden Arhat Bodhisattva of the 8 Treasures. Homage to the Bodhisattva Heavenly Dragon of 8 Classes of Being. Thus it is that all the Buddhas of every world are willing with this achievement to adorn the pure land of the Buddha. Above, we can repay the fourfold kindness. Above, we can repay the fourfold kindness. Below, we save those suffering in the 3 paths of life. Let anyone who sees or hears cherish the enlightened mind. May all be reborn in the land of bliss, to end this present life of retribution. All the Buddhas of past, present, and future in the 10 regions, all the Bodhisattvas and Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita. Here ends the journey to the West. Hey, woo! Congratulations. Good job finishing Journey to the West. It was a tough 90 hours worth of audio. If you listened all the way through, that's the real true achievement. That's insane. But I'm sure this is, you're reaching this end point over many, many, many different sessions of listening. But welcome to the end. Hope you liked it. Just before this video ends, I want to shill again. Merch! Woo! Merch! I got a hat with monkey on it. He's giving a little middle finger. Yeah! Get that guy. Somebody already ordered this shirt in ocean blue, I believe. So, hey, thanks to the guy who already ordered that shirt, since between recording the intro this morning and recording this outro this evening. Thank you, guy. And then you got this little monkey hanging on the sweatshirt over here. Hey, on the back it says Senior Disciple. Oh, we got quality stuff over here. I say without having any of the merch in my hands to test if it's quality, but hoping and praying that it's quality. I haven't heard anything bad about Printful, so yeah, that's where we're at. If you need the address, it's in the bar up here. https://sondly.printful.me. There will be a link in the description below, and yeah, thanks for listening. Enjoy the rest of your night or day, whenever it is. Just have a good one. Bye.